A new day began in the city of the Ares Empire. In the main square, there was a golden statue of the hero on horseback, and people were wandering around and children were running around. The guard who was patrolling the streets with his partner asked if it was too quiet here. He sighed and replied that no one knew when the revolutionaries would start acting again. They were just ordinary country bumpkins, what revolution? The guard laughed and agreed with his words, saying that everything had been quiet lately. Maybe they realized that their little rebellion was pointless. His partner replied that he was right, the Imperial Knights had probably dealt with them. He hoped it would stay that way from now on. Meanwhile, the revolutionaries gathered in the basement and discussed the plan. The man leaned over the map and told his comrades that tonight they would kill the emperor and destroy the empire. This was the only way to restore the kingdom. The rest remained silent and nodded briefly, agreeing with his words, after which he turned his attention to one of them and said that he had the most important task. Logan McLean came closer to the table and the man said that he was obliged to protect the secret manuscript at any cost. The protagonist nodded and said that he knew it. After that, he came out of the basement and a knight ran after him. He caught up with him and said that he, of course, was quite a patriot. He asked why. The knight replied that he was talking about the secret manuscript. Many people sacrificed themselves to get it and protect it from the empire. Since the manuscript is under his responsibility, it means that the empire's army will target him first. He will be forced to take risks to fulfill his duty. Logan said that he spoke as if he voluntarily agreed. He replied that he understood that the matter was in his fluency in the ancient language, but he did not even complain, and this is an indicator of patriotism. Logan told him to shut up, his words were indirectly insulting their other comrades. The knight immediately froze and he said that this wasn't about patriotism at all, but about revenge. He used to be a worthless person. The day he fought with his younger brother, he lost and someone from the audience said that it was unbelievable. Young Master Logan lost to his younger brother Ronan. And he only picked up a sword 3 years ago, right? He's a genius. Young Master Logan has been training to become a knight for 10 years. Is this fool the eldest son? The future of the McLean family is quite bleak. While the protagonist was lying on the ground and listening to this, he decided something for himself and after a while he was called to his father's office. He slammed his hand on the table in rage and exclaimed, he used paralyzing poison and poisoned his own brother? Has he completely lost his mind? Logan remained silent and pursed his lips, and his father ground his teeth in anger and told him to get out of there. He was no longer his son. Logan was going crazy with inferiority complex and had harmed his brother. For this sin he was cast out of the family. That was who he was. After leaving home, he became a mercenary. It was only after 10 years of hard work that he realized what a terrible person he used to be. But then it was too late. One rainy day, as he walked through the streets of the city, he overheard a conversation between two girls. One of them whispered in the ear of her friend, she heard it right? It seems that today there will be a public execution in the square, and the prisoner's name is McLean. Hearing his last name, the protagonist froze, and when the girl said his brother's name, he abruptly turned around and ran back. The girls said that he was an aura user who fought against the Empire on the front lines. The members of the royal family ran away in all directions, right? Everyone disowned him. MC headed to the square and imagining his younger brother being taken away by the guards, he told him in his mind that he had something to tell him, so let him still be alive. But when he ran to the main square, it was too late. The guillotine worked and his younger brother's blood was spilled. Screaming loudly, the guard attracted attention to himself and, showing everyone Ronan's head, told them to look, such an end met the fool who dared to rebel against the Empire. People shouted joyfully, and the protagonist cried. That day he promised to take revenge on the Empire for the murder of his family and for the fact that it took away his chance to ask for forgiveness. While he was remembering this, he was already doing his job. The guards began to chase him and shout that it was him. The secret manuscript is with this red-haired guy. The protagonist ran forward along the corridor and was already starting to get tired, but suddenly froze in place, noticing a dead end in front of him. One of the guards caught up with him and told his comrades that he was here, and MC cursed quietly and squeezed the hilt of his sword. The guard pulled his sword forward and lunged at him, and their blades crossed when he blocked the blow. He pressed the sword harder and threw the guard's blade back, which made him step back and scream that he was worthless, and then his scream became even louder when the tip of Logan's sword pierced his neck. Seeing the death of his comrade, another guard cursed loudly and the protagonist, without wasting a second, made a sharp lunge forward and got very close to him, after which he pierced his throat with his sword and began the count of the dead. As soon as he pulled the sword out of his body, another man pounced on him from behind and raised his sword over his head, but he quickly turned around and attacked with the thought that he needed to kill more imperial dogs. He looked away and froze in place. The guards surrounded him from all sides, and one of them asked how he dared to steal the treasure of the Empire. Let him surrender and give the manuscript. Looking around, Logan caught his breath and wondered if he was destined to die here. This thought made a grin appear on his face, and he threw the sword, saying that then he had no choice. He took out a blue sphere, and then squeezed it in his hands, and the color changed to red, after which streams of energy swirled around him, and he said with a smile that they would die here together. The bright light emanating from him made the guards freeze in place. They did not yet understand what would happen. After that, the light burst out and a loud bang was heard. Logan's life was filled with regrets. He existed for revenge. At least he was happy that he managed to beat up the Imperial dogs, but he couldn't get rid of his biggest regret even in death. He had to ask for forgiveness. Luckily, if he managed to meet his family in the afterlife, he would be able to apologize to everyone. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes widened. Just a second ago, he was in the void, and now he was lying on the bed. Letting out a loud sigh, he abruptly stood up and winced, feeling a sharp pain in the back of his head, and then thought, how is this possible if he died? The servant who heard his loud sigh from outside the room came inside and called out to him worriedly, asking if he was okay. MC looked at him confused and asked if he was Rick. The man was slightly surprised and confirmed his words, saying that he was his main servant. How is he feeling? Thinking about the fact that he died 30 years ago, he pointed his finger at him and asked why he was alive. His main servant shuddered at these words and ran to the door, shouting that it looked like he had a bad head injury. Let them call a doctor quickly. He grabbed some servant and told her to hurry, and the protagonist meanwhile turned his head towards the window and looked at the knight's training ground. He saw the emblems of his house on their shields and walls and wondered if he was dreaming all this. At that moment, something unexpected happened. The door creaked open and his younger brother entered the room, hesitantly asking if he was okay. Logan froze, hearing a familiar voice, and then turned his head towards him and questioningly said the name of his younger brother. Ronan guiltily looked away. His cold sweat on his body and clenched fists indicated that he was very nervous. MC thought he remembered this moment. It happened after their first duel. He lost to his brother, and when he came to visit him, he got very angry and drove him away, reminding him that he was just the offspring of a mistress. Despite all the insults, Ronan got used to following him everywhere, but after that day he stopped coming. Because of these memories, he suddenly grabbed his head and clenched his teeth, and his younger brother called out to him worriedly, and Rick said that the young master needed rest. Let him go back to himself. The protagonist replied that everything was fine. His servant looked at him in surprise and he, smiling tenderly, asked his younger brother to come up. Seeing the expression on his face, Ronan's fear disappeared and he approached him, and the main servant scratched his head in confusion, wondering what caused such a sharp change in his master's character. He left the room and left them alone, and Ronan apologized to his brother and said that he should have been more careful. Logan swung his legs off the bed and replied with a smile that it was really okay, he shouldn't apologize. He didn't do anything wrong, he should apologize. On the last word, his voice trembled and he suddenly lowered his head, covering his face with his hand. Seeing him trembling, Ronan became worried and said that he really should rest more. MC at this time thought that such a kind boy's life was taken away. He fought on the front lines under the kingdom's orders and died. He pursed his lips and then put his hands on his little brother's shoulders and stood up, asking him for forgiveness. He burst into tears and said that he was very guilty before him. After these words, he hugged his brother, and he asked why he was crying. But his older brother did not answer anymore and continued to hug him tightly, which made him cry himself. They stood and hugged for a while, after which Ronan, with eyes swollen from crying, came to the door and said with a smile that he would visit him again. Logan, with the same swollen eyes, waved his hand and told him to have a good rest. He saw him off with a smile, then turned to the window and frowned, thinking that if this was not a dream, and he really returned to the past, then he needed to change everything. He was pulled out of his thoughts by an unexpected visit from the maid, who worriedly called out to him. He turned around and looked at her in bewilderment, and she bowed to him and asked for forgiveness. He did not understand what was going on and asked what she was apologizing for. Rick ran into the room and with an awkward smile said that Maria disturbed his rest because he forgot to warn her. It seems she mixed up the rooms. He and the maid apologized to the young master, and he covered his face in shame, remembering that he treated the servants badly. He replied that everything was fine, she had done nothing wrong. Let them bring him a pen and paper. They both looked at him in surprise and already imagining all the horrors. Rick asked what he was going to do to Maria with a pen and paper. MC exclaimed that he should just take her away, and bring him what he asked for. After that, Rick brought him a pen and paper, and he sat down at the table and thanked him, saying that he could go, let no one come to him. Rick was very surprised and not believing his ears, asked, did he just thank him? Is he sure that everything is fine with him? Does his head hurt? The main character was already starting to get tired of these questions, and he shouted that he was fine, let him go. Rick pressed his hand to his chest and sighed in relief, said that he understood everything, and then left, wishing him a good rest. Finally left alone, Logan crossed his arms over his chest and sighed heavily. Rick's voice was heard behind the door, what Maria said, that he yelled at him, therefore he is healthy. Let her go back to work. Hearing this, MC covered his face with his hands and sighed heavily, thinking that he needs to be patient, these are all consequences of his own actions. Now it is much more important to write down what will happen in the future. A war against the Empire in 10 years, a disaster that will destroy not only his family, but an entire nation. His goal is to prevent this. But first there will be a vassal war, which will happen in a year. It will start suddenly and partially destroy his family, for which dark times will begin. He needs to prevent this, and for this he needs to talk to someone. After a while, he found himself at the door of his father's office and a servant knocked, saying that the first young gentleman had come to see him. Baron McLean, who was standing by the window, turned around and thought, is this Logan? A few minutes ago, when the main character was just walking to his office, all the servants around were scared by his appearance, and hurried to hide from his sight. One of the maids, who was carrying linen, staggered and fell right in front of his feet. She trembled with fear and thought, what should she do now? Why did she have to fall in front of the young gentleman? This is definitely the end. Logan extended his hand to her, and asked if she was hurt. She accepted his help and looked up at him, thanking him with a smile, but suddenly her eyes widened in horror. MC told her not to worry with a terrifying smile, and she screamed loudly in fear, then bowed her head and folded her hands in supplication, saying that she was very guilty, let him just have mercy on her. He was very surprised and asked what was the matter. Why did she suddenly scream? While she was collecting the laundry in horror, he scratched his head in confusion and thought that the sudden change in his character seemed strange to them. It will take time for them to get used to it. He can only wait and show that he has become different. He turned his gaze to the mirror on the wall and smiled with the thought that she could not have reacted like that because of his creepy smile. Or could she? Finally, he reached the door of the office and the servant told the Baron about the visit of his first son, and the protagonist at this time became nervous and remembered the events in the past. In his past life, he had resented his father for years after he had sent him away, and considered him a cold-hearted man who had given up hope for his son. He considered him a cruel father, heartlessly sending his own child away and not even stopping by to visit after he had passed out from an injury in an official duel. How stupid had he been to ever think that way about him before? He clenched his hand into a fist and walked inside, thinking that having to send his own son away would break any parent's heart. Once inside the office, he called out to his father with a smile and greeted him, saying that it was him, Logan. His father, Patrick McLean, turned around and said his son's name, and he looked at him with pitiful eyes and pursed his lips, thinking that he was truly sorry. His father said that he looked better than he expected, and then coldly asked why he had come. MC was a little surprised and thought that he expected this, but he really was distant. After all, it had been 20 years for him, and his father saw his face every day. He replied that he came because he wanted to ask permission to do some private training near the family cemetery. His father was interested and he wondered what it would take to win the regional war. The answer is simple: improve all the forces of the territory. Make the knights and guards more powerful, strengthen and create new weapons, and many other things. To do all this, he needs money. But in the Empire, McLean is known as a poor family, they simply do not have money. However, there is one way to instantly get it. Thanks to the events that will happen in 3 months, he will be able to get the amount of the family budget for a year. But for this, he needs to hone his fighting skills and gain the right to vote. Patrick asked if he wants to run away because he lost to his younger brother. He answered that it is not like that at all. He realized how far behind he was and, albeit late, he drew conclusions. His father said that it seemed like lack of perseverance was the only reason. In his opinion, he still hadn't come to his senses. MC thought it was only to be expected that he wouldn't believe him so easily. He replied that he understood that another problem was his behavior. Patrick shook his head and closed his eyes, saying that he was tired. All he ever did was talk. He turned back to the window and told him to leave, and Logan raised his voice and said that all this time, instead of admitting his flaws, he took out his anger on others and was also incredibly stupid and childish. This training, among other things, will help him take control of himself. Let him give him his permission. After listening to him, Patrick said that this time his words didn't sound like a far-fetched truth. How long was he planning on training? He replied that about 3 months. His father asked if he thought that was enough to catch up with his younger brother. He replied that his goal was not to defeat him. He set a short time limit to simply get the most out of it. After saying these words, his father smiled slightly and said that he had indeed changed a little. He agreed he would allow him to train. The protagonist smiled and thanked him, and when he was about to leave, his father called out to him and said that it was already spring, but the ground was still too cold to sleep on. He should try not to freeze. Logan smiled and replied that he understood everything. A few days later, he came to the training ground and threw his backpack with the sword on the ground, saying that only immediate family members were allowed here, so no one would bother him. Moreover, there was enough space for solo training. Besides, he couldn't let others see his training methods yet. He took out a book from his backpack and looked at it with a smile, thinking that this was the secret of the divine sword. In his past life, he memorized it and burned this manuscript so that it would not fall into the hands of the Empire. The book originally had a golden falcon on the cover, and the contents described the secrets passed down by an ancient hero who defeated an evil dragon that ruled the world. He encrypted the book using the secret code of the Independent Army so that no one could read it. He can't believe that he has to rewrite everything again. If the book is not a lie, after he masters what it says, the aura masters of the Empire, and even archmages will no longer be scary to him. In his past life, his advanced age and lack of talent prevented this, but now he had a chance. He clenched his hand into a fist and was enveloped in a golden aura. The life energy that changes the body is called strength. This is the basis of the secrets of the divine sword. He must concentrate this power in the heart and create a core. This is not an easy task for a person with average abilities, and in the past, he would have already broken at this stage, but as expected, after returning to the past, he felt as if his power was working to its fullest. Now, 3 days and nights of hard work will be enough to do it. But suddenly something happened that he did not expect at all. Feeling the changes, he suddenly opened his eyes and thought, has the core already been created? He saw a bright cloud of energy on his chest and felt it move into his heart. He thought that while the core was being formed, an extremely dense energy had dripped out, which the body had absorbed like rain in the earth after a long drought. He was very happy and clenched his hand into a fist, then picked up the sword and decided to check the contents of the secret manuscript. Putting his foot on the ground, he split it, and then concentrated and, making a light swing, split the stone in front of him and was very happy. His physique and feelings completely changed. They adapted to the need to master the sword. He had no idea why the core of power was created so quickly, but at this rate, in 3 months he would become significantly stronger. He decided to continue training and began to hone his mastery of the sword. Day after day passed in this way. Returning to this place again in the morning, he stopped in front of a tall tree with the thought that today was the last day of training. Of the 10 sword techniques recorded in the secret manuscript, the one that transcends space and time is the space-time slash. He raised his sword above his head and took a stance, thinking that with a single 1-star core, he could reproduce the technique. His blade and body were enveloped in a golden aura, and he thought with a confident look that he would definitely succeed. He swung his sword from top to bottom, releasing a slashing wave forward, which grew into a wavy split. When the shockwave collided with the tree trunk, a loud sound was heard, dust rose. The leaves fell, and MC caught his breath and fell to the ground. He raised his head and laughed loudly, seeing that the tree trunk was cut in half. He laughed even harder out of joy, and thought that this power exceeded his expectations. A beginner would not be able to master such a technique. He looked at his shaking hands and thought that even though he had spent his strength after the first blow, it was nice to have an ace up his sleeve. He had achieved the goal of his training, and could proudly report the results to his father. But before the visit, he would need to wash himself thoroughly. After a while, When he went to see his father, for some reason he was not allowed in. The knight grinned and apologized to him, saying that the lord could not see him. So let him go. Logan asked why. Was his father unwell? He replied that the family law said that even direct relatives could not meet with the master of the house without prior notice. Had he forgotten? Rick worriedly whispered to the young master that these laws were already a couple of 100 years old. He replied that he had met with him 3 months ago without any problems. The knight smiled and said that this only meant that the guard had not done his job. The protagonist thought it was strange, this had not happened in his past life. At this moment, the words of the other guards reached his ear, saying that this knight seemed to be losing his temper with him. He thought the sound was coming from the house. It seemed like the power had made his hearing sharper. The guard said that no matter what, he was still the first master. He was a coward who ran away after his younger brother lost. The knight realized that he couldn't even utter a peep in response. His comrade agreed and said that if anything went wrong, he would fix it. Hearing this, MC thought that his reputation had hit rock bottom while he was training. Even the knights of his own family were making fun of him. The knight at this time said that next time he should come when he was given permission in advance. MC sighed tiredly, thinking that this was unpleasant. Of course he planned to show off how he had changed and gradually improve his reputation, but there was no other choice. He reached his hand under his vest and ordered the knight to say his name, and he thought, what is he reaching for? He replied that his name was Dominion, and Logan, closing his eyes and nodding slightly, said that he was preventing him from meeting his father, citing a family law that had practically outlived its usefulness. And he had also humiliated him with his insolent behavior. Rick became agitated and called out to the young master, and the knight became nervous and thought, what the hell? Did he suddenly decide to use his authority? MC said his name, and throwing his gloves in his face, said discontentedly that for an unfair insult he was challenging him to a fight. They must have a duel. The other guards were very surprised by his words and exclaimed, what was he saying? Logan at this time smirked and asked why he was silent. Was he really scared? The head servant became very agitated and began to nervously look around, and his master asked if he really tucked his tail between his legs in fear at the sight of the coward that gossip called him. He guessed his best years were behind him. These words angered the knight, and he, removing the gloves from his face, clenched them in a fist and gritting his teeth, replied that he accepted the fight. After that, they moved to the training ground and armed themselves with wooden swords. One of the guards asked, will the young master fight the knight? His comrade answered with a smile that he would lose. It was not even up for discussion. He saw how his younger brother defeated him, right? They say that after that he hid for 3 months so as not to catch their eye. How long can this coward last? The guard said that he bet 50 gold that he would not last 10 minutes. His comrade said that he bet on 5 minutes. MC at this time heard all this perfectly well and thought, does no one believe in his victory? Dominion said that he looks relaxed, let him take care of himself. Barely containing his rage, he gritted his teeth, and Logan smirked and thought, he had the nerve to agree to fight him, but to say nasty things in front of other knights is too much of a coward. His servant at this time thought that in the end the young master still went to the duel with him. From worries, he held his breath and smiled nervously, thinking that they were finished. The maid standing next to him exclaimed in fear that Rick had stopped breathing, and the participants of the duel at this time approached each other, and the referee said that the official duel between Logan McLean and Sir Dominion began. For safety reasons, the fight will be conducted with wooden swords. Before continuing, he turned his gaze to the young master, and seeing that he nodded to him, he became nervous and thought, should he really continue? The young master is very stubborn, he has no choice. They were already given wooden weapons, but knights mainly use force, so even with this they can kill a person. He raised his hand, thinking that whatever happened here, it was not his responsibility. For heaven's sake, let Sir Dominion go easy on him. After that, he waved his hand, announcing the start of the fight, and the duelists increased the distance between them and prepared to attack. Dominion took a stable position and enveloped his body in an aura, which made one of the guards surprised and exclaimed, is he going to use force? His comrade smirked and asked, is he using this against a normal person? Is he really going to go all out? Rick at this time began to bite his nails and asked, is this not cheating? If the young master gets hit, it will be bad. The judge asked Sir Dominion to go easy on him, and MC thought that this might scare someone who doesn't know any better, but he is clumsy with force. This comes from his lack of control. He told his opponent that he could see that he was on edge. Did something upset him? The knight gritted his teeth at these words and thought, Did he say that his best years were behind him? Time goes by, juniors rise in ranks. At 40 years old, he was the weakest in the Knight Order and was planning to retire. He was just minding his own business while waiting for retirement, but then this kid showed up with these words. Why does someone like him dare to say such things? With these thoughts, he rushed to attack and Rick pounced on the knight standing next to him, terrified, asking him to stop. The young master would die after all. The judge replied that he himself agreed. What can they do here? Dominion at this time pushed off the ground and jumped, thinking that he had already decided to retire anyway, so he would finish him off with a secret technique. He raised his sword over his head, and Logan, despite the rapid advance of his opponent, stood his ground confidently. As soon as the right moment came, he slightly stepped aside and used the great triple kill technique, quickly bringing down the opponent's sword with his weapon. From the outside, it seemed like a light touch, but judging by Dominion's face distorted from the effort, it was exactly the opposite. His wooden sword fell to the ground and he himself knelt down, and MC, enveloped in an aura, calmed his energy and said that he called himself a knight. But is this really his maximum? The other knights and servants around were very surprised to see such an unexpected outcome of the fight. Dominion at this time continued to sit on his knees, comprehending what happened, and his comrades exclaimed that this was unbelievable, and they did not even have time to follow his movements. The first young master to use force? Logan called out to the judge, and the knight ran up to him, after which he said that he wanted to give Dominion a second chance. What will he say to this? He agreed and walked up to the knight, asking if he was okay. Dominion didn't react to him at all and looked at his shaking hand, wondering what the hell happened. Was he weaker than this kid? Not going to accept it, he used his strength again and raised his sword, yelling that this couldn't be happening. MC thought he was angry and pushing himself too hard. He swung his sword, then countered his attack with a blow of his sword and replied that this could very well be happening. His blow caused the knight's nose to bleed and he lost his balance, falling to the ground. The protagonist grimaced in disgust and thought that he even gave him a second chance, but it was time for him to tuck his tail between his legs. The defeated knight grabbed his face and became very upset, then turned to the young master and said that he admitted defeat. But before he could say the last word, Logan slapped him across the face, causing him to fall again. He thought he had shown enough mercy to the vassal who tried to rebel against his lord. Now it was time for him to get what he deserved. Pursing his lips in anger, he glanced at the knight, then swung his sword and began to beat him while he writhed in pain and begged him to stop. The servant began to bite his fingers in horror and said that this was so cruel, and Rick asked if someone could stop him. The other knights were very surprised at this time, and one of them asked, "Is this really their young master? How could he change so much in 3 months?" And he was able to not only awaken the power, but even completely change his sword technique. It was as if he had been a swordsman for several decades. MC finally finished punishing the knight and lowered his hands, after which the judge announced that Logan McLean had won. After that he met with his father, who said that it was impressive. It looks like he has awakened. What happened during training? Logan thought, was he watching them? He replied that he had gotten rid of self-interest and was ready to let go of the past. While working with his thinking, at some point he felt how power began to fill him. It was incredible. He thought that in his past life, this is exactly how he felt. It was only after he refused to take revenge on his family that he gained power. He barely managed to awaken after 40 years. Patrick said that he had come to understand, he really had changed. But the first thing he did after gaining understanding was attack the knight. He turned around and gave his son a displeased look, and he replied that he deserved it. He had heard the whole story from the guards, right? He confirmed his words and said that he would still ask. Was there any need to go so far? He answered with confidence that there was. His father sighed in surprise and asked, "Is this true?" He replied that the man was trying to deceive his master's son and make a fool of him. If he had not stopped it, he would have undermined the discipline in their house. He thought that hierarchy was the pillar that kept the whole structure functioning. If it started to shake, the balance would be upset. Besides, after 10 years of living as a mercenary, he realized that when it came to armed men, willfulness had to be nipped in the bud. Today's incident would serve as a lesson to the other knights. Upon hearing his answer, his father said that the Dominion had definitely made a big mistake. He had forgotten his duties and was trying to fool him. But he had overdone it, so he should try to control himself in the future. MC was surprised that he had forgiven him so easily, and Patrick, noticing this, asked if he wanted to be punished. His son waved his hands excitedly, replying that this was not the case at all, after which Patrick said that he did not think what he had done was right, so he should not make such mistakes again. He was not allowed to do anything like that without his permission. He still had not officially received his rank. Logan replied that he had remembered that. His father said that he should know something else. His fiancée, Rena, would be visiting them soon. Upon hearing this news, the protagonist was very surprised and his jaw trembled with anticipation. He was delighted and thought with a smile that his milk cow would finally arrive. Soon a carriage arrived at their estate, from which a girl got out. The guards reported that Lady Rena Wolves had arrived, and she entered the estate under the admiring glances of the servants and knights. One of them even said that the young gentleman was very lucky. Stopping at the stairs, she greeted Lord McLean, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. A smile lit up her face, and she asked if he was doing well. The Baron laughed, and said that she had become a real lady. Rick at this time looked at her with admiration and thought that he had seen her in childhood. She had grown up to be a real beauty. He looked at the young gentleman, and seeing his gloomy face, he thought, what's wrong with this guy who should be the happiest of all? Lady Rena took the scroll from the servant's hands and said that she would now read out the letter that the Count had entrusted to her. At the beginning of the letter, the Count addressed Lord Patrick McLean as a dear friend, and then a long reading of pleasantries began. Half an hour later, the knights were already tired of listening to this, and she, finally moving on to the end of the letter, read out that due to unavoidable circumstances, he, Kieran Wolves, asked to dissolve the engagement. The lady handed the letter back to the servant, and said that that was all. There was silence in the hall for a few minutes, and MC thought that he was beating around the bush. But in fact he meant that he thought that Patrick McLean would become an aura user, but he has been at the level of a high-ranking knight for 20 years. To be honest, his son is even worse. Why would they lower their standards and team up with him? So they need to break up. That's what he really wanted to say. Finally, his father spoke up and asked in a rage, by breaking off the engagement without a proper reason, was House Wolves trying to insult them? The knights became very nervous, noticing their lord's mood, and Rena said with an innocent look that it was not so. She guessed that he would take it that way, so she asked to be allowed to deliver the message personally to settle any misunderstandings. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she said that the memories of how she spent an entire year with them as a child still lingered in her mind. The moments created with young Lord Logan in this beautiful and serene place, her young mind kept as treasures. She had no desire to forget them. But she was bound to her family, so she was obliged to follow the instructions. She thought it would be best to apologize to him and young Master Logan in person. The maids melted at her kindness and began to cry themselves, saying that her heart was as beautiful as her appearance. Quiet sobs were heard in the hall, and Logan smiled nervously, cursing in his mind. The Baron's wife, Marion Kiros, asked with displeasure, so what was the reason? She wanted to hear about these inevitable circumstances. Rena looked up at her with tear-stained eyes and remained silent, and MC looked at his stepmother and thought that she was Ronian's biological mother. She had long considered him an enemy because of the issue of succession, and therefore, as he thought, she would not interfere. However, the honor of the family was a different matter. Rena lowered her gaze and apologized, saying that she could not tell her anything, since she herself did not know the reason. Marion asked, did she not know the details regarding her marriages? She sadly replied that she was destined to marry and become part of another family. Her father does not discuss important decisions with her. Marjan asked sternly, so she came to tell them about the breakup of the engagement without knowing the reason? She thinks that's how they should take it. Rena became nervous and said that in exchange, their house intends to pay 3 million gold as compensation. Hearing this, the financial manager of the McLean house named Dwayne Filsner lit up with anticipation, and the protagonist smirked and thought that everything was going well. Now if he could get this money, then. Suddenly, his father asked loudly in rage, how dare they? His words made the estate shake, and one of the knights said that he was too strong, and Rena was scared. Her knight asked her to stand behind him and loudly said that he, Rockfern, a knight of the Wolves' House, was summoning him. He asked him to calm down and continue the conversation. The Baron asked, so he is a high-ranking knight like him? That is impressive for his age. He believes that wounding the rising star of House Wolves will serve as a fair exchange for the humiliation of the dignity of House McLean. These words made the knight nervous and closed his eyes, gathering courage, after which he said that the head of their house calls him a man of honor. He also said that he will not persecute the young lady and the younger knight. Rena said that they are not trying to buy honor with money. She asked to accept this money as a sign of a sincere attempt to maintain the friendship between their houses, despite the upcoming public criticism due to the inevitable circumstances. Patrick gritted his teeth in rage and thought that if he continued to press, he would become a selfless man. Is this what Karen wanted by sending 2 children here? He calmed down slightly and said that a guest is a guest, even if he brings bad news. House McLean will not oppress them. Lady Rena breathed a sigh of relief, and the Baron continued, saying that they would not accept Wolf's offer either, and would ask for only one thing in exchange for breaking off the engagement. Let Rena send Wolves to politely apologize to his son. He would not accept any other compensation. The knights were delighted and said that this was to be expected from their master, that was what aristocrats should be. But Logan disagreed. He raised his hand and turned to his father, saying that as a man worried about the break in the engagement, he had one request to make. He smiled nervously and asked him to listen to him, and then thought that they needed money. He was going to let them just apologize. This was insane. 3 million was their house's annual budget. Besides, half of the amount came from his stepmother's family as aid. As soon as this aid was stopped, they would go bankrupt. What would happen then? He didn't understand what he was doing. They have to get that 3 million at any cost. He said that he would like to accept their offer. His father got angry and exclaimed, "Is he trying to make him go back on his word?" His shouting made the protagonist feel uneasy, and he felt a lot of pressure. Although he doesn't have an aura, he is a high-ranking knight. It's a pity that compared to others, it's a trifle. If he can't settle everything now, he won't be able to move forward any further. His father said that their house isn't so poor that they would give up their honor for money. MC took a deep breath, then straightened up and retorted, saying that their house is indeed poor. Right now, they owe the bank 3 million, and the annual interest is 150,000. Without Kiran's support, they will go bankrupt. His father and stepmother were very surprised by his words, and he added that they will become a great house of the poor, and it will be the end for them. He wanted to say that, but since this is an official meeting, he will have to hold back. He told his father that the reason they should accept the 3 million was precisely because of honor. Patrick asked, was that why he wanted him to go back on his word? His son apologized to him and said that House Wolves was superior to them, and the Earl ruled the East. And although his forces were located there, they did not serve him. He was afraid that a simple apology would lead to the spread of rumors that they were trying to please them. The servants began to whisper and Rena intervened, saying that her family was reasonable. They had great respect for the honor of House McLean. Logan turned his gaze to her and said that she had come to break off an engagement, and yet she continued to talk about reasonableness. She should not make a fool of herself. These words curbed her, and she fell silent. In his past life, Logan believed that she was sincerely saddened by the inevitable breakup, but before that happened, she called him into the room for one last time together. She thanked him for coming and turned to him with a smile, saying that today they were parting, but she wanted to create one last memory with him. He had been too enchanted by her back then. His life as a young master had been ruined, and the decision to risk everything for the sake of the woman he loved by escaping seemed best to him. He was about to offer it to her, but she suddenly took out a knife and lifted the hem of her dress. He called out to her with concern and confusion, and then the knife cut the fabric and he was momentarily confused, but quickly pulled himself together and took out his sword, throwing the knife away. Holding the torn dress to her chest, Rena asked with a smile, could someone like him own her? Let him finally understand where his place is and get away. He had lost to a boy. Why did he even need a sword? He himself had made her task easier, so she was grateful to him for that. He asked, what was she talking about? She did not answer and screamed loudly, after which a knight burst into the room and she burst into tears, saying that young Master Logan began to behave aggressively. At that moment, the protagonist realized that she had caught him. He was guilty of many offenses. The family no longer trusted him. As a result, his family had to apologize to Wolves and pay a huge compensation. Because of this vile girl, he could no longer trust women. He is sure that this time she planned to profit from them and leave, having achieved a break in the engagement. What a pity that now she will not succeed. At first, he planned to change his reputation in the family. It seemed to him that if he slowly showed himself from a new side, this would convince people about him, and one day the family would also reconsider their attitude towards him. These were his thoughts, but the fight with Dominion made him understand that the guards turned a blind eye to the fact that they clearly showed disrespect to him. And during his absence, many rumors began to spread. Is it possible to influence your family by gaining recognition from people like you? There are 9 months left until the regional war. His reputation is not important now. Having made a decision, he squeezed the railing and thought that he must save his family. He turned to Lady Rena and said that he accepted her offer of compensation, despite the wishes of the family. She was very surprised by his answer, and his father called out to him in displeasure, asking how he dared to contradict his will. His son replied that empty apologies did not suit him. If their honor was worth only a few words that would dissolve in thin air, then her value was just as weightless. Lady Rena gritted her teeth, clearly not wanting such an outcome, and after a short pause said that they, House Wolves, would submit to the will of the Lord, the Master of House McLean. She turned to Lord Patrick McLean and asked what his final decision was. She turned an upset look to Logan, and he thought that she was saying this to save her father's reputation. She was probably bursting with the thought of having to pay $3 million. The Baron said that as a representative of the McLean house, a sincere apology was enough for him. The guards became nervous, and he continued, saying that, however, his son made the final decision. His wife called out to him indignantly, and after that, a hum of voices was heard in the hall discussing their master's decision. Rena gritted her teeth, realizing that in the end, the young master would choose compensation. His father, meanwhile, told him to be careful. If he sold his honor, then in the future he would be more willing to agree to such an exchange. He looked at him with a serious look, and Logan mentally apologized to him. Unfortunately, he could not give in. After that, he said that as a person who suffered from a broken engagement, he would accept money from the Wolves' house as compensation. Marion grinned, and Rin's face turned red with anger. After hearing his son's answer, Patrick was disappointed and said that he thought he had changed a little, but it turned out that it was for the worse. It was his own fault, since he had not explained to him the true value of honor. The protagonist hung his head guiltily and told him in his thoughts that he was doing this for the good of their family. After a while, he received the money and, looking at the chest filled with gold, thought that he finally had these 3 million gold pieces. He needed to calm down. He couldn't be too excited. First, he would put this money in the bank. Someone knocked on the door, and he, thinking it was Rick, told him to come in. But contrary to his expectations, Dwayne entered the room and asked him for forgiveness. Logan was slightly surprised by his visit and asked for his name, and he smiled and put his hand to his chest and greeted him. The protagonist thought that he was the financial manager and his father's most trusted person. In other words, he didn't just come to him with a smile. What does he need? He frowned slightly and looked at him suspiciously, and he, feeling that look, became nervous and thought that now he would face the greatest difficulty in his life. As the financial manager of McLean, he had to cut the budget for the entire castle. People constantly came to him with complaints about the servants running out of supplies for the winter, and the guards needed new weapons. Previously, he was forced to make up for the lack of money by begging his father-in-law for help. Is he the financial manager or the leader of the poor? If this were not his hometown, he would have quit long ago. But now he had a chance to settle the situation at least for a couple of years. His opponent is a stupid child. From his perspective, Logan now looks like a little fool, sniveling, and he will take advantage of his immature mind to make him share the money. He went ahead with his plan and laughed, saying that he just dropped by to say hello. He really surprised him yesterday. Logan didn't react at all, and he said that he stood his ground. Don't pay any attention to the unreasonable pressure on him. He waved his hands, giving him a thumbs up, and said with a smile that he was literally shocked by what an heir McLean was raising. He thought, how does he like his flattery? Before, he did nothing but stupid things. Surely he was the first one to praise him. Let him open his heart and wallet to him. Surprised by his behavior, MC slightly tilted his head to the side and asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Dwayne was clearly unprepared for this reaction and cleared his throat, saying that in their difficult times, 3 million gold was like rain in a drought. His ingenuity would allow the family to breathe a sigh of relief. He asked why. The money was his. Although the finance manager looked friendly, sparks were burning inside him. He expected this outcome, but it was worth a try. This brat got all the money into his own hands and was going to spend it all on himself? He clenched his fist in rage and mentally told himself to calm down. He needed to remember his 20 years as McLean's finance manager. Then he begged Viscount Kiros on his knees for help. He was used to humiliating himself. Now the situation was the same. His body trembled and he burst into tears, covering his face with his hand, and Logan, noticing this, asked, "Is it that bad?" Hearing this, Dwayne realized that this was his chance and immediately stopped crying, saying that he did not know if he knew, but they owed Cooper Bank $3 million. The annual interest alone would amount to. Logan beat him to it and said that the interest would be 150,000 gold, and Dwayne looked at him in surprise, asking, did he know that? The protagonist put his hand on his belt and said that it was harvest time now, they would be able to pay the interest. The man was surprised and thought, how did he know so much? He laughed and nervously said that, as a rule, running a barony requires money, and they were always short of it, and if he could help a little, it would be wonderful. The young gentleman shook his head from side to side and apologized to him, answering with a refusal. He asked in surprise why. He thought he had opposed his father for the good of the barony. He confirmed his words, and Dwayne, disappointed, wanted to say something else, but only now did he comprehend the young gentleman's answer and asked in surprise, did he agree? He replied that he would use the money for the good of the family, not to cover current expenses. He needed to think about the future. The chief financier got angry and thought that it was as if he already knew. Let him just give the money to him. The MC asked if he paid off the debts, how would that change the family's situation overall? The financier replied that their budget would increase, and it would be easier to manage the castle for the next couple of years. They would have a chance to breathe a sigh of relief. The young master asked, and then? Dwayne looked at him in surprise, not knowing how to answer, and he asked, they would be stuck in debt again, right? They didn't even have any special items to sell. It was a vicious cycle that he wanted to break. The money would go towards his plan. Not knowing what to say, the financier looked at him in surprise and wondered if this was really the bully he knew. He imagined him as a kid who didn't care about the family's problems. The protagonist said that he had a favor to ask. If he does him a favor, he can help cover some of the family expenses. Dwayne became interested and asked what the request was. Logan smirked and replied that he needed him to gather some mercenaries. After a while, he began to pack his backpack for the road, and Rick asked if he was really leaving. After adjusting his armor, Logan confirmed his words and he asked what was happening to him. After all, he had just returned from solo training. The protagonist thought for a second and replied that he had to earn money. The head servant exclaimed, doesn't he have enough money? MC took the backpack from the bed and replied that he needed much more. Rick became worried and said that he was sure the Lord would be against it. The atmosphere in the castle was too tense. The protagonist agreed with him and said that that's why he would leave secretly. Hearing this, Rick became even more worried and exclaimed, what does this mean? Logan covered his ears and told him to shut up, thinking that if he couldn't influence his reputation now, then he wouldn't be able to change anything else. He needs to organize an army outside. Luckily, he knows what's going on there now, because that's when he was kicked out of the house. First, he needs to check on that man. Rick exclaimed, what the hell is he thinking? What other escape at his age? The protagonist put the backpack on his back and said that he was terribly persistent. The servant lay down on the floor in despair and exclaimed, what should he do if he escapes? He will have to go through him. Logan sighed tiredly and raised his foot above his head, already going to step on him, but he got scared and asked him to wait. The protagonist smiled and told him not to worry, he left a letter for his father. No one would blame him. The chief servant calmed down a little and asked what he wrote. His master only answered him with a smile, and after a while he himself learned the content of the letter. Sitting in the Baron's office in this tense silence, he became very nervous and saw how his master was literally burning with rage. Patrick clutched the letter from his son in his hands, saying that the break in the engagement had broken his heart. He had decided to leave for a while, and would be back soon. It seemed that such a short letter made him even angrier, and he shouted his son's name to the whole area, and the chief servant began to cry and mentally asked this man to return quickly. 200 years ago, House McLean was not in the situation it was in now. A vast and extensive county, stretching from the neighboring Viscounty of Tesron to the Viscounties of Sylvan Perrin and the plains of Bifrons, was revered as the ruler and master of the southern part of the Kingdom of Grandia. But the fruitless reign of 3 generations before the current Lord Patrick McLean led to his family's demotion in rank and a significant reduction in the territory under its control. The vast grain holdings that were once called the McLean Plains were given to a powerful vassal, and the fertile lands were divided among various farmers. The place where McLean ended up was a hard, dry land near the southern mountains. There were no worthwhile regional products there, nor were there any copper mines typical of the mountainous terrain. In such conditions, even if they won the regional war, they would have to forever turn to Kairos for help. It would take a lot of money to break the vicious circle. Much more than 3 million. Here, in the greatest trading city of the Kingdom of Grandia, Kyle, There was someone who could give that money. Walking through the streets of the city, the protagonist found himself on a shopping street where every seller was calling out to customers. The road here reminded him of how far away McLean was. If he was not mistaken, that man spent his youth in Kyle. Residents say that the gold beetle Philip Cloud lives somewhere around here. The Ares Empire is the strongest nation on the continent, a powerful centralized government that operates on a merit system. Regardless of gender or age, a person with talent can succeed here and enjoy power and wealth. Even foreigners have such rights. A great example of this is Philip Cloud from the Kingdom of Grandia. He is one of the richest merchants influencing the empire, and the greatest military merchant, who is considered a traitor to the kingdom. However, in reality, despite his nickname the Gold Bug, he supports his countrymen and uses money and power to make Grandia a sovereign state. Logan noticed a skinny man on the street, sitting on the ground with a dejected look. He thought, "Is this man that guy?" Philip was very upset. He looked at the floor and muttered, "How could those bastards deceive him like that? What is he supposed to live on now?" He grabbed his head and MC thought that he heard. His business failed because of deception. A sad sight, however. Philip asked, maybe he should just die. MC came closer to him and cleared his throat, smiling and asking, "Is he Philip Cloud?" The guy looked up at him and confirmed his words, asking, "Who is he?" He looked closely at the stranger and noticed that he had red hair and eyes, a strong-willed look. The main character grinned and said that it was good that he found him. Will he have time to talk? Philip got nervous and stepped back, thinking, who is he? Do they know each other? In Logan's gaze, he immediately saw something that he had encountered many times as a businessman: greed. Judging by the time he came and his old armor, he was probably a mercenary. He was very worried, and when Logan wanted to say something, he interrupted him, exclaiming that now was not the time to pay off the debt. He would receive the proceeds from the sale of commercial property in 3 days, so let him come then. MC replied that he had not come to collect the debt, and Philip, like the most formidable chihuahua in the world, shouted that he had said that he had not received the proceeds yet, so let him go. He was out of breath from anger, and MC remained silent, and he mentally asked him to leave. Logan smiled and asked him to calm down. He did not come for the money, but he himself wanted to invest. These words surprised him, and he clarified, he wants to invest in him? Having heard the confirmation of his words, he looked at him in surprise and thought that it turns out that he did not come for the debt. What a madman. He clenched his fist and thought that he really was crazy to invest in someone who had completely failed. But what if it was true? He narrowed his eyes slightly and asked how much he could give him. Logan asked how much he needed. He thought it would be enough to cover his debts and return to Kyle. Hearing this, Philip began to sweat with excitement and was already drooling, thinking, is this true? But suddenly his admiring eyes fell on his armor, and he thought that he was really dirty. Did he really come from far away? Through the dirt, he noticed an emblem on the armor, and his face immediately became disappointed. MC asked, so how much does he need? He will try to help. Philip got really angry and said that he was a little idiot. The protagonist froze in confusion, and the guy pointed his finger at him and said that if he wanted to deceive him, he should have prepared better. He is the same as the others. He is not an investor. He pointed at the emblem on his chest plate and asked, isn't that the symbol of the southeastern barony of McLean? They're a poor family asking their father-in-law for help. What other investment when his master can't pay his debts? If he gets caught posing as a nobleman, he'll lose his head. He's picked on the wrong guy. His body began to shake and he grabbed Logan by the shoulders, began to shake him and shout that he was completely bankrupt. Did he get it? MC thought that even at rock bottom, he still had his wits about him. As expected from a future tycoon. Philip started crying again, saying that he didn't even have money for food, and MC wondered how he could calm him down. Suddenly an idea came to him, and he asked him to look at it. Philip turned around and exclaimed, what again? Is he trying to fool him again? But seeing the energy above his palm, he stopped mid-sentence and asked in surprise, was he imagining things? Did he think he had awakened the power at such a young age? And such a genius was trying to trick him? There was hardly an idiot who would decide to ruin his own bright future. He awkwardly scratched the back of his head and asked him for forgiveness with a smile. So many troubles had happened to him that he began to react sharply to everything. Can he repeat what business he had with him? Logan sighed, and after a short pause said that he wanted to hire him forever and would pay off his debt as a bonus. Philip didn't believe him and said that the McLean house didn't have that kind of money. MC threw a bag of gold coins at his feet and asked how much he owed. He replied that it was about 250,000. MC unzipped his backpack and said that he would give him the entire amount and pay the same amount for it. He would even add 50,000 as a bonus. Philip's face was illuminated by the light of gold coins and Logan asked, would 300,000 suit him? A total of 550,000 zlotys. He would pay everything at once. The guy was very surprised and looked at him with delight, thinking, was he really an angel? After that, he signed a contract with him and blood and magical energy swirled around them, and the girl magician clapped her hands and said that the contract was signed. Now, if a subordinate tries to deliberately harm the owner, he will feel terrible pain, as if his soul is being torn apart. If this does not suit him, then let him awaken the power and become at least a high-ranking knight, or pay a magician of the 4th circle and above to remove the curse. Hearing about the terrible pain, Philip was horrified, and after that he and Logan left the magic shop and the girl asked them to come again. Still not believing what had happened, he thought, did he sign his own death sentence? And he also thought that he was an angel. He was definitely crazy, and he made an expensive magic contract to make him his slave. But for the price of it, you could buy 30 slaves. MC smiled and said that they first met, so they can't trust each other, right? Since he is investing, he needs a guarantee. Philip pursed his lips and tears appeared in his eyes, and MC looked at him with a smile and extended his hand, saying that when they get to know each other better, he will break the contract. They need to work hard. The guy thought that this was some kind of nonsense. He did not specify any terms or conditions, but he has no choice but to trust him. They shook hands and he asked what he would have to do. Logan replied that he would first need to buy monster meat. Philip pulled his hand back and smirked, saying that he really was crazy. Logan said that he said out loud what he thought. He looked away and sighed, thinking that he could understand his confusion. The monster's blood and meat contain poison, so they burn it. But in a couple of years, the situation will change dramatically when it becomes known that it is possible to neutralize the poison with ordinary ingredients. In some areas with a shortage of food, people will begin to eat monster meat, and already in winter, the number of those cured of incapacity will increase among them. Eating monster meat will lead to the appearance of Kalok. Even those who have become sterile will see the effect. A year after the Imperial Magic Tower confirms this, Kalok will disappear from the shelves across the continent. And all because it will have a good effect on male potency. So he will be able to make many times more money from 3 million. While he was anticipating this, Philip followed him and suddenly wondered if maybe he should run away. After that, they stopped at a nearby tavern for a drink and he exclaimed, 1 million? Is he crazy? Who would spend a whole 1 million on monster meat? The other customers turned their attention to them and MC asked him to tone it down. They would make money even if he bought more. Philip replied that he was against it. But he was confident in his decision, right? He confirmed his words and he asked what he thought the price range for the meat was. He replied that it wasn't really worth anything right now. Everyone was just burning it because there were no buyers. So if they just ordered corpses from someone, it would cost them around 200 gold including the kingdom's transportation fees. And if they brought a lot of meat at once, it would be even cheaper due to transportation. His subordinate sighed and said that it was a bit expensive. He even took the transportation fee into account. He asked displeasedly, is that a mistake? He replied that it was not, he had estimated the price correctly. But with a budget of 1 million, he plans to hire a guild to hunt and then buy the prey? Logan confirmed his words and asked what was wrong. Philip tapped his finger on the table and said that this was completely the wrong approach. Everyone throws away monster meat these days, right? So buying it out will be enough. There are plenty of mercenaries who are willing to bring and sell anything for a coin. If they see someone else trying to get rid of meat, they will simply buy it for him. He is sure that if he just asks, they will bring all the meat in the kingdom to his feet. He smirked and added that they will also cut it up. Logan liked this offer, and he was surprised to think that he had already recouped his costs for it. He is an amazing person. Philip's face darkened and he said that from now on he will do financial planning, since right now his fate depends on him. The protagonist was forced to agree and remained silent, and then suddenly remembered something and told him to stay in Kale for now and buy this in large quantities. He handed him a list and he asked, cartridges made from ironwood growing in the southern mountains of the Empire, springs and glue? He wants to create toys to sell? MC replied with a smile, that's something better. He thought that he couldn't tell him yet that all this was raw material for weapons of war. In his past life, weapons made from these materials were used to invade the kingdom of Grandia. Even a pathetic soldier with the help of it was able to keep a knight under control. He entrusted Dwayne to recruit mercenaries to whom he would give these weapons so that they would gain an advantage in the regional war. But first, he needed to find a craftsman to make it and an instructor to teach them how to use it. 2 days later, he arrived in the mercenary city of Harun and met with an A-rank mercenary named Kaisalin with an offer to hire him as an instructor. Kaisalin apologized to him and said he had never done anything like this before. Logan replied that it wouldn't be difficult. He just has to train the C-rank mercenaries he hired. The man scratched his head in confusion and said that he didn't know what they told him about him, but he only supervised a couple of kids. He should better turn to professional teachers. The protagonist looked at him with a smile and thought that he worked with him in his past life, so he himself knows everything. He can master any weapon and has excellent horse riding skills. Moreover, his value will increase after he starts working as an instructor. After all, the mercenary squad he raised after he was seriously injured and his skills after retiring are unmatched. But right now, it seems like he is not in the best mood. He should offer him money. He said that he will pay 4,000 zlotys for it. Hearing such an amount, Kaisalin was very surprised and pursed his lips, thinking that an A-rank mercenary can earn 2,000 in a month at most, and he is offering twice as much? But he can't fall for that. He shook his head and replied that he has really never worked as an instructor. MC didn't let him finish and asked, "Is that not enough?" Then he offers 6,000. The mercenary turned away from him and said that he prefers missions where he has to fight. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest and asked in confusion, "Is that true?" It seems like he has no choice. He looked at him with a confident look and offered him 7,000. Kaisalin's ear twitched, catching his words, and then he slammed his fist on the wall and exclaimed, "Didn't he hear him? He thinks he can buy anything?" Logan didn't let him speak and said that he would offer 8,000 then. The man immediately agreed and said with a smile that they had the same views. He knelt before him and, calling him his employer, thanked him in advance. Thus, Logan successfully hired him, after which they went out into the streets of the city and he told the mercenary about who he was. He asked if he was not curious why he took a mercenary from the feudal city of McLean. The man in response asked with a smile, what was the interest if he paid decently? The protagonist liked his answer and said that he had a clear mind. At that moment, a man's voice was heard from the side, who discontentedly called the people cattle and told them to move. The mercenary stopped and turned around, saw a man hitting the slaves with a whip, forcing them to walk faster and at the same time keeping a list. Their shackles rattled loudly with each step, and Kaisalin told his employer that he must know that Harun is called the city of mercenaries and slaves. They will meet more of this up ahead, because there is a slave market further on. His employer lowered his head in disappointment and replied that he knew it. He was going to go there to buy one slave. They entered the market, and one of the sellers paid attention to him, thinking that he was obviously a stupid country bumpkin. He asked the young master to come here for a second and said that he could offer him slaves at the cheapest price. Noticing the mercenary walking next to him, he met his fierce gaze and immediately fell silent, thinking, why is he here? This did not escape Logan's attention, and he thought with a smirk that now he felt calmer. It was not for nothing that he hired him. They approached a huge tent and he, noticing that there were many more guards here, thought that this seemed to be the very place. The slave trader approached him with a smile and said that he thought he knew where he had come. The protagonist said that he wanted to buy a dwarf. The old man said that everything was right, he had come to the right place. Unusual races are very rare, so they take special care of them. He stepped aside and pointed his hand at the tent, asking him to go inside. MC entered the tent and looked to the side, seeing 2 elves in cages. The old man said that it was extremely difficult to catch them. Had he ever seen them before? He would tell him about them now. Logan did not want to listen to him, and, pointing his finger at the slave in the middle, ordered the old man to bring him to him. The merchant remembered that he had originally come for the dwarf and brought the slave to him. The dwarf's legs, like his hands, were shackled, and when he appeared in front of the potential owner, he looked at him with displeasure. The old man said that from what he saw, it was immediately obvious what race he was from. He would be very useful to him. Even among the great dwarf masters, this one is one of the few with the rank of expert. Hearing his rank, MC was very surprised and thought that by nature dwarves are skillful with their hands. They create and repair objects, seeing the meaning of life in this from childhood to old age. The rank of an expert is much higher than what he was looking for. With him, he will not have to worry about anything. He smiled and asked how much it would cost. Noticing that the slave interested him, the old man laughed and said that since he was an expert, then at least 200,000. The protagonist let out a dissatisfied sigh and clenched his teeth, asking, "Does he look like a simpleton?" The merchant immediately fell silent, looking at him with fear, and then said that he would give in to him and sell the slave for 50,000. After that, they left, and Kalia thought that in just a couple of minutes he dropped the price by 150,000. A dwarf named Hamar turned around, looking at the old man who was almost crying and throwing salt after them, and then told the man that he was ruthless. Logan replied with a smile that it was elementary. The dwarf asked where he was taking him. He replied that he was going to the McLean estate in the southwest. He would be making items for him. Hamar hung his head sadly and replied that he had thought so. MC noticed that he was upset and thought that while dwarves were skilled craftsmen, this did not apply to those who had been sold into slavery. After all, despite their natural talents, without passion they could not create real works of art. To restore his enthusiasm, he said that he would work for 20 years. If he tried his best for 20 years, he would send him back to the mountains. 20 years is nothing for his kind, right? The dwarf was very surprised and looked at him with admiration, not believing his ears, and then wanted to ask something, but suddenly a man's voice was heard behind them, ordering the others to grab the escaping slave. The boy who had his sister on his back sped up and ran past Logan, who looked at him in surprise. Gritting his teeth, he continued to run with all his might to escape slavery, and the people, hearing his master's screams behind him, turned around in confusion. Despite the people in front of him, the boy ran past them deftly and headed down the street, but suddenly he heard footsteps very close and turned around in fear. The man kicked him, knocking him to the ground, and then turned to the slave trader and said that they were caught. Clutching the wound on his arm, the man walked up to the children and kicked the boy, exclaiming how dare he bite him? Enduring the pain from his blows, the boy gritted his teeth but continued to cover his sister with himself, which made her cry and say that she was fine. Kaiselin told his employer that they were slaves, they should not stop. Logan replied that he knew it, but suddenly fell silent, paying attention to the boy's appearance. He has blue hair, eyes of different colors, red and blue. Where had he seen something like this before? He suddenly remembered who he was and exclaimed that this was Victor. Kaiselin was slightly surprised and the protagonist asked him to give him a minute. He thought, how is this possible? He did not expect to meet an aristocratic killer here. In his past life, an extremely famous aura user lived in the kingdom. At first, he was a slave who escaped after killing his master. He was wanted for killing both countless soldiers and knights pursuers, and an aristocrat. He had to hide like a criminal. About 10 years later, when he reappeared, he was already using aura, thereby proving that he had risen above ordinary people. He killed the entire family that previously owned him, and since then, he has been killing every noble he came across in Grandia, earning him the unusual nickname, the aura user who kills nobles. The incident with the disappearance of this slave happened a year after he became a mercenary, so now that person should not have been bought yet. If he saves the boy, then in the future, he will have an aura user on his side. At that moment, a loud cry was heard from the slave trader, asking someone to get this brat away from him. Victor bit his leg with his teeth, and MC thought that the problem was that he was an unstoppable homicidal maniac. If he was a deadly weapon that killed his allies, he could just lock him up. The slave trader became very angry and gritted his teeth, about to hit him on the head, but the protagonist held out his sword in front of the boy in time, protecting him. The man immediately turned around and exclaimed, "Who dared to interfere with him?" He saw a guy in armor in front of him and was a little confused, thinking who he was, and when he managed to approach, he noticed the emblem on his chest plate, and taking a step back said that it turned out he was a customer. He was so embarrassed. When the goods did not obey, he educated them. Should I suggest him something? Logan replied that he wanted to buy a couple of slaves. The slave trader pointed to the children and asked, was he talking about them? They have rare eye color, so they are expensive. Is he sure about buying them? Logan asked him to name the price and he said that he will take at least 10,000 for each. Hearing this, MC frowned and thought that a strong young slave costs about 300 gold, and he raised the price a lot for children who are skin and bones. 10,000 for a killer aristocrat is cheap, but he does not know about it. He noticed a greedy smile on the slave trader's face and thought that besides, he does not want to let him get rich off himself. He asked, did he raise the price 30 times for a child who is about to lose consciousness? And the second one looks like he already has 1 foot in the grave. Hearing this, the girl Ria cried even harder and worriedly called out to her brother, and the man said that there is no one else to buy here, that's why the price. MC displeasedly said that he will pay 500 for each. This price is higher than for a healthy slave. The man smiled nervously and said that this does not even cover their original price. The protagonist got angry and, putting his hand on the hilt of his sword, asked if he thought he did not know how much slaves cost. Seeing his threatening gesture, the man became very nervous and thought that Victor was always nothing but trouble. He was sure that he would not become better in the future. Fearing that no one would buy these slaves anymore, he agreed to the deal. After a while, Victor finally woke up and was very surprised to see that he was being carried on the back of a mercenary. His sister called out to him worriedly, and Kaiselin asked, was he awake already? But his wounds should not have healed so quickly. Logan said with a smile that it was true. He quickly came to his senses. He thought that he secretly emitted a power that could barely be noticed while they were walking. It was better than the magic of most low-level priests. He turned his gaze to Rhea and noticed that she was looking directly at the energy streams, wondering if she could see it. Even Kaiselin hadn't noticed. He decided not to dwell on it, deciding that it was just a coincidence. Meanwhile, Victor gritted his teeth, and then abruptly pushed himself off the mercenary's back and pounced on Logan, intending to hit him. But he didn't even move from his place and only slightly tilted his head to the side, avoiding the blow, after which he grabbed his wrist and pulled him towards himself, grabbing his neck with his other hand. After that, he said with displeasure that he didn't know if he was possessed or just stupid. Rhea was very scared and called out to her brother, and he ordered her to run. Exuding a threatening aura, the protagonist asked, did he still not understand what situation he was in? Did he look like a slave owner? The boy looked at him in horror, and he said that it was good that he had a fighting spirit, but he should learn to choose his opponent wisely. He hoped that he would not have to warn him a second time. If he obeyed him, he assured that he and his sister would be safe, but if something like this happened again, he would get rid of him and, of course, his sister. After these words, he let go of the boy's neck and he, taking a breath, fell to the ground. MC sat down in front of him and watched him rub his neck, thinking that this was enough for him. He said that he planned to make a knight out of him. Victor looked at him in surprise and asked, was he talking about him? He confirmed his words and said that he probably knew that a knight was an honorary aristocrat. He smiled and said that as a slave he would be able to get around this condition. A second later he added that his sister too. Rhea looked at him with interest and Victor noticed this and clenched his fist and shouted that he agreed. Logan was happy and thought that he knew it. His cruel nature can be controlled through his sister. Rhea burst into tears again and looked at her worried brother, and MC stood up and said that this is great, they will start training when they get home. He called out to Hamar and said that they need to step away for a minute. While Kaiselin was helping Victor get up, the protagonist told the dwarf that he will write a contract. Hamar stared at him in confusion, and then a scroll appeared in front of his face out of nowhere, and its owner said that the contract will be magical. It says that if he serves him for 20 years, then he will send him back to the mountains. Hamar asked in surprise, is he really going to return him to his people? The protagonist said that he understands that it is hard to trust simple words. So he does not want to sign the contract? He replied that of course he wanted to, he would agree to anything. He was very happy and looked up at him, saying that he would do anything for him. After that he started crying and said that he couldn't believe that he was telling the truth. He called him his master and said that he was very grateful to him. MC looked at him with a smile and thought that if the contract was enough to bring him back his motivation, then it was a solid plus for him. Thanks to this, he would be able to get everything he wanted. Although he gained even more, since he managed to get himself an aristocrat killer. Preparations for the war between the regions are going smoothly. While Logan doesn't know it, rumors of his strange behavior have already spread throughout the McLean domain, and while he was away, his reputation sank to the very bottom and this broke through. And he also doesn't know that his faithful servant Rick is drowning in troubles, trying to change something. He cried every time and wondered what the young master is doing there at all. Soon Logan returned home and Rick was very happy about it, greeting him with a smile. The young gentleman asked how things were here. His servant laughed and came closer, then clasped his hands fiercely and asked with a crooked smile, did he really care? MC said that he was glad to see him smiling. Rick exclaimed, what the hell was he doing there? Does he know what people are saying about him? They call him an idiot who spent 150,000 gold on monster meat. A few days earlier, Philip made an advertisement for the purchase of meat, and people reacted to it with a mixture of surprise and shock, wondering what kind of idiot would buy it. Philip said that Mr. Logan McLean wanted to buy the meat, and someone from the crowd thoughtfully said that he had heard of him. Another man said with displeasure that he was the guy who broke up his engagement. The man standing next to him asked in surprise, is he talking about the guy who abused his fiancée? Hearing this, Philip thought that he assumed that spreading rumors about the monster meat would increase his sales in the market, but he did not know the details of the master's past. He thought he was just crazy, and he turned out to be a scumbag. Despite such thoughts, his instinct screamed that he should not miss the opportunity. His eyes flashed and he said that for 1 kilogram of meat, he would give 1 gold coin. Hearing this, the people immediately became interested. No mercenary would refuse to sell trash even to a scumbag if he was willing to pay. Philip exclaimed, they want to make money? Then let them bring him all the monster meat they have. The aggressive selling move prompted the mercenaries to bring the meat, and the rumor about Logan spread to all the fiefs near Kyle. When Rick told the young master about this, he laughed happily and said that Philip did his job just perfectly. His servant asked, how can he laugh now? Let him just look at the people he brought and think about how much gossip they've heard to stand there with those faces. MC told him not to worry about it, it would be over soon. Rick got worried and replied that he shouldn't be so calm, even the head of the house was furious. After that, the protagonist met with his father and stepmother. Patrick, burning with rage, asked if he enjoyed running away from home. Logan replied that it had actually been a useful trip. His father said with displeasure that he had heard rumors about his crazy deeds, but he was glad that he had spent his time usefully. His son said that rumors were just rumors. He was not ashamed of what he had done. His stepmother let out a displeased laugh and told her husband that the first young master didn't even realize where his place was and how his actions could affect the honor and name of their house. MC didn't let her finish and said that it was unnecessary. He spent almost nothing of the money he had received for the cancellation of the wash. Marianne got very angry and told him to repeat it, after which she asked her husband, did he hear? Was he really going to stay on his side now? Patrick began to slowly rise from his chair and told her to stop, but she did not listen and exclaimed that the first young gentleman was entirely to blame. Her husband did not let her finish and started shouting, telling her to stop again. He calmed down and after a short pause said that he would like to talk to his son alone, let her leave them. Obviously not expecting him to yell at her, she pressed her trembling hand to her chest and asked how he could treat her like that. He threw a displeased look at his son and said that he would give him a final warning. This look made Logan feel unwell and nervously swallowed his saliva. After they were alone, his father asked what was wrong with him. He walked up to the window and suggested that they have a frank conversation about what was happening and why everything was the way it was. MC thought that it looked like he wasn't going to back down this time. He replied that he wouldn't understand even if he told him. His father turned to him and asked if he even understood. He was aware of how people spoke of him. They thought of him as cruel, mean, and money-obsessed, and lately even insane. How long would he have to cover for him? If this was just a phase that would end in the future, then he should let them know so that he could at least apologize to his late mother. He winced when he heard about his mother, and then looked up at his father and thought that he couldn't believe he even mentioned her. This hadn't happened in his past life, even when he was kicked out of the house. Maybe he hadn't lost hope for him yet. He asked for 1 year and said that after that time he would understand why he was acting this way now. Let him do him this favor. His father was slightly surprised by his words, and after his son left, he sat down at the table and thought that the word favor sounded so strange in a conversation between a parent and a child. If he did not answer for his words in a year, he would have to make a decision, because first of all, he was the head of the house, and only then a father. He opened the locket, looking at the portrait of his late wife Reina, apologized to her, and said that he had no idea what he was planning. He promised to protect him at any cost so that he would grow up to be a good man, but it seems that he should have been more careful. Meanwhile, MC met his younger brother and asked in surprise, has he already awakened the power? He knew that he can do it too. He put his hands on his shoulders and said with a smile that he was only 14. He thought that in his past life, the power did not awaken until the very first region war, but now it happened faster. Ronan replied that it was all thanks to him. Logan was surprised and asked, how so? He replied that the knights tried to prevent him from meeting him when he returned. Hearing this, the protagonist turned his gaze to the knights, who, noticing this, looked away, and he thought, did he awaken the power to see him? And when this happened, did he manage to break through 2 knights? Overjoyed, he laughed and praised his younger brother, thinking that if he taught him the secrets of the divine sword, then when the power stabilized, he could become much stronger than in his past life. After that, he went with the mercenary to the house in the south of the barony and, noticing Dwayne, notified him of his arrival. Hearing his voice, the financier turned to him and said that he had gathered 350 C-rank mercenaries whom he asked to hire. MC turned his gaze to the side and saw a huge crowd of people sitting on the ground nearby. One of them asked, "Is it him? Who invited them here and then left them in this crumbling house for 10 days? They weren't fooled, were they? The Baron's family would never get involved with a mercenary guild unless they were crazy." Someone asked, "Who knows? Maybe they really are crazy. There are already bad rumors about this guy. Let him look at the way he wears a sword and armor. Is he trying to act like a knight or something?" Logan gritted his teeth in displeasure and thought that he needed to pacify these scumbags fighting for their lives right now, otherwise they would be impossible to control. He called out to one of the mercenaries in the crowd, and the man, confused, pointed his finger at himself and asked if he was talking to him. Logan asked if he thought he looked funny in armor and with a sword. The mercenary nervously replied that he didn't know what he was talking about and then thought, how did he hear him? MC chuckled and said that of course he didn't think so, otherwise he would have to answer for his words. But a C-rank mercenary doesn't have the ability to look down on others. The mercenary flinched slightly and frowned, and the protagonist, noticing this, asked, "Did this offend him? It seems that even an insignificant person has pride. Let him step forward. If he can hit him even once, he will immediately pay him a year's wages and let him go. He will stake his honor as an aristocrat on this, and the others will witness his promise." The mercenary immediately stood up and walked out of the crowd, asking, "He won't go back on his words, will he?" He walked very close to Logan with a smirk and looked down at him, and one of the mercenaries told him to look at how big he is. "Maybe he is a B rank." Another one replied that he is not yet, but the rank will increase when he does the job. Hearing this, MC realized why he is so confident in himself. His opponent said that he could start, and Logan said that he would regret it. The man replied that he had been using the sword much longer than him, so he shouldn't worry. Maybe he should give him an extra advantage? Before he could finish speaking, Logan's fist, engulfed in energy, collided with his face and delivered a powerful blow, which greatly surprised everyone present. A couple of teeth fell out of the mercenary's mouth and he fell to the ground, and his colleagues were shocked by the strength of their employer. Without rushing to dissipate the energy, the protagonist stretched his shoulders, concentrated and sighed, and then confidently looked at the others and asked with a smile, who else wanted to discuss him? One of the mercenaries cursed and exclaimed that this was just ridiculous. Kaiselin at this time looked at his employer in surprise and thought he was unusual, but did not suspect that he was so good. Noticing that there were no volunteers, MC said that then he would formally introduce himself. "He is Logan McLean, the one who called them here." Many are probably curious as to why he would spend money on mercenaries. He paused and smiled, then said that he planned to make them cavalry crossbowmen. These words surprised Kaiselin greatly, and one of the mercenaries asked if anyone ever used a crossbow on a horse. It took a lot of time to reload. The mercenary came closer to his employer and whispered that a crossbow was not a suitable weapon for cavalrymen. He replied that he knew this, and Kaiselin asked then why? MC thought that a crossbow was more powerful than a bow, but inexperienced shooters needed more than a minute to reload. They put their foot on the stirrup for this, but on a horse a person would very quickly lose the ability to shoot, even if he had 3 or 4 loaded crossbows with him. Their bewilderment was understandable. He replied that for now they could consider him throwing money away by pretending to be a soldier. Kaiselin shuddered, not understanding his employer at all, and he told him to train them thoroughly. He would understand later why this was necessary. He thought that the cavalry crossbowmen would be a powerful force for McLean even after the feudal war. Upon hearing of his assignment, Kaiselin remained silent and looked at him with concern, then closed his eyes and replied that he would do it. A few days later, Logan received the list. Upon reading it, he thought that out of 350 mercenaries, only 312 had passed the simple qualification test. A dwarf's voice was heard next to them, hesitantly calling out to him and, clutching a drawing in his hands, asked what this was. Logan asked with a smile, had he already read this? This was the diagram of the crossbow he was to make. Hamar looked down at the diagram in confusion and MC noticed it, and said that he understood, it was a bit rough for a professional's eyes. He thought that he had used this weapon for several decades in his past life and had roughly drawn its structure. He was an expert rank dwarf, so he should be able to handle it. Hamar thoughtfully touched his beard and asked if he needed to place the container that would hold the projectiles in the back of the crossbow and make it self-reloading? And should it also shoot 3 times in a row? He cursed and asked who came up with this stupidity. The protagonist calmly said that he had drawn it, and the dwarf's face turned pale. He realized that he had insulted his master in this way but quickly got out of it by saying that it looked very innovative. Logan smiled brightly and the dwarf said that the intertwined cables in such a mechanism would not hold up and would break, and the wooden box at the back would make it uncomfortable for the shooters. What should he do? MC asked with a smile. How should he know? It's up to him. These words made the gnome very angry and MC, noticing this, said that he was joking. Let him not be angry and listen to him. He needs to reduce the size of the projectiles and where they are located. He is right, 1 shot will be enough. Instead, the container can be made detachable so that it can be reloaded with each shot. For convenience, he will call it a magazine. Hamar looked at him with admiration and said that this is incredible. A crossbow, even in the hands of a professional, will not fire twice in a minute. This will be a weapon of the new era. Logan remained silent and thought that this will be invented in the future. The gnome squeezed the diagram in his hands and said with admiration that all that is needed is a container, a spring, some wood, glue and a bowstring. This is a very motivating challenge. He will try to do it. His master asked how long he thinks it will take. He asked in response, is he asking him to create something he has never heard of in a certain amount of time? The main character said that this weapon was invented by people. Upon hearing this, the gnome said in surprise that this could not be and asked who did it. Logan smiled and said it didn't matter. If he didn't think he could do it, then he should just give up. He replied that he could do it, and with a confident look added that in a month he would create something much better. He would learn what it was like to deal with a dwarf ego. Time passed and Victor started training. Already tired from running, he still continued running, but suddenly MC shouted that he had slowed down again. He could do better, so let him push himself. The boy didn't give up and continued running forward, sweating profusely, and Logan thought that since they had arrived he had only fed them and let them sleep. He looked at the running boy and thought that food could change him beyond recognition. At one point he noticed that his legs were shaking and told him to rest, after which he immediately stopped and fell to the ground. Rhea called out to him worriedly and ran towards him, and the protagonist thought that a 14-year-old boy, who was smaller than his peers, ran 20 kilometers without a break. He was quite talented, but what he liked most about him was his perseverance and endurance. He worried in vain. It was obvious that he was not a killer from birth. It meant that his life had changed a lot because of someone. He looked at his sister and various thoughts started spinning in his head, after which he said that the rest was over, let him get up, it was time to move on to the next training. Victor stood up and Logan threw a wooden sword into his hands, saying that he would learn the sword technique of the Grandia Kingdom. Every night student knows it. He rolled up his sleeves and took the sword himself, telling him to watch and learn. Standing in a fighting stance, he grabbed the hilt with both hands, then raised the sword above his head and swung it down, raising streams of wind around him. Victor was watching him closely at this time and thought that he was tired. He wished he could pass out and sleep. He bit his lips until they bled and thought that if this was the price of good food and sleep, he had to do it. He concentrated, reproducing the movements of the young master in his memory, raised the sword above his head, and then swung it down, raising the wind. Logan was slightly surprised by this and thought that he repeated the movements exactly and even the breaths, although it was the first time he showed it. Ronan was unlikely to be that good at his age. He smiled and said that if he developed endurance and perfectly performed the kingdom technique more than 1,000 times in a row, he could be called a knight. Little Victor's eyes sparkled with delight, and the young master asked, "Will he improve?" He answered with a confident look that he will do it, and the protagonist said that if he needs something for training, then let Rick about it. Most likely, he can get him anything. The boy replied that he does not need anything. Logan thoughtfully asked, "Is he sure?" He answered with a serious look that he just wants, that he continued to look after his sister, that's enough. Seeing the determination in the eyes of this child, he smiled and thought that it was excellent. Victor will not be able to go to war, but in the future he will become a huge support for McLean. He began the next training with the thought that the mercenary troops and the new weapons will be a formidable force, but he should not rely on them too much. Hamar may not be able to get a good crossbow, and even if he does, there is a chance that the mercenaries will not master it. Since he, in fact, put everything in the hands of others, then he needs to come up with a backup plan. After that, he went to his father's office and he asked, so he says that he wants to join the knights' training? He confidently confirmed his words, after which he received approval and soon began training. The knights gathered on the training ground and Heinkel, the captain of the knightly order, told the others to listen to him carefully. From today on, the young master will join the training of their knightly order. One of the knights asked in confusion, did they hear right? Another knight did not like this news at all and asked, did he defeat the Dominion and now the knights seem like some kind of joke to him? Heinkel knew that they would react this way and became nervous, remembering the conversation with the Baron. He then asked, was he really going to send the young master to train with the knights? But they would not be happy at all. He replied that he was not asking to treat him specially, let him rather warm him up as a recruit. Not knowing what to do, Heinkel grabbed his head and thought that even if he said so, this was his master's son. It would be easier to treat him well. Noticing his mood, Logan told him not to worry. If he did not catch up with the others in academic performance within this week, he would pretend that nothing happened and leave them alone. The captain was very surprised, then nodded and agreed, thinking with a sly smile that this week the difficulty level of the training was tripled. Soon the training began. The knights carried each other on their backs through the forest, and were already exhausted. One of them exclaimed, what kind of training is this? The captain shouted, are they preparing to die? He is cavalry, how can he not know what their horses have to go through? Let them feel how hard it is for them when they are fully equipped. The knights thought, what kind of nonsense is this? One of them said that he was surprised when he said that they would train in armor. They have to go through hell because of this troublemaker. But he will not last long, maybe 3 days. Although he will not last even 1 day. But contrary to their expectations, Logan, although tired, carried his comrade on his back at a fast pace and did not complain. He quickly rushed past the other knights and they looked after him in surprise, and the captain thought that this was incredible. He is in the lead? Moreover, he is also smiling. He looked at the knights who were already falling from fatigue and thought that at this rate, not he, but others would fall behind the program. Pursing his lips, he decided to interrupt the training and ordered everyone to stop, after which MC suddenly froze in place and Heinkel told them to rest for 10 minutes. The knights tiredly caught their breath, and Logan lowered his comrade to the ground and the captain approached him, asking, is he coping? Is he tired yet? He thought that of course he is tired, let him just answer honestly, then he can cancel this crazy training. But contrary to his expectations, the protagonist answered that it is bearable. Heinkel looked at the young master in surprise and he said with a smile that it was a good training. Knights go through this every day, so they are probably strong. He is looking forward to the next training. The knights cursed quietly, and the captain nervously clenched his teeth and thought that this was not what he wanted. Not understanding their reaction, MC looked at them with a puzzled look, and soon it was night. Finding himself alone in the forest, he looked around and thought, had all the knights left already? Training with them was his insurance in case all his plans failed. If all else failed, he would join the knights and fight on the front lines, so he needed to get close to them now and establish connections. And while his strength could be developed through meditation, it was also important to train his body. That's what the training of the Knight Order would be useful for. He released a stream of energy from his hand and pressed it to his chest, smiling as he thought that he knew it would work. He placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, thinking that since the core of his power was growing, he wouldn't even feel tired. Before pulling the sword out of its sheath, he closed his eyes and concentrated, then abruptly pulled this out, raising a stream of wind. The energy transferred to his blade and he thought, is this the power of a 1-star core? Maybe when he reaches the 2nd star, he would gain the strength to match a high-ranking knight like his father. These thoughts made his body tremble with anticipation and he smiled, and soon he saw the results of Hamar's work. Looking at the first 2 proposed options, he said that this was a complete failure, the second one too. On the third, he asked, did he not think of anything else? And where is the carving he asked for? This thing only makes 1 shot. And the magazine? Didn't he tell you where it should be implemented? The dwarf's face turned red with anger, and he wanted to object. But MC suddenly slapped himself on the forehead, apologizing to him. He forgot, he shouldn't have said that to him. Hamar agreed with him, and exclaimed that even if he was his master, he hurt the craftsman's pride. The protagonist did not let him finish, and said that if he was not capable, then nothing could be done. Several weeks of work in vain, he expected too much from him. It was his fault. He had misjudged his abilities and wasted so much money. While the dwarf was listening to this, his face darkened and he, barely holding back his anger, said that he needed 1 month. He would create a new one in a month and come back. He broke the failed crossbow, after which he left, puffing under his breath in displeasure. Logan looked after him and thought, was he so angry that he would start over? He suddenly licked his lips and thought with a smile, if he pissed him off more, he would build something amazing? Which was to be expected from a dwarf. A month later, Hamar presented his master with a new model of a crossbow that fired 2 bolts at once. Taking aim, he fired and the bolts flew at lightning speed towards the target and hit almost in the center. The dwarf cleared his throat and asked what he thought of that. It fired 1 more shot, and it was easier to hold with 1 hand, and you could also change the magazine. Logan looked at the target in surprise and thought that he had reloaded it in less than 5 seconds. The radius was not as large as the weapon from the past, and it was smaller, but it was better suited for a cavalryman. He even surpassed that. At this time, the dwarf scratched his nose in embarrassment and said that, as he said, all that remained was to insert a pre-prepared magazine. He had worked hard for a whole month to create this. He was not going to put on airs, but let him mean it. MC at this time smiled widely and thought that he could not believe that they had already gone so far, although they had been searching for a whole month before the war. Noticing that he was not paying attention to him, the dwarf exclaimed with displeasure, was he even listening to him? Suddenly his master grabbed him and lifted him off the ground, joyfully exclaimed that he had done a good job and tried hard. Long live the dwarves, long live Hamar. Hamar was very embarrassed and cursed, saying that they could be seen, he was not a child anymore. Logan looked at him with delighted eyes and gently said his name, and the dwarf's eyes sparkled and he asked, what is it? His master asked, can he make 400 of these in a month? At this moment, his smile in the dwarf's eyes became ominous. After a while, the crossbows were ready and MC showed the new weapon to the mercenaries. Kaiselin clung on, then shot at the tree and lowered the crossbow, looking at the 2 bolts in the barrel. The other mercenaries were very surprised and one of them said that it was amazing, the projectiles flew far. The guy standing next to him said that this crossbow shoots several times in a row, quite an interesting thing. Kaiselin at this time looked with admiration at the weapon in his hands and thought, how can a crossbow do such a thing? It is muzzle-loading and shoots at a long distance with such power and speed. If you equip an army of more than 300 cavalrymen with these crossbows, he is afraid to even think about the consequences. He turned to his employer and said that he is truly an amazing person. Is this what he meant when he spoke about cavalry crossbowmen? He confirmed his words with a smile and thought that Hamar had a hard time. He was assisted by other craftsmen, but it was impossible to predict that he would complete his order 2 weeks ahead of schedule, and even make an additional 100 crossbows. A dwarf with the rank of expert is something. He would like to share with both the knightly order and the soldiers, but he has financial problems. There is a risk of technology leakage, so he cannot rush yet. He told Kaiselin that from this day on, let the mercenaries take crossbows and go clean up the mountains outside their territories. The man was surprised and wanted to answer something, but his employer got ahead of him and asked with a smirk, does he mean to say that this is impossible? The mercenary hesitantly looked away, looking at 2 crossbow bolts in the tree, and replied that it could work out. The protagonist turned around and headed towards the mercenaries, sternly saying that he must make sure that everything works out for sure. Otherwise, everything was in vain. The man watched him go and thought that he wouldn't develop a weapon like that to kill monsters. He watched him order the other mercenaries to each take a crossbow and wondered if he was preparing for war. Spring soon arrived and the knights were still training. One of them watched the young master run with 2 knights on his back and said that he had tremendous stamina. This was just ridiculous. Maybe it was in his genes? His comrade said that if he took after his father, he should be good with a sword. Still, they should remember the Dominion. The knight asked how he could compare to an old man. After all, he lost to his younger brother before he had even awakened. But despite this, it was quite surprising that he had been able to withstand all their training for a month now. The training that was originally designed to displace Logan had now become ingrained in the order. This training had unexpectedly become an incentive for the low-ranking knights who were usually done carelessly. And they also realized how their horses felt and began to empathize with them. During training, a knight told his comrade, who was carrying him on his back, that he had overeaten the day before, so he was a bit heavy. His comrade replied that it didn't matter, he was one of them, so there was no need to worry about such things. The knight's eyes sparkled with delight, and he exclaimed in embarrassment that he was a fool. What should he answer to such a sudden statement? Strengthening the bonds between the knights was a bonus of the training. The captain of the order looked at his subordinates with a smile and thought that he continued to train them like this because the first young master did not leave, but the result surprised him. He turned an enthusiastic and grateful look to the young master, from which he shuddered, and at that time the captain smiled and thought that his lucky talisman had come to him on foot. At this time, MC felt someone's gaze on him and nervously rubbed the back of his head, wondering if he was tired. When day turned to night, the protagonist was already sitting in his room and meditating. Having exhausted his body with training, he begins to stimulate internal awareness through meditation. Repeating and coordinating this gives results. Recently, he noticed signs of a change in strength. If he can improve this as he plans, then the superhuman, or a master and supreme magician will no longer be a threat to him, as in his past life. He took a deep breath and a bright sphere appeared on his chest near his heart. His entire body was covered in aura and he began to whisper words in an unknown language, strengthening the flow of energy. He clenched his hand into a fist, and there was a splash that filled the entire room with aura. The energy subsided and the sphere acquired clear and smooth outlines. At this moment Logan acquired a 2-star core. Now he has a base to learn the next secret sword technique, the Iron Slash. Considering the strength he gained from the first technique, he is confident that the second one will exceed his expectations in terms of its power. He looked out the window and noticed a huge moon in the sky, thinking that if he had managed to master this before the war, he would not be afraid of even high-ranking knights. Soon, the snow melted completely and greenery covered the ground again. The monsters walking on the field heard the loud clatter of hooves behind them and turned around, then began to run away in terror. The cavalry was heading straight for them and Kaiselin, who was leading the mercenaries, raised his hand and clenched it into a fist, ordering the others to reform. The rows of horsemen on either side of the center ran in opposite directions, surrounding the monsters, and Kaiselin told them to load their crossbows, then gave the order to shoot. On command, they fired the projectiles with a whistling sound and pierced the monsters' bodies, causing them to scream loudly. Some managed to survive, but due to the fast reload, they did not have time to run far and several crossbow bolts pierced their backs. Reloading and firing again, they easily killed the monsters. The last of them fell to the ground and the cavalry stopped, listening to their dying groans. The mercenaries were delighted to see what the new weapon was capable of, and one of them said that these crossbows had almost no recoil. A rider nearby said that his shot pierced the monster's head and hit the head of another one standing behind. They laughed, rejoicing at the successful hunt, and MC thought that a pack of over 100 monsters was destroyed in less than 10 seconds. Their old habits from using a regular crossbow made themselves felt a lot, but they began to reload faster. It was not in vain that they went so far to hunt. Noticing the smile on his face, Kaiselin asked if he was satisfied. He confirmed his words and said that during the first hunt they showed themselves terribly, but now they have become better. The mercenary was silent for a few seconds, thinking about his words, and then apologized for his curiosity and asked why he needed this. He had never heard of an army of mercenaries with such power. He plans to kill all the monsters on the continent? The protagonist wanted to answer something, but suddenly he heard the clatter of hooves behind him and the excited voice of a man calling him. He asked what was the matter? Seeing how hard he was breathing, Kaiselin became worried and asked if something was wrong. He excitedly replied that he was sent by a man named Rick. Logan looked at the messenger in surprise and he continued, saying that yesterday Viscount Heyman Tezon declared war on them. These words made the young gentleman very surprised and nervous. Yesterday, when the Viscount contacted Baron McLean, he declared war for insulting his ancestors by wrongfully taking his life. Patrick was confused by such a sudden announcement, and someone from his council asked, "This happened in the distant past, and he decided to get even now? Now there will be a war?" The captain of the knightly order asked the lord, "What will they do?" Marion became very agitated and looked at her husband, and Heinkel said that the number of the Viscount's knightly order alone exceeded theirs. Even with him, the chances of victory would be small. They could only ask for support and send knights to guard the city. Someone objected, saying that in this case, if the knights with power were driven out, the city would plunge into chaos. First, they needed to send an ambassador to negotiate a truce. The veins on Patrick's face bulged with rage and he slammed his fist on the table, telling them to shut up. When the hall was finally silent, he said that although his family's power was not as great as it used to be, these people were constantly declaring war for no particular reason. It was obvious that this was planned on purpose. Did they even think before they even mentioned peace? He stood up from his seat and walked to the window, sternly ordering them to prepare for war and make a plan to win it. No objections would be accepted. Everyone in the room remained silent, not daring to say a word against it, and then one of them broke the silence by raising his hand and asking, "Will the young master also participate in the war?" Hearing this, Marion immediately turned her worried gaze to him, and then looked at her husband, and he replied that his sons would go to war along with the others. Ronan had awakened the power, and Logan was old enough to contribute. His wife hung her head dejectedly, and someone from the council said that he had heard that the first young master was training with the knights. Since they could both use the power, they would be of great support to them. Rick thought that this was bad. The young master was currently away. He quickly walked out of the council room and ran down the hallway, thinking that he had to report what had happened to him immediately. At this point, the man told the young master what had happened. Logan's expression darkened and he gritted his teeth, thinking that according to his memories from his past life, the war was only supposed to start in 2 months. What could have affected this? The messenger became worried and asked him to hurry. They would undoubtedly ignore all customs and go straight to war. They needed to leave now to make it at least by the middle of the battle. The protagonist clenched his fist and thought that there was no time to think. Suddenly, Kaiselin hit his chest with his fist and said with a smile that their mercenary squad was always ready to take on the job. The joyful mercenaries lined up behind him, and Logan, looking at them and freezing in place for a second in surprise, told his subordinate that he was not very surprised by this news. He replied with a smile that they were in such a state now that they were ready to start a war themselves. His lord replied that it sounded terrible. Kaiselin said that they had excellent weapons in their hands. It was obvious that they wanted to use it. MC looked at them again and thought that these guys were overly confident in themselves, but not out of nowhere. A grin appeared on his face, and he, remembering the field bloody with monster corpses, thought that they did not leave a chance for the pack of monsters that had increased since last winter. But what was the point if the war had begun? They just needed to win. Now they had enough strength for this. The McLean house was shaking from the news of the unexpected war, but all 314 people were confident of their victory, and were just waiting for the battle to begin. He ordered a squad of mercenaries to prepare to move out, and they joyfully shouted in chorus. The war began earlier than Logan had planned. The next day after the announcement, Tesserin's troops appeared on McLean territory. Their numbers exceeded the vassals' expectations. One of the knights burst into the Baron's office and reported that there were about 100 individual knights, about 1,000 regular soldiers and about 10,000 cavalry. This was a full-scale war. Patrick jumped up from his chair at these words and exclaimed that Tezon had gone mad. He thought that they would have to face not only the forces of knights, who were like superhumans to ordinary people, but also cavalry. And this was in a war between fiefdoms, not nations? His eyes flashed with anger, and he gritted his teeth, thinking, why go so far? But that was not all the news. The knights said that House Kairos had announced that they would not send them reinforcements. These words fell on Marion like a bolt from the blue, and she asked in shock what he had said. She became worried and exclaimed that this could not be. He must have been mistaken. He replied that Dwayne had said that he had approached them several times, but they had refused. Marion trembled and looked down in horror, muttering that she had to see for herself. Patrick clenched his teeth in despair and ordered all the men who could hold a weapon to be gathered. They would answer them with all their might. The knight obeyed the order, and the lord fell into thought. The confidant, House Kairos, turned away from them. Finding himself in a trap, McLean gathered as many men as he could to fight Tezon. Soon the hastily assembled army set out to meet the enemy. Among them were 53 knights, 552 soldiers in the regular army, and 4,418 conscripts. A total of 5,023 people. But this is not even half the number of Tesserin's men. Seeing so many enemies in front of them, the knights trembled with fear, and their lord nervously clenched his teeth. One of the riders asked where the first young master was. The boy in front of him asked, did he not hear? He left a long time ago, and has not returned yet. His comrade said that he left at such a good time. Maybe they shouldn't wait for him. He ran away when he heard the news. These words reached Ronan's ear and he turned around, exclaiming, what are they talking about? His brother would never do something like this. He remembered how he decided to teach him a secret technique in order to save their family together, and exclaimed that his brother knew that the war would happen, he couldn't run away. Hearing that he knew about the war, the knights thought that he really ran away, and one of them asked, so are the rumors true? The lord's son ran away? Ronan became very nervous about this, and his father said that he would have to replace his brother. Let him remain determined no matter what happens. His son only lowered his head in response, and he clutched the weapon in his hands, wondering why he can't believe it. However, something else is important now, they must win the war. His horse reared up and he, raising his spear to the sky, ordered the soldiers to get ready, they will defeat these nobodies. After that, the cavalry and infantry rushed forward with a loud cry, and Haman Tezron grinned at this time and said that Patrick finally took up his sword. He rushed to the attack and shouted that the knights are his swords. Let him face them. Patrick did not answer and continued to confidently run forward, and red energy appeared around his horse and weapon. Noticing the enemy ahead, he thought that first he should break through the vanguard. He put all his strength and rushed forward, but suddenly a knight appeared in his path, who blocked his blow with his shield. The Baron was very surprised that he could not injure the enemy and thought, did he block it? In response to his bewilderment, the knight only grinned, and Rick, meanwhile, was in the heat of battle. Clutching the spear in his hands, he caught his breath and looked to the side, seeing that one of the servants had lost his arm, and the other had been stabbed with a spear. Cold sweat appeared on his face, and he looked to the other side, seeing a guy pinned to the ground by an enemy soldier, begging for help. Then his painful cry was heard and Rick shook with fear, thinking that things were bad, they were losing. Their army was so outnumbered that even servants like him were sent to fight. If they surrounded them, then that would definitely be the end. At that moment, someone hit him on the head with a stick and he, groaning in pain, fell to the ground, after which the knight raised his spear over him and told him to die. The servant screamed in fear, but did not lose his head and quickly rolled to the side, causing the spear to stick into the ground. The knight was very angry and wanted to say something, but at that moment a spear pierced his chest and a soldier of the McLean army ordered the servant to get up and grab the spear. He extended his hand to help him get up, and Rick was glad that he was an ally and thanked him for his help, but a second later the knight's blood splashed on his face. The corpse fell right in front of his feet and he, seeing an arrow in the back of his head, abruptly got to his feet and ran in horror to the rear as far from the enemy as possible. Arrows pierced the backs of the heads of the soldiers running past, and they all fell dead to the ground at once. Since the arrows were flying from the rear, Rick stopped and looked at the corpses, listening. Through the groans of the dying soldiers, he heard the clatter of hooves and his body trembled with fear. Enemy cavalry appeared from the rear and Rick froze in horror, realizing that they were already here. His face turned pale and the thought flashed through his head, are they all going to die? Meanwhile, the Baron continued to fight the knight, his horse kicking and he with his spear. The soldier's feet dug deeper into the ground and slid back, and blood flowed from his mouth. Despite this, he smiled and lowered his shield, telling the Baron that he lived up to his name. They had prepared so hard that he could not believe what was happening. Patrick gritted his teeth and frowned, and his hand trembled, and he thought that he had survived his blows containing power. He did not know that Tezron also had a high-ranking knight. His opponent reached for the sword behind his back with a smile and he looked around the battlefield, noticing 4 more knights of at least mid-rank. He wondered why they were so confident. He asked them, so they were the ones who were preparing to deal with him? The knight grinned and confirmed his words and asked, and how was their preparation? At this point, the Baron stopped to think about his next steps. If he couldn't get through, then the knightly order wouldn't be able to either, and then they would be defeated. He threw his spear to the ground, then pulled his sword out of its sheath and charged, shouting that he wouldn't let that happen. He charged at the knight in front of him, who blocked his blow and staggered, but suddenly his eyes widened when he saw his opponent's sword, engulfed in an aura. At that moment, the Baron heard the clanking of armor behind him and turned around. One of the knights decided to attack him from behind and struck him forward with his spear, but he managed to move his head to the side in time, after which he blocked the next blow from the front and shouted that they were scoundrels. Are they not familiar with knightly honor? One of the enemy soldiers smirked and asked what he was even talking about. His comrade told him to ignore him, these were his last words before he died. Their captain called them puppies and told them not to forget that he was a trained high-ranking knight. At that moment, Patrick pushed off from the saddle and jumped at one of them, raising his sword above his head, after which he struck with all his might and his blade collided with the enemy's weapon, but suddenly he froze in place, feeling a sharp pain in his stomach. The enemy knight attacked him from behind and pierced his stomach with a spear, causing the Baron's blood to immediately spill. The enemy grinned, rejoicing at his success, and then abruptly pulled out his spear and Patrick felt a sharp pain, from which he cried out. Blood from the wound flowed down his leg onto the ground and he cursed loudly. Clutching the wound with his hand, he pulled his sword forward with the thought that while the high-ranking knight blocked his blows, the rest attacked. This is clearly a trap, but he can't get around it. They even brought people from the rear. Because of the aching pain, he breathed heavily and clenched his teeth, thinking that Logan did the right thing by running away. He hoped that he could at least continue the family legacy. The knights attacked again, but the Baron did not give up so easily and decided to continue the fight. The Viscount, meanwhile, watched everything from the sidelines and thought with a grin that he did the right thing by not telling anyone about his high-ranking knight. Now all that was left was to defeat Patrick and capture McLean Castle. As soon as he had it in his hands then, his thoughts were interrupted by the sudden sound of hooves. The smile disappeared from his face and he turned around, thinking, "Is that cavalry?" One of his soldiers ran up to him on a horse and said that they had found a detachment of cavalry in the rear, about 300 of them. The Viscount asked in surprise, "Did McLean have an elite detachment?" The soldier replied that what was unusual was that they did not have spears. Their only weapons were small crossbows. Hearing this, Haman burst out laughing and asked, was he talking about the crossbows that hunters use? Let him send rear soldiers and archers to get rid of them. They are not an elite squad, but some worthless warriors. At that moment, crossbow bolts hit the soldier closest to the Viscount, and when the knight was about to go to fulfill his order, a bolt pierced his head. His body fell to the ground and the Viscount, watching this, was very scared, and then turned around and saw behind him cavalry led by the eldest son of McLean, who was pointing a crossbow at the enemies. Frowning, he lowered his weapon and examined the field full of corpses and still living soldiers screaming in pain. His eyes flashed with anger and came across one of the soldiers who received a blow to the back and could no longer move. He looked up at him, and with tears in his eyes asked for help, but his life was immediately cut short by the enemy. The protagonist's face darkened, he gritted his teeth and in rage ordered his squad to shoot. His scream horrified the Viscount, and he froze in place, watching as thousands of crossbow bolts rained down on his army like hail. The Viscount's soldiers froze in place, and wondered if McLean had such a unit. After that, the crossbow bolts pierced their necks and pierced other parts of their bodies. Accompanied by loud screams, the warriors fell to the ground, but some of them still survived. The soldier who managed to cover himself with a shield in time looked at the corpses of his comrades and shook with fear, thinking that those who did not have time to hide behind their shields were dead. If he had hesitated even a little, he would have died with them. The archers entered the battle at this time and one of them shouted to the others to contract. They needed to shoot back. They concentrated and pulled the arrows, then fired, and when the arrows stuck in the ground a few meters before the cavalry, one of the archers thought that it did not reach them. How then did their arrows reach them? After that, the mercenaries raised their crossbows and again all at once. A second before his death, the frightened enemy knight saw the tip of the bolt in front of him, after which he died along with his comrades. Almost nothing remained on the battlefield from that huge army of the Viscount, and he, looking at the corpses, thought why the entire rear was destroyed in a second? They did not even use magic, but simple crossbows. What kind of weapon did Patrick create? He turned to his subordinate and said that let the cavalry from the front move here, they need to grab these idiots. The knight obeyed his order and raised the flag, showing the others to come here. Noticing this, the soldiers looked at each other and nodded to each other, then spurred their horses and ran after Tezran, getting ready to fight the enemy cavalry. The mercenary squad at this time simply stood in place and waited for orders, and Logan with a smirk said that they themselves were walking into their hands. Meanwhile, Ronan fought with one of the knights and their blades collided with a loud clang. He clenched his teeth, trying to stay on his feet, and then his eyes widened and he ducked, seeing that his opponent swung his sword. The soldier turned around and said discontentedly that he was dodging well, and then his comrade came up to him and said that they did not have time for him. The tide of the battle strangely changed. The knight asked, in his opinion, is he playing games here or something? This boy is no joke opponent. The soldier asked him to look back and he, clearly not wanting to leave Ronan, exclaimed, what is he doing? Ronan at this time caught his breath and thought that having been in a real battle, he realized that he is not a genius. He is just a boy who has recently awakened. But he cannot lose. He gripped the hilt of the sword tighter and remembered his father's words that he would have to replace his older brother, and looked at the enemy with a confident look with the thought that he cannot die here. But what happened next made him very surprised. He saw that the enemies had left him and thought, why the hell are they turning their backs on him and swinging their swords? Whatever the reason, this is his chance. He suddenly rushed forward and, swinging his sword, in one blow he cut his opponent's neck and blood spurted in all directions. This made him surprised and he wondered, did he really hurt him so easily? The wounded knight staggered and crossbow bolts fell in front of the boy's feet, after which his opponent fell to the ground with a crash, and he turned his gaze to him, seeing several bolts sticking out of his body. He immediately turned his confused gaze to the side and, seeing cavalry ahead, turned his attention to the man at the head. Seeing his older brother, he joyfully called out to him with a relieved smile, after which the enemy cavalry rushed past him on horses and their commander ordered to attack those with crossbows, such is the order of their master. The horses, exhausted from the battle, lined up in a row, and their riders took out shields. The protagonist grinned and asked, "Is this the famous snake shield formation?" He loudly ordered his squad to aim diagonally at the ground, and one of the mercenaries repeated the order, and then turned to the young master in confusion, not understanding why he was doing this. He responded with a sinister grin and said that their target was horses. The same smile appeared on the faces of the mercenaries, after which Logan gave the order, and they all fired together. The crossbow bolts pierced the bodies of the horses and they began to neigh loudly and rear up, causing the formation to collapse. Due to the pain, the horses raged and threw off their riders, and MC, watching this, said with a smile that they were fools. He turned his gaze to his younger brother and thought that fortunately he arrived in time to help him. But his father was still left. He decided to save his family this time. There was no point in winning the glitch if he died. He spurred his horse and handed over command to Kaiselin, and he was very surprised by such a decision, and seeing that he was riding away, he tried to stop him and exclaimed that they were planning to attack beyond the reach of their bows. He looked after him and thought that victory was almost in their hands. Why didn't he try to earn it himself? He is stronger than him, but if they encounter a knight of average rank, it will be bad. He cursed loudly and, sending everything to hell, waved his hand and ordered the rest of the mercenaries to cover young Master Logan. At this time, Patrick continued to fight and they both wounded each other. Coughing up blood, the Baron cursed, and the knight said with a smile that he could not believe that he ran at him, knowing that he would be stabbed. While the Baron was busy with him, the enemy knight pounced on him from the side and swung his sword from below upwards, which forced the two high-ranking knights to increase the distance between them. Because of this, Patrick's wound reopened and he cried out loudly in pain, and then covered it with his hand and thought that this was strange. He concentrated and looked at his opponents more closely. Two knights rushed at him at once, putting their weapons forward, and he, noticing the aura around them, thought that they were literally rushing at him against their will. Where did all this despair come from, if it was mostly on their side? He swung his sword, blocking the blows of two knights at once, but no matter how he parried, they attacked again and again. Feeling that they were pressing him, he clenched his teeth and cursed in his thoughts, and when he wanted to respond to the blow, the owner of the golden aura appeared on the battlefield. Noticing this, one of the knights froze in place and looked to the side, seeing the Baron's eldest son quickly approaching them. He rushed between them and his father like a hurricane, raising a cloud of dust. A sharp gust of wind hit Patrick in the face and he, slightly squinting, wondered what happened. Through the clouds of dust, he noticed a man in front of him and a smile on his face. Logan looked at the corpses of the enemies in front of his feet and said that he barely made it. Hearing his voice, his father called out to him excitedly and looked at his back in surprise, thinking that he had seen him and a squad of mercenaries approaching from the enemy's rear, but he was sure that he was far away. How did he manage to make such a journey through the enemies to him? He turned around and his eyes widened in surprise when he saw a field littered with corpses. He walked up to his son and asked when he had become so strong. He stopped mid-sentence, saying that it didn't matter now. He didn't know what was going on, but since he was here, that meant he was mostly on their side. His son confirmed his words with a confident smile and he, putting his hand on his shoulder, smiled and said that he had done well. A high-ranking knight, who was standing to the side at this time and looking at Logan, wondered if he had just knocked down two mid-ranking knights at the same time. He looked at his smiling face and thought, this pathetic 20-year-old country boy could do this. He worked his ass off to become a knight at his age. He gripped the hilt and gritted his teeth, thinking that now was not the time to think about it, because he would kill him here and now. He was infuriated and pointed his sword forward and called out to his comrades Rix and Tromble, asking what they were doing. Let them quickly accept. They tried to get up and groaned in pain, and Patrick thought that this attack was enough for him to understand that even though Logan was not a high-ranking knight now, he was strong enough to deal with most of the mid-ranking knights. Then he should deal with the mid-ranking ones, and he would take on the high-ranking one. As if reading his mind, the protagonist extended his hand to the side and blocked his way, saying that he would fight him. His father became worried and objected, saying that he was too strong for him. He had advanced a lot, but had not yet reached a high rank. Suddenly Logan hit him right in the wound and he, feeling severe pain, wheezed in pain and cowered, and his son said that in such a state even he could defeat him. Let him trust him and let him fight him. Waiting for an answer, he looked at his father with a determined look and he, having calmed down after the surging pain, agreed. They stood back to back and Patrick, preparing for battle, told his son to be careful. He only smiled in response, and then they both rushed to the attack and he said that they needed to finish them off quickly. Seeing Logan running at him, the high-ranking knight was surprised and thought, was it he who was advancing on him, and not the Baron? Thinking that he was being underestimated, he became very angry and gritted his teeth, and the aura around his body flared up even brighter, and he, calling the enemy a puppy, exclaimed, "How dare he?" The protagonist did not answer and continued to run forward, resolutely despite the enemy. The aura from his body passed to the blade and he, pushing off the ground with all his might, jumped up and raised the sword over his head, after which he attacked the enemy, and their blades collided. The knight blocked the blow with difficulty and stepped back, but his opponent continued to press on him, confidently looking at him. Still, the knight could not withstand his pressure and stepped back, after which he exclaimed that this could not be. He thought that even though he was wounded, he did not feel any remarkable high-level strength from him. However, since he was pressing him, it meant that he was giving it his all. He grinned at this thought, after which he rushed forward with the thought that it could not be otherwise. He swung his sword, wishing death on his opponent, and he, without showing any emotion, prepared for the blow. When their swords clashed again, they began to move quickly across the field, attacking each other again and again. The knight firmly stepped on the ground and struck again, which his opponent parried, but suddenly the wound on his stomach opened up and he gritted his teeth in pain, cursing mentally. This momentary hesitation did not escape Logan's attention and he decided to take advantage of it, inflicting a new wound. Blood spurted from a long cut on the knight's shoulder and he cried out in pain, after which he retreated, clutching the wound with his hand, and thought that he had never exposed himself. He needed to wait for the moment to fall. Suddenly an idea came to him, and he smirked with the thought that he had another option. The protagonist, who stood still and waited for his next move, looked down at his blade and noticed that the aura from his sword was moving, looked up and realized that the power of his sword was being absorbed by his opponent's sword. The knight was glad that he fell for his trick, after which he took a more stable stance and gripped the hilt tighter, swinging his sword back with all his might. Because of this, MC's sword was pulled towards him, and he himself was jerked forward and he nervously clenched his teeth. His blade stopped right in front of the knight and he, noticing that the enemy's center of gravity had shifted, smiled and gripped the hilt of the sword tighter, thinking that this was the perfect moment to attack. But when he rushed forward and was about to strike, a piece of cloth flashed behind him and he nervously turned around. Logan at this time changed his position and found himself in front of the enemy, and he thought, is he that fast? He looked at him with a frightened look and wondered if he was the one who was slow. The protagonist decided not to delay his death any longer and used the divine sword secret technique, causing his blade to blaze with bright energy. Seeing this, the knight became very scared and backed away, saying that he needed to get out of here quickly. MC raised his sword above his head and using the first form's slashing wave, swung it from top to bottom and released an energy wave forward. A bright light blinded his opponent's face, and he stuttered that it was impossible, and then the energy reached him and he burned in a bright flash. A bright beam of light hit the sky and everyone else stopped fighting to look at it. Logan's punch created a shockwave that thundered throughout the area, after which he spat and looked at the depression in the ground left by his punch. He turned his gaze to his opponent and asked, "Does a high-ranking knight rely on cheap tricks?" After that he raised his sword to the sky and loudly announced that he, Logan McLean, had killed the enemy general. Hearing this, the soldiers of Viscount Tezron froze and one of them asked in surprise, a high-ranking knight had fallen? His comrades said that this could not be. And what about the Viscount? Did they get him too? The soldier replied that he no longer knew, he had not seen the flag for a long time. After that, one of them threw his sword on the ground and his comrade grabbed him by the shoulder, asking what he was doing? Is he crazy? He responded by exclaiming that they need to surrender to save themselves. He doesn't want to die here. The knight asked how he could do that. After watching them, the other knights also threw down their weapons and said that they were surrendering. Rick, who managed to survive, began to praise Mr. Logan with tears in his eyes and shouted, "Long live the first young master!" with a joyful smile. His words were picked up by the other knights, and they all began to solemnly chant this. One of them called them idiots, and said that the battle was not over yet. Meanwhile, Haman had already managed to escape from the battlefield and was currently heading to his castle. He wondered at what point everything went wrong. He had been preparing for this fight for 3 years and even asked other aristocrats for help and gathered 100 knights. It's all because of that red devil. His cavalry and new weapons ruined everything. He hit the reins, speeding up his horse, and thought that first he needed to get back to his place, that way he would stay alive. In this way he reached the castle gates and dismounted from his horse, after which he approached the guards and ordered them to open the gates. The knight looked at him in surprise, and his comrade noticed something in the distance, and told them to look. There was someone riding there. Seeing a large detachment on horses, he asked, "Is that the cavalry?" The Viscount turned around and, noticing Logan at the head of the detachment, became very nervous, after which he hurried to hide in the castle. Soon the cavalry reached the castle and MC, dismounting from his horse, said that this Viscount runs fast. Logan looked around the castle and for a second there was silence, which was diluted by the noise of the wind. He looked at the soldiers on the walls and shouted that Tezran had lost. Let them open the gates and let the winner in. Hearing this, the archers became agitated and one of them asked why the Viscount had returned in such a hurry. Their commander called out to them with displeasure and asked if they had chickened out after listening to the enemy's chatter. They replied that this was not the case, and the commander shouted that there were just over 300 of them. They would not be able to break through their blockade. The protagonist at this time bent his knees, preparing to jump, and gathered all the strength in his body. The guard noticed this and nervously asked what the hell he was doing. MC's foot pressed into the ground and he pushed off from it, abruptly disappearing into thin air. His movements were so fast that the guard did not even understand where he had gone, and then he looked up and saw that he was climbing the wall, notifying his comrades about it. But it was too late. Logan had already put his blade to the knight's neck and ordered him to open the gate if he did not want to die. Meanwhile, there was a tense atmosphere in the castle. The butler was standing in the Viscount's office, and Haman himself was in the secret storage room and was collecting all the treasures in a bag for escape. But suddenly Logan's voice was heard behind him, saying that he was caught. He turned around abruptly and exclaimed in fear, "How did he end up here?" He replied that his maid had shown the way even before he began to threaten her. Such behavior speaks volumes about his reputation here. Not finding what to answer, Tezran remained silent and became nervous, and then noticed the butler's gaze on him, who immediately ran away. He clenched his fists in anger and thought, how dare they betray him? Noticing that his enemy was approaching, he backed away and nervously asked him to wait. He surrenders. He is willing to pay both reparations and a share in accordance with the convention regarding feudal wars. Therefore, he asks to spare him and his family. Logan repeated with a smirk, in accordance with the convention? He declared war for no reason and invaded them the very next day, and now he mentions the convention. He came very close to him and, looking down at him, threateningly asked, "Does he have no conscience at all?" Haman became worried and said that he still had the honor of an aristocrat. Enemies captured during feudal wars are guaranteed to have their lives spared in accordance with the convention. The protagonist confirmed his words and crossed his arms over his chest, saying that he respected the honor and traditions of his house MacLean, so he would spare his life, and he would also give him time and permission to take the gold and leave. The Viscount sighed with relief and thanked him with a smile, but he hurried. Logan said that his father would say so. After all, he is a man of honor to the core and will spare the surrendered without any conditions. He put his hand on the hilt of the sword and Haman screamed loudly in fear. Before executing him, MC's gaze fell on one of the treasures in the chest. It was a blade decorated with precious stones. He took it out and said that this blade was beautiful. The Viscount said that he could take it. It was forged by the best craftsman in the kingdom. The protagonist took the blade out of its sheath and refused, after which he put it in the hands of the Viscount, telling him to take it with him. Haman looked at the weapon in surprise, not knowing how to react to this, and Logan smiled. He waited until he took the blade in his hands and suddenly leaned forward, plunging the tip into his chest. Feeling a sharp burning pain, Haman coughed up blood and said that he would spare him. He replied that he said that his father would do so. But they are not alike. He continued to hold the Viscount's hands on the hilt of the dagger, and he asked, "What about the honor of an aristocrat?" Logan let out a chuckle and asked, "Should he talk about honor? Does he even realize how many people died because of him? His pathetic life will end here." He gave him an angry look and then stabbed him with the blade several times until his eyes rolled back and he choked on blood. The Viscount's body fell and MC, watching his blood spread across the floor, told him to thank God for a quick death. He raised his hand, looking at his bloody palm, clenched it into a fist, and put it to his chest, smiling as he said that they finally survived the disaster. Deciding that it was time to end it, he stood up and, taking a deep breath, shouted loudly that Viscount Haman Tezran committed suicide. His scream spread throughout the castle, and a second later, Kaiselin entered the room to tell him something. Logan asked what was wrong. He replied that he thought he should look into the castle's underground dungeon. He became interested in it and headed there. A few days passed after their victory, and Patrick arrived at Tezran Castle as soon as he recovered. He frowned and asked his son, "Did Haman commit suicide?" He replied that he must have been in despair. His father raised an eyebrow and asked in disbelief, "Was it he who killed him?" MC shuddered and decided to remain silent, and his father approached his face and began to peer at him suspiciously, which made him look away. After that, the protagonist sighed and confirmed his words, saying that he killed him on purpose. They must take his domain back under their control. He does not want his line to live on and cause them problems in the future. Patrick remained silent, thinking about it, and then sighed heavily and said that he was already an adult. He had his own reasons for doing this. Hearing this, Logan realized that his father had changed, and Patrick looked into the distance and said that no matter what anyone said, he played a vital role in this battle. His voice quieted down slightly and he thanked him. Logan smirked, and his father coughed into his fist in embarrassment and turned to him, saying that he would now be the official heir to the McLean house. Hearing this, the protagonist's mouth slightly opened in surprise, and Patrick nodded to him. He smiled and lowered his head, and then suddenly apologized to him, saying that he had to refuse. Patrick asked in confusion, he was refusing the offer to become his successor? But why? Is he worried about his reputation? If so, his contribution to the battle completely changed it. The protagonist replied, "That's not the point." Patrick asked, "What was the point?" Logan looked at him and replied, "McLean is a family of knights. Ronan is more suited for this position." He put his hand on his heart and said, he started using the power at 14, 5 years before him. Logan remembered the image of his brother and said, "It is impossible to predict what feats he will perform when he reaches his age." Patrick looked at him carefully and said nothing. He said, "Even if he is right, the head of the house is not for combat achievements." Logan smiled slightly and thought, perhaps, judging by what is known today. But if Ronan, like in his past life, receives the title of the youngest user of the power, there will be no more problems. And more importantly, becoming the heir will not gain any advantage. He does not have time to learn from him how to be a baron. The protagonist said that as an older brother, he would like to give his younger brother a chance. He hopes that his father will wait until Ronan reaches the right age. Patrick exhaled and said, he did not expect him to be so attentive to him. He would accept his request and postpone the choice of heir for 5 years, when Ronan would become an adult. Logan thanked him. Patrick responded, but of course he would receive another reward. When he returned home, they would count their income from the war. It would probably exceed 100,000 gold. Logan said, about the reward? He put his hand on his chest and asked if he could choose it himself. After a while, the servants shouted, "The gate!" The men of the McLean family and the knights rode into the city. There were enthusiastic citizens everywhere, and confetti was flying. The boy looked up and asked happily, "Did they return from the war after only a week?" The boy replied, "He heard the war lasted 1 day." The boy looked at him in surprise and asked, "But how is that possible? Were their knights always this strong?" The boy stretched out his hand and answered, "Hasn't he heard yet? It's all thanks to the first young master Logan." The boy looked at Logan riding a horse and asked in surprise, "Is he talking about that hooligan?" The boy raised his finger up and said, "According to the returning soldiers, the young master's mercenaries turned the tide of the battle. They went around the enemy from behind, as if they knew in advance what was happening. He heard they defeated them with a mysterious weapon." The townspeople turned around and the boy said, "He was even able to handle a high-ranking knight." The girl asked in surprise, "Is the first young master such a great person?" The boy replied, "He thought that he was only causing trouble. Is it possible that he brought a lot of monster meat for a reason?" The boy replied, "He probably made something up. What if he was just pretending until now?" The girl said enthusiastically, "Wow, she got goosebumps." The townspeople looked ahead in admiration and said, "This is to be expected. Geniuses are different from ordinary people." Logan passed by them and thought, it is embarrassing for him to hear such a thing. Ronan rode behind him and happily asked, "What will he say, Logan?" "Everyone praises him." Logan turned around and asked, "Praise? It only makes him blush. Ronan, he should not overdo it either. Ronan smiled and asked, how else if it is true? They are happy to see him. Let him smile at them. Logan asked, puzzled smile? He turned his head towards the townspeople, and they opened their mouths in delight. Logan was embarrassed and blushed. The protagonist looked at the townspeople and smiled fiercely, which scared everyone. They began to talk in fear. What should he understand this smile? Is this a warning about murder? He will cut off their heads with this finger. Logan asked, puzzled, did he do something wrong? Ronan smiled and answered, God, Logan. This is a failure. Patrick turned around and thought, what's the matter? He frowned, and then looked ahead and shouted, and now let them greet the winners of this war. Shouts began to be heard everywhere, long live McLean. Long live young Master Logan. After a while, Logan walked through the palace and looked around. He closed his eyes and asked, will the greeting ceremony last until the morning? For people who just returned from the war, they have good stamina. Suddenly, a loud scream was heard. What was he planning anyway? The protagonist turned around, and Ronan grabbed Marion by the hand and said, Mother. She screamed in displeasure. She heard everything. He refused to become the heir? What is his plan? He can fool others, but not her. Ronan said in fear, Mother, for God's sake. Logan, let him forgive. She was very hurt by the problem with the family. The protagonist smiled and replied, Ronan, everything is fine. He looked at Marion's dissatisfied face and thought, she was always unhappy with him, but after the betrayal of the House of Kiros, she lost all her strength, so he no longer needed to fear her. If he apologizes now, she can accept it. Logan said, Mother, he realizes that his actions in recent months were not trustworthy. And he regrets that he was driven by envy and a sense of inferiority. Marion turned around and looked at her son and said, he sees Ronan. He admitted it himself, it's all his. Ronan cried out pitifully, Mother, for God's sake, let her stop. Logan, she's in a bad mood right now. The protagonist said to just listen to him, Ronan McLean. After all, it was he who he should apologize to. Ronan asked in surprise, what? Logan looked up and said, he apologized to him after returning, but he never said what for. He frowned and said, it seemed that regret and the cowardly nature that he had cultivated for several years were difficult to overcome. Ronan asked in confusion, Logan? What was he talking about? The protagonist looked at him and said, but he himself knew it. He asked to forgive him for hating him all these years. Ronan froze in confusion and began to shake. Marion frowned and looked at him in surprise. Logan said, he was trying to cover up his own incompetence with hatred. And now he sincerely regrets his behavior. Let him at least officially apologize to him now. He lowered his head and said that he was truly sorry. Ronan raised his head and looked at him with sadness in his eyes. Logan thought, good deeds cannot cover up bad ones. He clenched his fist and thought, he is still naive. Ronan said, everything is fine, Logan. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise and froze. Ronan smiled and said he believed that as long as he was treated well, one day the brother he knows will return. He smiled and closed his eyes. Logan said, Ronan? He thought that he was wrong not to dare to do this earlier. The protagonist looked at Marion and said, Mother, he sincerely cares about Ronan. He remembered how he taught him the technique and said, and he hopes that he will become the heir. He understands that he cannot ask him to check for him right away. Please, so let her watch everything he does from now on. Marianne lowered her head down, and Logan looked at her with a smile. He thought, that's enough for now. After a while, the dark gloomy clouds parted and the sun's rays appeared in the sky. Logan and Hemer were walking through the forest. Hemer asked, Sir, where are you going right after returning from the war? The protagonist answered, he had rested enough, it's time to get to work. Hemer frowned with displeasure and said, he was just worried, that's all. About how he would squeeze all the juices out of him again. Logan turned around and said not to worry, he would definitely like this task. Hemer sighed with displeasure and thought that he knew what he liked. After a while, they stopped and Logan put his hand to his head and said, from now on. He stood in front of a large mountain and said they will develop this mine. Some time ago, Patrick asked, as a reward, he wanted the right to develop the mine? He means the one in the mountain near the borders of Tehran? The protagonist answered, yes, that's it. Patrick said that although it was a mountain, there was nothing there. Why did he choose that one? Logan smiled and asked, who knows, maybe there would be gold buried in it. The reason why House Tehran started the feudal war became clear only a year after it ended. A large cart was driving along a forest road, leaving a trail of wheels behind it. Tezran had been mining gold from the mountain in the captured McLean territory, and that alone had made him far more influential than any other average duke, until Ronan McLean destroyed his family out of revenge. Logan remembered the frightened look of Tezran sitting on the floor. Currently, Kaiselin was walking forward and saying, there was an underground prison of Tezran Castle. There were unusual people in it, so he decided that he should take a look. The protagonist walked up to the bars and saw people there. The old man grabbed the bars and screamed loudly, they did nothing wrong. They just got gold from the mine, which is what they were hired for, and that evil Viscount locked them in there. The protagonist grabbed his face with his hand and said, oh, that Tezran. He shook with anger and said, he can't believe that he put 5 valuable mining experts in prison. The man asked in surprise, was he angry? Logan licked his lips and looked at him and said, what an unexpected catch. The old man thought fearfully, what was going on? They won the war against Tezran, but it was like overcoming a small wave. If the Empire's invasion, which led to the collapse of the country, is the last obstacle, then the event that will happen in a year will be the beginning of the death of the nation. A ship was sailing on the sea, which was suddenly grabbed by the tentacles of a huge kraken. The death of the current king, Samuel von Grandia. His sudden death will lead to a conflict between the 3 princes for the crown, followed by 3 years of civil war, which will significantly weaken the fighting power of the kingdom. The Empire will invade just at the moment when the strength of the kingdom has not yet been restored. After some time, the protagonist stood in the forest and thought, in general, this was the first reason that led to the collapse of the kingdom. Lon McLean is not a faction, maintaining neutrality, which would allow them to remain simple observers. Logan frowned and thought, but he cannot miss such a chance. He will take advantage of the disorder to reclaim the lands that previously belonged to them, and they will again become the rulers of the Southwest. He put his hand to his chin and thought, and if possible, he will stop this civil war and move on. Suddenly he was called out, Sir. Logan turned around and saw Heimer, who asked puzzledly, what was he thinking about in broad daylight? He doesn't even respond to his questions. There were men standing next to him who had previously been in prison. The protagonist looked at them and thought in surprise, oh, he didn't notice. He needs to pull himself together, he just got over the disaster. For the sake of the future, he needs to quickly build up his combat power, but right now this proposal sounds like nonsense. He'll have to rely only on his own money. Logan looked around and thought, this mountain will become a cash cow to fund his endeavors. He said there is gold in the middle of the mountain, he wants them to develop the mine. The protagonist folded his arms over his chest and asked how much it would cost him approximately. The men looked at him in surprise, and Heimer frowned. He thought about it, another ridiculous task. The old man raised his hand and thought, Tezran promised to pay a lot, so he immediately agreed, but is he really telling the truth? He asked the question, is he sure there is gold there? Logan shook his head and answered, he is sure. The old man asked how he knew about it. The protagonist pointed his finger at himself and screamed, he saw it himself. The old man thought in fear, did he see how? The protagonist pointed his finger at them and said, for their information, this task is secret, so they will work in 6. Heimer thought, does he want to kill them? The old man screamed in fear, how can only 6 people work in the mine? This is an exorbitant amount of work. He looked at Heimer and added, even with a dwarf. Heimer looked at him, puzzled. The old man got angry and with reddened eyes thought, for heaven's sake, let him support him. Heimer looked at him carefully and said, well, they can just prepare for death in advance. Let them sleep less and give up normal human life. The old man thought in fear, he is finished. The protagonist smiled and thought, Heimer is a good man, he already thinks like a slave, or rather, like a worker. He asked, are they ready to start? And he would like to hear about the payment. The old man replied that they needed to get to the gold first to determine the scale of the work, but 5 million gold would do as a contribution. Heimer added that it would take a long time to develop the mine safely. It would take 6 months just to prepare, and then another 6 months to work at full capacity. Logan looked down and thought, he knew it would take a lot of money and time, but this gold had made the Viscount richer than other dukes. He needed to get it at any cost. He grabbed his neck and thought, if only he could sell the monster meat now, he would invest the proceeds in the mine. However, the effect of this would only be known in 6 months. The main character was a Zamper and thought, wait, do you really need to wait? If he removes the toxin, he can use it as a medicine now. He used a neutralizing agent for this when he was a mercenary, he could do the same now. If he does everything himself and sells it. He clenched his fist and smiled. A week later at McLean's house in the south. Rick said it's ready. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, here's his cloudy medicine, made from night grass, herbs from the plot and Lika's herbs. The protagonist looked at him displeased and said, he asked not to call it cloudy. It's a neutralizing agent. Rick let out air from his mouth and thought, yeah? Logan asked, where is the monster meat? Rick said, in the storage, as he asked. The protagonist said, great, they're going there. We need to use the prepared remedy on this. Rick screamed in fear, what, does he want him to go with him? Logan said, of course. Rick covered his ears and screamed loudly, he can't hear him. No, he doesn't want to. He's never been there, so he doesn't know anything. Logan got really angry and thought, what an idiot, why is he suddenly fussing? And you can't even hit him. After a while, he grabbed his face and sighed in displeasure. The protagonist headed towards the storage facility and wondered what that stench was. He knew it would stink, and the smell was already making him feel sick. Rick was kneeling behind him, throwing up. Suddenly, an energy wave appeared around him, and he exhaled. Logan walked inside and said, okay, let's go. Rick asked him to wait. He asked why he felt bad and he didn't. The protagonist replied that he had paralyzed his sense of smell with force. Rick screamed, he was selfish. Logan replied that if he felt bad, he should awaken his power. After a while, he handed Rick the powder and said, here, let him sprinkle this on the meat. And don't feel sorry, let it all be in this. The black spots are poisonous, be careful. Rick stood with his nose covered with a cloth and said discontentedly, that smell. The protagonist said, then let him make mince. He chopped the meat very finely, and Logan said to roll it into balls. He asked, well, does it look like medicine? Rick frowned and answered, probably. Logan said, okay, that's what they'll be selling. He'll be the one creating it, so let him remember how to do it. Rick cried out in displeasure, what? No, never. The protagonist said he'd pay 100 gold pieces for each pill. Rick folded his arms and said, in that case. Logan thought with confusion, he'd expected to do without any expenses. He handed Rick a pill and said, now we need to test the effectiveness of this. Rick asked with confusion, what is this for? The protagonist answered, for men's health. Rick asked again, and what does that mean? Logan cried out in displeasure, oh my God, let him not disappoint him. He'll explain it only once, so let him listen carefully. He imagined two hares creating pills. The dark hair drank it and got pumped up and quickly started working. Rick cried out loudly. The protagonist put his hand to his lips and asked embarrassedly, did he understand? Rick laughed and answered, yes, I see. There is one person to test it on. Logan looked at him in surprise and asked, who? Rick raised his finger up and closed his eyes and answered, Master Dwayne. At that moment, Dwayne was walking down the street with sheets of paper and wondering why his ears were burning. He went to the door and knocked and said, first young master, this is Dwayne. Logan said to come in. Dwayne opened the door slightly and asked for forgiveness, and said that he was told that he wanted to see him. He went inside and looked around and asked, first young master? Where did he go? Suddenly, the main character appeared behind Dwayne and said, he was waiting for him, Dwayne. He screamed in fear and fell to the floor, pressing himself against the wall. He screamed, you can't jump out from behind him so abruptly. Logan put his hand on his shoulder and said, he just wanted to give him a shoulder massage. He's been very tired these days, after all, he has to settle things after the war, right? Dwayne blushed and replied, no, he is fine. Unlike him, the Lord is doing worse. The protagonist said, but he fell from helplessness. Dwayne replied, no, he just scared him. Logan frowned, picked Dwayne up and slapped his back with his palm, said, let him quit. He knows how hard it is for him. He screamed, things are going badly for them, because he spent every last coin on the war. The servants and knights do not know about this and ask for their pay. The management is going through hard times now. Dwayne said with tears in his eyes, young master. He wiped a tear from his eyes and said, all this time he seemed to have perceived him incorrectly. He did not expect that he was so caring and even thought about the manager. The protagonist smiled and asked, is that why he has problems in bed? Suddenly Dwayne froze and it was as if an electric shock struck his head. He widened his eyes and began to run away, asking for forgiveness. Logan turned around and shouted after him, let him wait, at least listen. He extended his palm with a pill and said, he wanted to give him this. Dwayne asked puzzledly, what is it? The protagonist said, "It is a patented product from a merchant from Kalia. The result is guaranteed after the first pill." He grinned and said, although he himself has never tried it. "What do you think?" He decided to give it to him first. Dwayne took it and looked puzzled. After a while, Logan, accompanied by Rick, walked down the corridor. Dwayne quickly began to run after them and shouted, "Young master." Rick turned around puzzled and asked, "Is Dwayne the manager?" The protagonist thought, "Finally." Rick said, "Sir, he is the manager." "Is it possible to run down the corridor?" Dwayne asked, "How much?" He shouted, breathing heavily, "How much do the pills cost?" Logan grinned and thought, "This is a success." Rick looked at him with displeasure and asked, "Can he hear him?" The protagonist said, "Dwayne, let him give him his hand." Dwayne tried to catch his breath and knelt down on one knee. He looked at him with delight and Rick asked, "Mr. Dwayne?" Logan looked like a hero in his eyes, and Rick just froze in confusion, his eyes wide. The protagonist took out the box and handed it to Dwayne under the bright sunlight. After the first successful time, the men bowed their heads to Logan, and the experiments continued. After a while, the protagonist sat in the office and, folding his hands under his chin, asked Heinkel. He heard rumors that he and his wife have been having a lot of quarrels lately. Is that true? Heinkel screamed in fear. What? Who is spreading such rumors? Logan grabbed Heinkel's head and screamed, "Enough, let him just try to accept it." The second test subject is Heinkel. He took the pill and his body felt hot. He turned around and said, "Young master." The protagonist folded his arms across his chest and said, "Let him go to his wife. He would talk to his father himself." Heinkel smiled and thanked him. He asked for permission to take his leave. Logan nodded and the knight heroically left his office. After a while, Patrick looked out the window and cleared his throat and said, "Logan, about this. The third test subject, this is Patrick." He said sheepishly, "It was wonderful." The protagonist left the office and, closing the door, thought, "Forgive me, Ronan, but they will have another brother." Rick said discontentedly to wait. He put his hand to his chest, standing with napkins in his nose, and shouted, "Why doesn't he offer him? He worked harder than anyone." Logan looked at him carefully, looked away and turned around and left. Rick crossed his legs and looked after him questioningly. He shouted, "What kind of look was that?" The protagonist stopped and said, "He has no one to test the effect of the pill with." Rick shouted indignantly, "Did he say everything?" "Young master, master." Logan told him not to follow him, "He stinks." After a while, the purple sphere spoke, "It is clear, if the medicine works, there will be demand. What price does he want to set?" The protagonist looked at it and answered, 100 gold each. 1,000 for a set of 10. Philip looked at him and frowned and asked, "He does not think that the aristocrats in the capital are simpletons, does he?" "There is no need to ask for trouble." Logan raised his hand and said, "Of course not. He is just confident in his product." He thought about it. In his past life it was bought so often that the price has risen terribly. Philip said if he sells in limited quantities, he will be able to get more. He handed the coin to the magician and said to let him talk for another 10 minus, please. The magician smiled and thanked him. Philip said that is logical if he is confident in the effect. Logan replied he was convinced that the result would be excellent. It would be enough for someone famous to try the pill and express his opinion. It would have to be someone who needed such a medicine. Philip folded his arms and asked, "But what kind of aristocrat would spread the word that his impotence had passed?" The protagonist replied, "There was no need to spread it. An aristocrat's conversations are always overheard by many ears. Even if it is a secret, rumors will still spread, and other buyers will flock like bees to honey." Philip put his hand to his chin and said thoughtfully, "In that case, maybe he will go to a banquet in the capital." Logan's eyes widened and he asked, "A banquet, is he serious?" He thought about it. He only went to celebrate victories when he was a mercenary. His family did not have money for banquets. Philip said that it was easier to establish connections there. Although, in order to promote his business, he would have to spend time. He himself would have gone if he were not a commoner. After all, it won't be possible to sell medicine at a banquet. Logan asked puzzledly, "Sell at a banquet?" Philip replied, "Just let him not say that he wants to do it. Their house will become an outcast if he does something like that in high society." The protagonist sat comfortably on a chair and said, "This won't happen if he's not the one selling." Philip, he remembers, he told him about an informant in the capital. Let him go to him and find out everything they might need. Philip asked fearfully, "What, an informant? What is he up to?" Logan said happily, "He will arrive at the Grand soon." He will find out the details when they meet. Philip looked away fearfully and thought he had a bad feeling about this. A week later, the protagonist got off his horse and said, "We've arrived to the capital of the kingdom of Grandia Grand." Philip said, "He really did arrive? How did he manage to get permission? He means to sell an aphrodisiac." Logan glanced at him out of the corner of his eye and said, "Of course he didn't tell him about it." He looked towards the cart and said, "Although it wasn't easy to bring 3,000 boxes without a servant." The protagonist smiled and thought his father agreed faster than he thought. Probably because of his success in the war. Philip looked at him and said, "By the way, when he came for the first time, he didn't have any servants with him either. Does he think it's normal for the son of a noble house to move around like that?" The protagonist froze and said, "Well, when servants are around, it's hard to choose a route. Not to mention that they have their own work." Logan's eyes widened and thought, by the way, about work. He loaded Rick with a big task. Rick. He remembered his image and his words, "Young master." The protagonist thought, both in his past life and in this one, he did everything for him. He remembered his sweet smile and words, "Young master, can he return to his duties?" What, he wants him to work on his day off too. "Young master, the servants say he smells bad lately. They don't even come near him, will he ever get married?" Logan thought, he really was grateful to him. He pictured Rick with his pockets hugely stuffed and asked, "What," he said, "a few pills missing?" "No way. What do you mean he's going to beat him for every one that falls out when he shakes him?" Logan thought, "Thank him, Rick." He spoke, so he's decided everything. Philip thought, a familiar expression. Is he having a flashback? The protagonist threw a fist and said, as a token of gratitude to Rick for doing such a job, he'll name the medicine Emporic. Philip turned blue with shame and thought, no doubt about it, he's crazy. After a while, Philip spoke, he must be tired after a long journey. Better to recuperate at the bar. The protagonist leaned his elbows on the table and asked, so he shouldn't talk about aristocrats who have problems with this in a place where there are plenty of ears. Philip replied, well, the room is clearly a more appropriate place to discuss such a topic. He looked at him and said, by the way, he went to the informant to find out what he asked for. But is he really going to pay him 900 gold for each document? Logan looked at him, looked away and replied, he charges a lot, but his work is high quality. If he conveyed his words correctly, they will get the information they need. Philip replied discontentedly, he retold him everything word for word. He held up one finger and said, firstly, they need the names of aristocrats who have been married for the last 10 years but have not had children. Secondly, the names of aristocrats who have remarried or have mistresses. Thirdly, the names of aristocrats who eat food that increases stamina. The protagonist looked at him and said, right? Then everything will be as it should be. He did a great job, not just with this task, but with all the ones he gave him. Philip smiled and said, oh, no need, it wasn't hard. The real trouble happened the day he got the news of the war. He couldn't even imagine how worried he was until he found out it ended that evening. Logan smiled and thought, at least he was worried about his employer. Philip said, when he thought about the mountain of monster meat he would have to deal with, he lost all appetite. Who would buy this anyway? The protagonist frowned in displeasure and threw the paper at Philip and shouted, stop talking, let him read this. Philip asked fearfully, why did the paper hit so painfully? Logan asked, who on this list, in his opinion, is suitable for them as the first client? Philip took the sheet of paper, pressed his hand to his cheek and began to read with tears in his eyes. He thoughtfully said, what about him? He pointed his finger at the piece of paper and showed it to Logan. The protagonist read it carefully and said in surprise the same. After a while, there were many guests in beautiful clothes at the gala banquet. Fallon was standing near the young beauties, when suddenly he was called Count Divis. He turned around and his eyes widened in fear. Logan walked up to him, put his hand to his chest and asked him to forgive him. He was Logan McLean, the eldest son of the McLean house from the southwestern region. Fallon bit his lip and said mockingly, my God, they have a new guest here, welcome. The girls stood behind him and laughed. They said, horror, what bad taste. I wonder where it came from. Let them look at this fashionable southwestern clothing. The protagonist smiled and thought, he put on what Philip recommended, and as expected, no one liked it. Excellent choice. He did not have time to develop useless connections at a meaningless banquet like this. His only target is Count Divis. The girls laughed at him, covering their mouths with their hands. Fallon Divis, despite being an important figure in preserving the kingdom of Grandia and married at the age of 20, As a man, he is pathetic and still childless. He was surprised when Philip pointed out his name on the list. Because in his past life, he became quite famous. The Count who committed suicide because of his wife. The main character remembered how the Count's wife started screaming at the banquet. Maybe he would shut up already? She pointed her finger at him and said, "He is a feeble idiot." After the incident between them, the insult his wife gave him at the banquet drove him to suicide. Logan thought reputation and other people's opinions were very important to him. He fits all 3 points that he told the informant. This is the ideal first customer of Emporica. The protagonist said that he came to the capital for business, and, having heard about his authority, decided to meet him in person. Fallon smiled and asked, "Business," he said. "But Grandia already has everything." He supposes that since he came from the outskirts, many of the capital's goods shocked him. The girls behind him were whispering, they would hear her. Logan smiled and answered Fallon, "Of course, but he is sure that there is nothing like his product there, that's why he is going to sell it." He came closer and said, "This medicine is specially designed for men." He covered his mouth with his hand and said, "It will increase his desire." Fallon's puzzled eyes widened, clenched his jaw and cried out in displeasure, "The son of an aristocrat sells such things?" The girl asked, "What did he say?" The second girl covered her mouth and said, "What a disgrace." Fallon smirked and thought, how dare this provincial speak there? Now he will wallow in humiliation alone. The protagonist sighed and thought, this is what can be read from his expression. How obvious. Fallon asked displeasedly, did he have anything else to say? Logan smiled and answered, as a courtesy, he brought a gift for an influential person in the capital. He asks that he accept this. This is his product, Emporic, which will be sold for 100 gold pieces each. He specially put 3 as a gift for him. This wonderful medicine has no side effects. He can swear to it on his honor as an aristocrat. Fallon frowned with displeasure. A few days later, the door opened and a servant said, the master instructed him to purchase the drug Emporic. He handed over a paper and said, here is his ID. The main character smiled and said, Count Divis sent him. He thought, right on target. After a while, Philip bowed and said, thank you. Let them come again. He went back into the room and said, 10,000 gold for 10 boxes. Not bad for the first sale. Logan said they would make even more. The rent for this tiny shop itself cost 10,000 gold. As expected, this was the center of the capital. He had barely managed to negotiate the rent. Philip said they needed a room. It would be more useful if people could come in and examine the goods themselves. The protagonist answered, he was right. Well, it was time for him to go to the banquet. Philip asked, puzzled again. He went there almost every day. Sometimes even twice. Logan turned around and said, one customer was not enough for him. He needed to advertise the goods to as many people as possible. A week later, the assistant walked down the street and thought, he could not believe that the Count asked him to buy this medicine again. No healthy food had such an effect on him. He approached the shop and saw a huge line. The assistant wondered why the line was so long. Wait a minute, he knew these people. He began to look at the people and think, that one was the manager of Viscount Talon, and that one was the butler of Count Hamel. The assistant adjusted his hat and thought, this could spread unnecessary rumors, he should quickly buy the medicine and leave. At that moment, Philip came out of the store and shouted, they are so sorry. Unfortunately, they sold everything they had prepared for today. The servants turned blue with fright. One of them asked, how is this possible? This has never happened before. Philip smiled and answered, he is really sorry. The Emporium is very popular, but there is not enough supply, so they set a limit of 50 boxes a day. The men asked to sell them some. The servant shouted, if he returns empty-handed, the master will kill him. At that moment, the Count and his assistant passed by. He asked puzzledly, what is going on there? Let him go and find out. The assistant said, obey. Logan stood around the corner and thought happily, the introduction of a limit will stimulate buyers, and other people, seeing the crowd, will also be interested. Everything is going according to plan. After a while, Philip shouted, there are no more goods for today. He asked them to come tomorrow. This went on for several days. Today everything is sold. He shouted, sold. Sold. The men with bags of gold were crying. The servant asked fearfully, which day in a row was this? Philip said, amazing. They have been fulfilling the sales plan every day for a month. Today everything was sold out immediately after the opening. So they will be able to get 4.5 million a month. The protagonist laughed and asked who knew that there were so many incapacitated men in Grandia. They raised the price 3 times, and there are still those willing to pay more. He will soon begin to worry about the future of their kingdom. Philip looked at him with a smile, and Logan laughed out loud. He grabbed Philip and began to ruffle his hair. He said, "He did it, Philip, he is great." Philip turned blue and thought he couldn't breathe. All thanks to his efforts. Logan let him go and said, "Great, from next month he will get a percentage of the profits." Philip's eyes widened in surprise and he shouted, "Mr. Logan, he will try his best." The protagonist shouted, "Oh ugh, no need for kisses." At that moment, a man in a robe was standing near their store. After a while, Logan shouted, "At least 10 tons of gold per year?" He miscalculated his volume and people turned around in confusion at the door leading to the room. The protagonist grabbed his face and turned around in fear. He was standing in front of the magic ball and whispered, "Let him wait, is he serious?" Hema replied, "Yes, judging by the miner's words, there is a good chance that gold nuggets are in deeper layers." Logan clenched his jaw and thought happily, 10 tons of gold, even with a rough calculation, is 100 million gold. Jackpot, he won a lottery much bigger than he expected. Hema said, "But the price of the mine is not a joke, does he have the funds to pay?" "It will take 5 million gold." Logan asked again, "Funds?" "Of course." He said to wait and his master will get all the money he and the workers needed in a moment. Hema looked at him puzzled and thought, it would be better if he was more gentle with them. Some time later, when it was already dark, the protagonist was walking down the street and thinking, the initial investment costs for developing the mine would be about 5 million. If the sales of Emporic remain the same, he will be able to collect 4.5 million in a month. It is enough to sell it for 2 months to make a lot of money. Logan blushed with joy and thought, he had about 700 boxes of Emporic left, so he should go home and send more there, and then start developing the mine. Suddenly he stopped and saw the silhouette of a person in his room. Logan wondered, why does he feel like there is someone there? Although weakly. He rushed forward and thought, are they really thieves? The protagonist opened the door and looked around and thought, have they left? He grabbed his sword and thought, no, there is only one way out. They are still here. Suddenly, a silhouette appeared behind him and he swung his sword in fear and screamed, "Who is there?" He pulled his sword forward and saw a stream of energy. Logan thought, no one? But he definitely felt that someone was there. At that moment, he felt an ominous energy in the back of his head and turned around to see a man in a robe standing on the roof. The protagonist thought, is he on the roof? He pushed off the ground and rushed forward. He pulled his sword forward and tried to strike the man, but he dodged. Logan stood in front of him and asked, who is he? The man remained silent and disappeared into space. The protagonist froze in confusion and thought, there was no trace of his presence left, although he had just been in front of him. Suddenly he looked down and saw a small piece of black cloth in his hand. He asked, what kind of nightmare is this? After a while, Philip screamed in fear, did an aura user sneak in there? What? The protagonist folded his arms across his chest and replied, this is just a guess, but at the very least he was an advanced user of the system. It was not just that he felt that he had a high rank, but obviously he was significantly different from him. Philip looked down and asked, but how can an aura user be a thief? Someone who has this is able to go from a slave to an aristocrat. Would such a person stoop to robbery? What did he steal? Really? Logan reached into the inside pocket of his jacket and answered, he thinks right. He took out a box and said, only 2 emporic pills. Philip asked puzzledly, only 2? So he was not interested in the money, he took them for himself. He turned the box over and the last pill fell out. Are there incapacitated aura users too? The protagonist widened his eyes and asked happily, right, there was an aura user on his list, right? Philip replied, no, he was asked for an extra fee because it was extremely sensitive information, and he refused. He looked up and said, oh, I remembered, there was that person. That childless aura user who lives in the capital. Happy children ran past Felix, calling out to their parents. Felix frowned slightly and looked at them. The woman brushed her shoulder against him and asked what he was looking at. Felix spread his arms out to the sides and said, he was just enjoying the view of the street. The woman looked at him carefully and said, the children again then? Felix replied, no, he was saying, he liked the cityscape. There was no need to entertain stupid thoughts. He hugged his wife and suggested that they return home. The woman laid her head on his chest and said sadly, darling, she was so happy to have met him, he knew that, right? Felix looked at her with tears in his eyes and kissed her on the head, saying, he did too. The best swordsman in the kingdom, this is Felix Esperanza. Sadness and regret were rooted in his heart. It all started with a simple wound received in his youth. While fighting for his country, he was injured in the groin area. As a youth, he did not care about another honorable wound received while performing his knightly duty. However, what is the point of being a duke and being the strongest on the entire continent? Without a child to inherit it, it will all be lost. His wife had said it a while ago, I see. She held his hand and said this must be a torment for him. She cried and said, if he didn't mind, let her stay by his side. Felix cried and thought, is there really no way he can repay her for the boundless love he receives? He was currently walking down the street, and Louis was asking, the family meeting was about to start, was he sure he shouldn't rush? Felix replied, what was the point of coming early? They would only pressure him with words about having an heir. Louis frowned and said he would try to express himself more carefully. A very effective medicine had recently appeared in the capital. Felix turned around and asked, is that true? Louis walked up to him and said, apparently it even heals physical wounds. Felix laughed in response. Louis said he doesn't know if he'll believe it, but there are a lot of reviews about its effectiveness. Felix closed his eyes and thought he'd already tried the medicine after he stole it. He never expected that he dared to rob it, even if his wife's tears were bothering him. What a shame for all his students. He clenched his fist and thought, not to mention that it had no effect. Felix said, Louis, rumors should be treated with distrust. Louis asked for forgiveness. He thought, yes, rumors are just rumors. Felix thought, the medicine can't cure what the aura couldn't help with. It's time to give up. At that moment, the guard screamed, he said it. He looked at the protagonist in fear and said, he can't meet him without an appointment. How many times should he repeat it? Logan smiled and said that's why he's asking just to tell him his name. He'll definitely want to meet after hearing it. A while ago, Philip asked if he was going to visit the Duke in person. The protagonist folded his arms and answered, of course. Philip put his hands on the table and said just don't tell, that he was planning to go to the strongest man in the kingdom and asked him if he was the one who robbed him. And how are things with his wife? He screamed in fear, that's not what he was planning to do, is it? Logan asked a question, was he imitating him? Philip frowned and said he's asking for trouble. Let him just pretend like nothing happened. He thought, if something goes wrong, they're done for. At this moment, the protagonist closed his eyes and thought Philip was right, but if that person really was the Duke, then such a chance can't be missed. At that moment, a man came out of the office and waved his hand and said he asked for him to pass. Logan stood up and entered the office. He looked at Felix standing with his back to him and thought, a chance to create a strong bond with one of the strongest people in the kingdom. The protagonist bowed and said he welcomed him. He is Logan McLean, the eldest son of the McLean house. He opened his eyes and looked at Felix, who turned around. Logan thought, he is about 70, but he looks much younger. Did he slow down his aging by using his strong aura? Felix asked, the McLean house? It is in the southwest region. Why did he come such a long way from there? Logan smiled and thought, it is too early to get down to business. He reached into the inside pocket of his jacket and said he recently opened a business in the capital, so he decided to bring them his product as a gift. The protagonist took out a wooden box and put it on the table, said, this is an amazing medicine for men's health. Its effectiveness has been proven by many aristocrats. Felix looked at it and asked, is it really? Logan smiled and thought, no reaction. Now he is not sure if he really was the thief. Then he will try to approach from another side. He looked at the wooden box and said, but such a thing would not work for a superhuman like that. That's why he brought something more special. Felix slightly opened his mouth and Logan thought, reacted. He smiled and thought, at first he was not interested because the emporic did not work on him. The poison in the monster meat used in the current version of the medicine was neutralized for use as an aphrodisiac and to treat dysfunction. But this ordinary poison will not work on a superhuman. Therefore, having accumulated it and created a powerful concentrate, the protagonist opened the box with one pill and said, this is a limited edition of the emporic. Felix looked at it and sighed. Logan thought he called the version limited because this concentrated the effect of 50 ordinary pills. He had experienced it himself, so it can be safely guaranteed that there will be an effect. He remembered kneeling and shaking. The protagonist thought, what a killing pain, if an ordinary person without a power core takes this, he will die. But the user of the aura. Logan put his hand on his heart and lowered his head and said, if he likes the effect of the pill, he asks that he let him know. He will be very willing to send him more. And of course, he will take all measures to maintain confidentiality. Felix picked up the box and said nothing. The next day, Felix smiled and asked what he wanted. He was ready to do everything in his power for him. The protagonist triumphed inside, but on the outside he tried to maintain calm and thought, it worked. He smiled and asked, let him forgive? He does not understand what he is talking about. Aura Master is a martial artist and a master of strength who uses life energy. It is safe to say that Felix appreciated the effect of the medicine. Felix looked up with eyes shining with joy. It worked. He clenched his fist and thought, after all, the medicine is not a one-time use. After 30 uses, the effect will accumulate, and he will be completely cured. His long-term melancholy and chest pain will end. He frowned and looked at Logan and thought, he can't believe that he brought him a gift and didn't even mention his misdeed. That day, he saw his swordsmanship. Not bad for a young man. Felix believes that he is the owner of this miracle medicine. He laughed and said, it seems he was hasty. Thanks to his gift, he has found a chance to cure his lingering illness and is ready to repay them for it. Let the protagonist say what he wants. Logan answered in that case. Can he ask him for a useful book on swordsmanship? After a while, they were in the library and Felix was looking for a book. He took this out and handed it to the protagonist and said, here. Logan looked at it in surprise and Felix said, the training described in it will make your body hurt, but it is worth reading because it has some eccentric moments. Logan took the book and happily thanked. He was a little embarrassed and asked, by the way, could he write a letter confirming that he gave it to him? Felix answered, of course, with ease. The protagonist grinned and thought, great, he got what he needed. It's a pity to take only a book from the Duke, although he is ready to give him anything, but his goal is completely different. Felix said, and yet it seems wrong to him. Logan asked in surprise, what? Felix closed his eyes and lowered his head down and said, he will personally teach him sword techniques. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock and thought, does he want to teach him? The greatest swordsman in the kingdom? Felix said, he understands that he is modest and does not need much, but he is embarrassed to repay him with only a book. Logan thought about it, this is the first time in his past and this life that he was said that. Modest? Even if he had the secrets of the divine sword, there is no need to refuse the offer of the strongest man in the kingdom. The protagonist said sheepishly, thank you. He thought, this is a jackpot. After a while, Felix pulled out his sword and said, judging the talent of remarkable young warriors is one of the joys of an old man. He said, let him concentrate. He will not give in. The protagonist grabbed the hilt of his sword and Felix said to take out the sword. Suddenly, Logan felt a terrible pressure. He began to breathe heavily and said, a huge force is pressing on him. He can't even grab the sword. This is what an aura user is like. He imagined Felix as a giant leaning over him. Logan shook and thought, but are all aura users able to restrain their entire body using power like magic? Even if his rank is lower, but still. If this is true, but all the battles on the continent will be finished by aura users finishing off the others. The protagonist frowned and thought, in his opinion, it is not just about power. It must be some kind of special ability. Logan activated his energy. Felix looked at him carefully, and a bright light illuminated him. The protagonist clenched his jaw and continued to accumulate his energy. He thought, he will use power to enhance the perception of the senses, not the body, and then analyze what is restraining his body. The protagonist closed his eyes and grabbed the hilt of his sword. He thought, every time he tries to move, the Duke's power stimulates its activation. It dissipates the power he puts into the movement. Logan exhaled and thought, he does not know how this is possible, but he understands how to resist it. When he is just going to suppress its power, he must react a little faster. The protagonist grabbed the hilt of the sword and swung it. Felix looked at him in surprise and said, as he thought, he is talented. Logan pulled the sword forward and covered his mouth with his hand. Felix lowered the sword and said, okay, now let him look carefully. Energy began to gather around the sword and spread everywhere. The protagonist looked at it in surprise and thought, he is concentrating the power that suppressed him on the tip of the sword. Is this the aura of the blade? The energy was approaching him, and he thought, no. Felix grinned and ordered to receive. Logan turned blue with fear and said this. A huge energy wave formed above him and he said, the power of the blade. The protagonist froze and thought, the sword is moving very slowly. He sees it, but he clenched his jaw and thought, he can't move. The Duke's power permeates his entire body and interferes with the functioning of his senses. The power of the red blade is growing. But what can he do, even after understanding the principle? Logan frowned, and then looked ahead in surprise and thought, his power itself. A stream of energy appeared in front of his body and he thought, this will neutralize the Duke's power. Felix stood with his hand raised up, and the protagonist thought, intuition tells me that this blow cannot be dodged, but he frowned and pulled the sword forward, illuminating everything around with his energy. Felix's eyes widened in confusion and asked, did he create a barrier of power? He crouched and swung his sword. He pushed off the floor and rushed forward. The protagonist stood in one position with his sword extended. He frowned and clenched his jaws, trying to overcome his fear. Felix swung his sword and threw the protagonist into the wall with energy. He screamed and hit the wall. Logan fell and started shaking, and Felix put the tip of his sword on the floor. Logan looked up and said, an aura blade, no? Felix frowned and asked, does he think he'll teach him something he can't master? He saw the full version. The protagonist fell to the floor, and Felix said, he unconsciously took the fight a little more seriously in the end. He can't believe that he came face to face with him. Some people are just destined to succeed in this world. He looked at the unconscious Logan and said, it will be fun to watch him. After a while, the butler looked away and asked, is he leaving already? The protagonist smiled, and the butler said the Duke said to let him rest until he's fully recovered. He can stay there. Logan smiled and said, it's okay. Thanks to the potion he gave him, he was fully recovered. The butler pointed to the side and said, I see. Let him take him to the gate. After a while, when the sunset sky had already appeared, the gate opened and the butler bowed and said, have a good trip. The protagonist turned around and said, thank you for taking me. He quickly started to leave and his eyes widened. The butler looked at him in confusion, and Logan turned the corner and leaned against the wall, clutching his side. He shook and said, the pain is terrible. He took out a potion and spoke, but he could not use such an expensive potion for such wounds. He could not believe that he gave him a potion of excellent quality, which was nowhere to be found. As expected from the Duke, the protagonist thought he had developed strength recently, so he would be able to heal the wounds himself, although it would be difficult, because it was the Duke who inflicted it. He looked closely at the potion and spoke, and yet he gained more than he lost. The protagonist untied the note from the potion and thought, these are the coordinates of the communication channel of his estate. If he encounters difficulties while mastering the power of the blade, he can contact him. Logan smiled and thought, who would have thought that his impression of him would be so good? He treated him almost like a student. Established contact with him would be very useful to him in the future. Suddenly, Philip appeared behind him, who screamed, Mr. Logan. He was very scared and turned around displeasedly asked Philip, why is he there? Philip answered, he was waiting nearby for him to come out. Why is he so pale? He screamed loudly, does he hope he was not rude to the Duke? The protagonist asked displeasedly, rude? He only learned a little sword art from him. He coughed, and blood spurted from his mouth. Philip screamed in fear, he prepared everything for escape and would find the fastest horse. Logan answered, no, he misunderstood, He started coughing heavily and Philip screamed in fear, Mr. Logan. A week later, there was a sign on the door of the room that said, the emporic is sold out. Please let them come later. The protagonist frowned and said seriously, the total income from the sales of the emporic was about 4,100,000 gold. Philip said confidently, if the sales remain the same, then 4.5 million in a month will not be difficult to earn. Logan and Philip exchanged glances with a malicious smile. A loud and joyful cry came from the room, which swept throughout the city. The protagonist folded his arms across his chest and asked, is he so happy that he does not mind not getting a bonus this month? Philip was kneeling and tearfully saying, please let him not interfere with his fantasies. He looked towards the protagonist and said, all right. He established the process of purchasing monster meat in Kalia. Logan asked, is that true? He is a good man. Philip asked, by the way, has he thought about buying a house in the capital? Considering the living expenses, it would be a good deal. The protagonist shook his head and said no, he would be there for a year and a half at most. Until then, they would focus on the Emporica. After that, they would have to move, even if they wanted to stay. Philip asked, puzzled, what did that mean? Logan replied, that he had nothing to worry about. Philip closed his eyes and said then, he asked him to take care of his health so that the business could continue to flourish. His coughing up blood horrified him. Logan said that was why he had been locked in his room for a whole week. Philip asked, was he really focused on recovery? When he came, he was always doing something at the table. He remembered how he had looked at the protagonist sitting at the table, puzzled. Logan answered thoughtfully, yes, but there was no need to worry about it. Philip scared and asked, another secret? The protagonist smiled and thought, he liked that he didn't try to find out more, even though he grumbled. Rick would have gotten to the bottom of his dream for sure. Philip looked at him and asked, is he going home now? Logan said yes, let him calm the customers until he sends a new batch of emporic. Oh, and one more thing. Every month, food rations worth 100,000 gold need to be sent to Tezron and McLean. Philip shouted in confusion, what? He plans to feed all the inhabitants of those regions? Logan said enough. They will do this for a year, so let him find a supplier. Philip asked, is he serious? He did not know that he valued his people so much. The protagonist approached the door and thought, does he value his people? He does this because it is necessary. After all, only in a year will the chronic shortage of food supplies in McLean end. Logan took the door handle and thought, even with the Tezon Plains, because of the infertile lands of McLean, they will still go into the minus. He lowered his head and thought, the labor of people is important to his plan, so he can't let them starve. Logan opened the door and said, okay, he has business, so he will go. Philip asked, what business? He does not have to answer, it is a secret anyway. The protagonist answered, he is a quick learner. After some time, men in tattered clothes were sitting in a dark room. Someone was sleeping on the floor, and someone was looking at the floor with a sad look. Logan was standing near the counter, and the man in the robe said, he wants them to find these people. By names and a couple of external signs? And what do you mean he does not know where they live? They'll have to search the entire continent? The protagonist frowned and said, let him just say if they can handle it. He'll pay them handsomely. The man thought about it and looked at the piece of paper. He said, okay. Logan headed for the exit and thought, he knew it would be hard to find them. After all, even the names he knew could be fake. But there was no other option. The protagonist looked ahead and thought, he had to gather all the independent superhumans at any cost. Those who had achieved such a level in their past lives and would not join any organization. Logan imagined images of people from different elements, and thought, each of them would be of great help in the war against the Empire. Especially the guy she hired. He stopped and thought, wait, why was he in such a hurry? He was too anxious, despite the fact that things were going well in the capital. Logan looked at the sky and said, he needed to calm down. There was still time. At that moment, the man slammed his hand on the table and shouted, if only. The guy asked the elder to calm down. Clayton hunched over and said, he keeps chasing his followers away. Doesn't he have any other workers? Tower leader. The guy said, let him calm down, he only came to convey his words. Clayton exhaled and asked, so let him tell you why he called his followers this time too? The guy said, puzzled, well, they will be sent to the countryside in the southwest, to McLean territory. On a 6-month mission. A large black energy began to spread and frighten the guy. Clayton put his hand on the guy's shoulder and said, damn the head of the magic tower, he can't let this happen. It's time to settle the matter once and for all. He was extremely angry and looked ahead. After a while, the protagonist passed by in the large tower. He walked up to the counter where the guy was sleeping and knocked on the table and said, hey. The guy woke up and immediately jumped up. He said, welcome. This is a long-range earth magic spell for the 4th circle. The guy's eyes widened in surprise and he wondered what business he had. He thought he was an aristocrat, but his suit was too simple. Logan frowned and said he needed a couple of magic scrolls. The guy looked at him and thought, of course. A man like that would never come to meet a high-ranking mage. He'll probably buy a bunch of scrolls now, none of which are particularly different from each other. It's all written on his face. The protagonist said 150 magic scrolls of destruction. The guy asked, puzzled, what? The protagonist sighed with displeasure, took out a piece of paper and put it on the table and said, here's his user certificate issued by Cooper Bank. Let him take a look. The guy took the certificate and said they'll look, 1 0 2 3 4 5 6. He widened his eyes and shouted loudly, 4 million gold? The guy lowered his head and started shaking slightly. He said he'll escort him up. Logan let out a dissatisfied sigh and remained silent. Destruction magic. It is a long-range earth magic spell for the fourth circle. Depending on the mage's potential, this magic can even bring down a rock. But due to disadvantages such as the time it takes to activate and show signs of use, and the fact that it only works on rocks and dirt, it is not used in combat at all. The protagonist imagined two men looking at a mountain and talking to each other. The first said, "It is shaking." The second sighed and replied, "It must be destruction magic." Logan grinned and thought, but it is perfect for construction. He will be able to speed up the development of the mine, and at the same time solve other problems. Radios asked him, "So he wants to buy 150 destruction scrolls?" Logan replied, "Yes." Radios laughed and said they haven't had such a generous buyer for a long time. He even began to worry. Radios great, the head of the Earth Magic Tower. The protagonist thought, who would have thought that the head of the tower himself would come running? He remembered Radios running and shouting, 150, where is he? Logan thought, he was the 5th generation head of the tower, but he acted like that because of 1.5 million. Are they really doing badly? Well, the weakness of his trading partner is an advantage for him. The protagonist said, his home, this is the McLean house, it is a small fiefdom in the southwest. He will understand if he has not heard about it. Radios laughed and said, it seems there in turn made a mistake. Let him forgive, he will give him a severe reprimand. Logan smiled and answered, no need, it's a trifle. Radios said, he is so good-natured. The guy sat on a chair and thought fearfully, he is finished. Radios frowned and thought, he almost missed this simpleton because of the intern. In peaceful times, earth magic is used only for farming or planting crops with trees. The protagonist looked at him questioningly, and Radios wondered, what kind of aristocrat would spend scrolls on such trivial things? It was precisely such ignorant fools who chattered about the magic tower becoming weaker after he became its leader. Well, although he had indeed spent the budget for this month a little earlier. In any case, it was great that this simpleton showed up now. He needed to butter him up and shake more money out of him. Radios smiled and said, to be honest, there was one problem. Logan put his hands on the table and frowned and asked, what was it? Radios said, he must know that to create a scroll of the 4th circle, at least a mage with the 5th circle is required. Nowadays, their tower does not have many such specialists. The protagonist asked discontentedly, so what? The old man widened his eyes and pursed his lips, thinking, this was not the reaction he expected. Still, it was worth checking the ground again. He said, he knows that each scroll is expensive to make, so they couldn't make it in advance. Logan stood up and said, it seems that nothing can be done. And he had planned to buy 150 a month. If they had trouble with that amount, he would just turn to the ruler's family's magic tower. Radios stood up and threw himself at his foot and shouted, let him wait, sir. Every month? The protagonist looked at him carefully and said, yes, 150 every month. In half a year, he would need 900 scrolls in total. Radios put his hands to his face and looked at him happily. Logan said, but since it is already difficult for them to make 150, they won't be able to handle it in half a year. He had miscalculated. Radios' happy fantasies disappeared in that second. The protagonist walked forward, and Radios grabbed his leg and shouted, they can do it. Logan asked, is that possible? Radios smiled and thought, God, how dirty his shoes are. He said, of course, they can definitely do it. Scrolls of the 4th circle cost 10,000 gold each. 150 would cost 1.5 million, and in 6 months the sum would be 9 million. The old man's eyes widened and he made a face. Suddenly he began to polish the protagonist's shoes and kissed one of them and said, this is a very attractive price. But what about finding a mage instead of buying a scroll? Logan asked, what, a mage? He thought about it. Detached mages hate doing dirty work, so they usually sell scrolls. He polished his shoes perfectly. But he would lend him a mage, who would cost even more. A mage with the 4th circle would be as effective as 300 scrolls. The protagonist asked, does he have a mage with the 4th circle who would be willing to go to a construction site in the countryside? Radios grinned and bowed his head and said, it seems they did not understand each other. Even he cannot order a mage of such a level, let him forgive him. The protagonist thought, puzzled, well, what did he expect? The old man looked at him and said, instead, he can provide 9 mages with the 2nd circle and 1 with the 3rd. They are students who have been working as a team on various construction sites for a long time. In exchange, if he reduces the number of scrolls. Logan looked at him carefully and thought, that sounds good. The construction has been going on for a long time, so this will be even better. But what kind of mages specialize in construction? He frowned and thought, arrogant? He would like to see what kind of people they are. After a while, shabby guys with frightened faces stood in front of him. The guy stepped forward and said he is Grick, a mage of the third circle. They will be under his care. The protagonist looked at them fearfully and said, his name is Logan McLean. The old man smiled and said, so they said hello? Now they can go. The guys turned around and started to leave. They asked to forgive them. Logan turned around and shouted loudly at radios, they look like they're about to die. The old man started waving his arms and said, regardless of appearance, they are young employees with a lot of experience in the construction industry. They are real professionals. Logan remembered the guys and thought, they really seemed reliable when he looked at them superficially with his senses. Among them are magicians with the second circle and one with the third. Also, they are in their 20s, and they are already considered talented. And yet, why did he agree to send his students to the countryside? Something was fishy here. The protagonist put his hand to his lips and wondered if he should be tested. He turned around and said, compared to the fourth circle scrolls, the proposal to reduce the number of these and provide second circle mages was an unfair exchange. Radios asked, puzzled, what? But 10 mages should be enough. Besides, there was one with the third level among them. Logan smiled and said, then for 120 scrolls and 10 mages, he would pay 1,200,000. The old man pursed his lips, and negative reactions were happening in his head. Logan smiled and thought, this is an awfully low price, considering the talent of these mages. Although he would not mind if he agreed. No one would send normal mages for such a price. Radios replied, okay. The protagonist looked at him in surprise, and he handed over a piece of paper and said, let's sign a contract. The veins on the old man's face swelled with anger. Logan looked at the contract and thought, did he seriously agree? And is he in a hurry? When did he have time to prepare the contract? The ink was not even dry on this one. He knew it, there was something fishy there. Suddenly Clayton burst into the room and shouted loudly, he heard everything, the head of the tower. He needed to talk to him immediately. His mages tried to restrain him, but to no avail. The guy grabbed him and screamed in fear, no need, sir. The old man asked, puzzled, Clayton? Logan turned around and looked at him in fear. He checked him and thought, the fifth circle. Clayton asked discontentedly, does he want to send his followers away again? Radios answered discontentedly, it is necessary for the good of the tower. His followers are the most talented. Clayton answered irritably, that is why he asks. Why are they the only ones doing the hard work? Not someone else, but children who have just returned from work. The children were standing outside the door and crying. Radios shouted, young people do not care about any work. It's for the good of the tower and for them. Clayton frowned and asked, in his opinion, he didn't know that he was oppressing them ever since he got the fifth circle and became an elder last year? Radios asked with displeasure, was he crazy? How was he acting in front of their guests? Logan looked at them and thought, that's the thing. This man got the fifth circle at a relatively young age and became an elder. He thought Clayton was about 50. The tower leader was scared of this. But without the ability to conflict with the elder, he takes it out on his followers. The internal conflict in the tower will play into his hands. The protagonist smiled and thought, he can't believe that he got such a lucrative contract. Radios closed his eyes and said that if he didn't want to obey the tower leader's orders, then he didn't care. He could get out with his followers. Clayton screamed, was he serious? He clenched his jaw and clenched his fists. Clayton began to spread his energy everywhere, and Radios shouted, if he wants to leave, let him leave, Clayton. Everything around shook, and small stones fell from the ceiling. The guy screamed, horror, this is bad. We need to stop them. Clayton turned red with anger and shouted, tower leader, let him get ready. Radios put his hands in front of him and frowned. At that moment, Logan put a seal on the contract and the men stopped, looking at him puzzled. The guy's followers opened their mouths in surprise, and the main character said, now. He showed the contract and the seals from below and said, the contract is signed. Logan turned around and said, he asks 10 to follow him. He pointed his finger at the men and said, and they, well, let them figure it out themselves. The contract will remain valid even if the tower leader changes, right? Radios cleared his throat and said they showed themselves from a terrible side to their guest. Okay, he will send them the scrolls as soon as they are ready. Clayton screamed, he hasn't finished speaking, Chief. The old man screamed in displeasure, what? Does he really want to terminate the contract with the Earth Magic Tower? Let him know his place. Clayton only clicked his tongue in response. He clenched his fists and said, "Okay, if he's acting like that, he'll leave with his followers." The old man looked at him puzzled, and then screamed, "He's an elder, how can he waste time on the countryside? Let him think about the tower's reputation." Logan screamed that he never hired a fifth circle mage. Clayton closed his eyes and said, "He won't ask for payment. He'll just help his guys get the job done faster." The protagonist bowed and said, "He's very grateful." Radios screamed, "Let them stop. They haven't finished speaking." Clayton said, "He's only asking to postpone the trip for a day. His followers need to rest before leaving." The boys cried and said, "Sir, for them he?" Logan answered, "Of course. Then they will meet tomorrow at lunchtime at the western gate." Radios screamed, "They do not hear him at all?" The next day, a carriage was leaving the gate. Logan stood near the wall and folded his arms across his chest and thought, yesterday's contract was an unexpected stroke of luck. Hiring one mage with the fifth circle would cost $1 million. He smiled and thought, I wish he could get home soon. From there he would immediately send to the Emporic store and then. Suddenly a voice was heard from the side. "God, young sir?" The protagonist turned around and asked, "Rena?" She covered her face with a fan and said, "They have not seen each other for a long time. But are they close enough to call each other by their names?" Logan thought, how awkward. He smiled and said, "A long time ago, Miss Wolves." He thought, she is rude as always. Rena sat with her face covered by her fan and said, "There are rumors going around the capital. They say that a rather shameful business has opened there. Is the McLean house in trouble or something?" She thought, has his family finally come to an end? Isn't it shameful to walk around like that? The protagonist smiled and said, "She knows how ambitious he is when it comes to money. Let him not worry about anything, Mississippi." He thought, it's none of his business. Let him stop thinking about his business and go where she was going. Rena folded her fan and said the amount she gave them was not small. It seems difficult to implement it if he lives in the barren lands. Logan turned around and said, "She's right, it's time for him to go." He walked forward and thought, God, she's disgusting, it's best to avoid her. Rena said she heard about his great contribution during the feudal war. He used a special weapon. She has an offer. The protagonist turned around, and Rena smiled and asked, "Does he want to sell it to her?" Logan waved his hand and said, "It's not special and not for sale." He felt awkward refusing her, but he had to. He rushed to run away, and Rena looked after him with displeasure and sked. The protagonist walked forward and thought, even after he became famous for selling Emporic, none of the aristocrats showed interest in the feudal war. However, Rena. He imagined her image and thought, although no, rather her entire family became interested and rather quickly. Crossbows are simple, so he hopes to be able to use it a couple more times. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a voice, "Mr. Logan?" Grick jumped out from behind Clayton and waved his hand. Clayton frowned and said, he clearly remembers that they agreed to meet at the western gate. So why is he going there? Logan smiled and put his hands on the backpack and said, "And that's where they are, he just ran away from someone annoying." Clayton asked, puzzled, "What?" The protagonist replied, "Nothing. It's time to hit the road." After a while, the carriages set off along a forest road. In one carriage were Clayton, turned to the window, and next to him sat Grick, looking at him with fear. Logan sat in front of them. Clayton turned around and thought 3 large carriages were enough to carry 5 or 6 people in each. Besides, the coachman seemed to be experienced. He had spent a lot of money. Clayton turned to the window and said, it was not worth the trouble. He had squandered a lot of money. Grick screamed in fear, "Sir!" Logan frowned and looked away. He thought, well, this was not the first time he had met a very proud magician. He had volunteered to go for free, so it would be easy to butter him up. The protagonist smiled and said, he had excellent magicians with him, so what he had done was quite natural. Clayton folded his arms across his chest and turned to the window. After a while, when it was already dark and he said it was getting late, they would rest there before continuing on their way. He lit a fire and sat down near the fire, folding his hands in front of him. At that moment, a man with a blade appeared next to him and threw it towards the protagonist, who easily dodged it. Logan asked with his eyes closed, "Who was there?" A guy came forward and said, he couldn't believe he dodged it. Very impressive for a young man. He smiled and said he had heard rumors about him in the capital. He made a lot of money selling some medicine, right? The protagonist stood up and looked at the guys and thought, are they thieves? He exhaled and closed his eyes and said, he wanted to try out what he had learned earlier, meditating in a calm environment. He took out his sword and said since they interrupted him, he would practice the technique on them. The guy screamed in fear, "What is he talking about?" The protagonist swung his sword and pierced the guy's neck. The thief looked at it in confusion and said in fear, "When did he?" The other guy got angry and swung his blade and ordered him to die. Logan looked ahead carefully and prepared to attack. The thief opened his mouth wide and rushed forward. At that moment, Logan swung his sword and struck him. He used his energy and pushed the thief forward. The other guys widened their eyes in fear and looked at it. The guy fell and rolled his eyes. The thief frowned and said, "Horror, leave now." At that moment, the protagonist used his energy and the thief thought in fear, "His legs. He can't move." Logan squeezed the hilt of the sword and imagined that the image of Felix was standing behind him. He swung the burning sword and pushed off the ground, rushing forward. The protagonist struck the guys' bodies and they screamed loudly. He frowned and looked at them. Logan said, "Horror, it seems hard to hold on to this for a long time." He grinned and looked at the tearful faces of the thieves and said, "It worked. Concentration and compression of power through a new source generates an aura." That day, along with the pressure blade, the Duke showed him a power blade that is at a weaker level of aura. But he thought it was too early for him to try to repeat it. Logan was delighted and said, he can't believe he managed to use the power blade even for a moment. He frowned and turned around and thought, and also. The thief rushed to run and thought, "Horror, what's holding him back?" The protagonist put the sword on the floor, and the thief sighed heavily. Using the power emanating from the sword to forcibly disperse and overpower the enemy is characteristic of the pressure blade. The guy fell to the ground and said, "His body?" Logan swung the blade and said, "It's good enough to use it in a real fight." The thief screamed in fear, his mouth wide open. The protagonist looked around and asked, "Did he overdo it?" Suddenly, Clayton appeared behind him and said, "He saw everything, young master." He frowned and began to spread his energy. Logan asked in fear, "Master Clayton?" He wondered why he was so angry. Did he think his attitude towards thieves was too cruel? If he refused to cooperate, he would be in big trouble. Clayton came closer and said, "He has amazing abilities, young master." Logan looked at him in surprise, and Clayton said, "He knows little about power users, but what he saw was enough to understand how unusual it is that at such a young age he is capable of such a thing." The protagonist smiled and said, "He asks, he makes him blush." He thought, despite his appearance, he was not angry. After a while, they walked back together. Logan glanced at Clayton out of the corner of his eye and wondered if he had deliberately moved away from the camp to avoid being discovered by those who were not his allies. Had he come all this way to look for him? For what? Clayton began to speak. His followers were having a hard time because they had not gotten the best teacher. So while they were together, he wanted to train them. The protagonist had spoken, but he was already doing well, so what was the point of that? Clayton stopped, turned around and said that when they arrived and started working, he wanted them to have breaks between shifts to train. In exchange, he would work more himself. Would that do? Logan nodded his head and said, "Okay, no problem." He lowered his head and thought. He looked behind Clayton and wondered if the mana was coming from the ground. Where was it going? He saw the mana stretching towards the tent, and wondered if the mages were sleeping in that tent. Logan looked at the sweaty Clayton and thought, why is he going so far? He even started to sweat. Clayton looked down and asked, "Young master?" Logan smiled and said, "It seems he values his followers very much." Clayton closed his eyes and said since he called himself a teacher, he should at least teach them the basics. The protagonist followed him and asked, "But isn't it too much to argue with the head of the tower for their sake?" Clayton cleared his throat and said, "Well, that one behaved like that first." After a while, the flag of the McLean house and a large castle were visible. Patrick was sitting at the table in his office and talking. Obviously, he gained a lot of experience in the capital. The protagonist smiled and said, "Yes, the trip did him good." Patrick spoke, "Then everything is fine." He asked, "Is there anything else to report?" Logan frowned and thought, instead of getting straight to the point. He said, "Business is going well, the profit will come soon." Patrick cried out in confusion, "Profit?" He slammed his hands on the table and shouted, "Let him wait, business? What business?" The protagonist answered, "He started selling the medicine he gave him." Patrick turned blue and pointed his finger forward, asking if he wanted to say that he had traveled a long way to the capital and started a business there selling a desire enhancer? Logan looked at him guiltily, and Patrick said, "Logan, he remembers that he promised not to interfere in his affairs." He stroked his beard and closed his eyes and said, "But next time, Let him at least think about the reputation and dignity of his house. The protagonist thought he accepted the news better than he expected. He said, "Okay." Patrick asked, "Did he just agree without thinking?" Logan answered, "That's right." He thought about it. He already feels how his reputation is being restored. The protagonist looked at his father and said he also happened to meet the Duke of the Sword and established contact with him. Patrick looked at him in surprise and asked, "With the Duke of the Sword?" He was talking about Duke Felix Esperanza? Did he sell the medicine to him too? The protagonist happily replied, "Exactly." Patrick cried out in displeasure. How much did he want to ruin his house's reputation? Logan handed over the book and said, and in return he gave him a pretty good secret mid-level sword technique. Patrick was shocked and asked, "What?" The Sword Duke actually gave him a full-fledged iron blood sword technique. The protagonist grinned and thought, this is a lie. He wrote the book himself while he was at the Duke's estate. An imperial merchant discovered it in some ruins. It described a mid-level sword technique. At first, the merchant rewrote the book and sold a few copies, but their contents leaked to the masses and began to walk around the market. Soon, the technique became public property, and all the knights of the continent could study it. Logan smiled and thought, but this event should happen in 10 years. If their knights learn the technique, the power of the house will increase. It would be necessary to add the sword chi energy and the secrets of the divine sword, so that father and Ronan would have an ace in their hands. The protagonist frowned and thought, however, the iron blood sword technique accelerates the force, which may cause damage to the insides during training. Father would not allow this, so the involvement of the Sword Duke will make him change his mind. Patrick opened the book and said, "I see, if they do this." He thought about it. These records are an order of magnitude better than what they have. The level of these is much higher. The reality is that it is difficult for nobles to obtain decent sword techniques. For a while, he even thought that because of this, he had not progressed for 10 years. Patrick looked at the book and said, "Once their knights master this, the average level of the entire order will increase by 30%. How can they repay the Duke for his kindness?" The protagonist smiled and said, "He also has a suggestion." Patrick said, "He must master this to at least repay him in this way." Logan looked at him puzzled and asked, "What?" "No, him." Patrick stood up from his chair and said, "They don't have much time. Mastering this technique is his priority. Let him handle the business for now." The protagonist looked at the seal in his hands and asked, "What is he talking about?" He looked at the seal and, wide-eyed, thought, "Is the seal at home?" Patrick ran out the door and waved his hand and shouted, "Let Dwayne help with solving the problems. He will come back as soon as he masters the technique." "Thank you, Logan." The protagonist stretched out his hand and said, "Father." He has something to tell him. He looked at the seal at home and said, "Stop." Since he has the seal, his father's permission is no longer required. Great, he will handle all the business while he trains. At that moment, Dwayne ran in and shouted, "Young master, he heard about his successes in the capital. He asks him to help his family with money. The matter is urgent." Logan asked a question, "Didn't they receive money after winning the war? And why is he barging in there as if it were his own room?" Dwayne screamed, that amount was not enough to maintain 2 fortresses. The protagonist covered his ears with his hands and said, "How noisy." Dwayne continued to scream. Because of the war, their workforce decreased. This year, there will be much less food. Even the Kairos stopped helping. He asks, "Let him give money." He heard that his journey was successful. He knelt down and folded his hands, continued to ask. The protagonist smiled and said to forgive, he spent everything. Dwayne waved his hand and said, "But he earned several million. How did he manage to spend so much in such a short time? Is he kidding?" Logan continued to look at him with a smile. Dwayne raised his eyebrows and said, "Come on, this is not funny." He sweated in fear and asked, "Really?" The protagonist nodded his head in response and smirked. Dwayne hung his head down and asked, "What on earth did he spend it all on?" Logan replied, 1,200,000 on scrolls and magicians. He also bought building materials and food to support their people. There was nothing left. Dwayne asked puzzledly, "Magic scrolls, building materials? And food? A little food will not affect the well-being of the people." The protagonist smiled and said, 1 million gold. Dwayne asked, "What?" Logan replied, "Food worth 1 million will be sent to their people every month for a year." Dwayne shouted in irritation, "Young master, are you crazy?" The protagonist thought about it, an expected reaction. His opinion of him did not change much after he became a war hero. He looked down at Dwayne and said, "He's sane. That's enough to feed the people, right?" Dwayne said, "Well, yeah. What about the building materials and the magic scrolls? Was he going to build something?" Logan said, "They'd build a dam." 2 weeks later, a notice was posted saying, "They're calling for labor. Those at McLean Keep, at the East Gate. Those at Tezon Keep, at the West Gate." At Tezon Keep, the old man frowned and said, "It's finally happened. The aristocrats are exploiting them to the fullest." At McLean Keep, the man asked, puzzled. A call for labor after the busiest farming season? If he went, his children would starve to death. The man with the baby in his arms said they barely made it out of the battlefield alive, and now the feudal lord is trying to finish them off himself. He clenched his jaw and asked, "Do they have a choice? Either die during the escape or work, or die of hunger. Death will overtake them in any case. What will they say?" The people grabbed their work tools and said they have no other choice. It is better to take everything into their own hands. They went forward in thought, and attacked the feudal lord. After some time, a voice sounded near the gate, where the townspeople were crowded, which asked, "Is everyone here?" The guy looked at the old man and asked, "Are they really going to do this?" The old man answered, "They chase them like dogs, stuff them with grass for dinner, while they themselves live happily." Someone asked, "With such a number of people, is it worth starting a fight, right?" The guy looked at the old man and swallowed saliva, said, "He is right, it is better to take advantage of the opportunity." He squeezed the handle of the tool and shouted, "And pull out all the terrible aristocrats from there." The gate began to open and the townspeople shouted, "The gate is opening." Knights were riding towards them on horseback. One of them ordered to prepare for the distribution. Each horse had a cart with boxes. The townspeople asked in surprise, "What is this? Did he say distribution?" The old man cried out in displeasure, "Nonsense. They know very well what these aristocrats are like." Suddenly, a knight's hand reached out to him with a large sack. The knight said, "By order of young Master Logan, those who participate in forced labor receive a month's supply of grain for the whole family. They will begin distributing it now, let them stand in line." The townspeople asked in confusion, "Seriously?" They rushed to the knights and shouted, "This is really grain, praise God. They will not have to starve anymore." The old man held 2 large sacks in his hands and remained silent. He raised his head and with tears in his eyes cried out, "Long live Logan McLean! Long live the young master!" The townspeople looked at each other, and raised their heads and shouted, "Long live Logan McLean! Long live Logan McLean!" Dwayne stood on the balcony and asked in surprise, was it worth giving a forced order to gather everyone there? And at that moment, the townspeople continued to praise Logan. Dwayne said they could have just asked them to come. The protagonist looked down and said then not even a fourth would have shown up. They don't trust aristocrats. Aristocrats consider their people property, and those who have feelings fulfill their duty to protect them. But, having lived as a mercenary in his past life, he realized that for the common people, bad aristocrats differ from good ones only in who takes more from them. Logan said, even his father thinks more about knights than about people, since he considers them the strength of the nation. He looked down and said therefore, despite the lack of budget, he kept the nightly order of 50 people. Let him think for himself what people think of them. Dwayne cleared his throat and said thoughtfully, well. The protagonist said, he forced them to come and see for themselves how he treated them, so that they could be sure. He turned to Dwayne and asked why he was looking at him like that. Dwayne smiled and said, he was just surprised. He never ceased to amaze him. It was time to get used to it. Logan grinned and said not to be stupid. As long as he trusted him, he would be able to move forward with the construction. Dwayne clenched his fist and shouted, no. He was asking him to think it over again. Why would he spend 2 million gold on this venture? And is it even possible to complete it? The protagonist frowned and said, he sounds like those two. He remembered how Clayton and Hemer shouted in displeasure, is he going to drill a hole in the mountain? Hemer asked, then let the water from the river go there? Clayton asked, and even build a sluice? The protagonist sat at the table and took a bite and said, it is possible. Let them do as he said. McLean's territory is surrounded by mountains, and wastelands on all sides. They have barren lands. Even the low mountains to the north block the Luther River from flowing south. He cut off a piece of juicy steak from the meat and said, so they will drill a huge hole in the northern wild mountains so that the river water can pass through them. Hemer frowned and said, it would be more convincing to tell them to dig under the mountain. The protagonist ate a piece and asked, God, let him listen to him, okay? He imagined the mountain and said they will make a tunnel 20 meters in diameter with an exit directly to the river at ground level, which will serve as a sluice. This method is used in the West and is called a reservoir. He frowned and thought, in fact, this method of controlling the flow of water will become popular in history in 20 years. He does not know the principle of operation, but he has a dwarf master and a magician with the fifth circle with him. Logan wondered, if they succeeded, they would turn the wasteland in the west of their territory into an arable plain. Clayton folded his arms and said, but even so. Hymir said, you need to choose a place carefully. The condition of the land is important, and you also need to consider the water level and the canals. Clayton arched his eyebrows and looked at him questioningly, and Hymir said that in order for the tunnel not to collapse, the structure must be in the form of an arch, and the help of magicians will also be needed. Clayton whispered, let him wait, dwarf, is this really possible to implement? Hymir cried out in fear, oh. He spoke out loud. The protagonist raised his glass of wine and asked, so it is possible? Hymir looked around puzzled and said, he already has a lot of work now. They have just started digging. Logan said that's why he prepared magic scrolls and magicians. He crouched in Hymir and said let him choose which mountain is suitable for them. Okay? Hymir said oh my, he knew something was wrong since he treated him to delicious food for no reason. Clayton frowned and wondered if they could handle it. After a while, he stood near the mountain and created his energy. The builder asked in surprise, wow, is this magic? Another asked, they will be safe, right? Since the young master is there, everything will go smoothly. The protagonist stood next to Hymir, who put his hand to his lips and shouted, hey, magician! If he is ready, let him begin. Clayton put his hand to the mountain and began to spread energy. At that moment, a powerful wind stream appeared and he screamed. The guys began to run away and shouted to be careful, everything is falling. Large pieces of stone fell near Logan, and he stood motionless. Hymir widened his eyes and shouted, he asked to be careful. Why show off your power there? God, so much dust. The protagonist thought, in addition to strength, people can master such supernatural energy as mana. He looked at the mage and thought, in his past life he could only barely feel it, but now he felt it clearly. The power of the earth emanated from the mana circle in his heart, drawing the same intricate patterns over and over again, stimulating the stone wall. Logan smiled and thought, he can't believe he's seeing this with his own eyes. Did the core of power crush his senses? Clayton turned slightly and said, let him look carefully, sir. He's not finished yet. The protagonist looked up in surprise. He looked at his palm and thought, this is it. Another spell? The mage extended his palm forward, and then clenched his fist, and a huge pile of stones began to sign. Logan's eyes widened in surprise and said, he collected the fragments together. A huge stone block formed above him, and Hymir hid behind his back. The protagonist asked in surprise, is this a golem? A huge stone monster appeared in front of him. He looked at it with admiration and said, it's amazing that you can create a golem of this size without tools. He thought, if he can make a couple more, they will not only complete the construction faster, but also, perhaps, increase the combat power. The protagonist looked towards Clayton, behind whom stood the stone monster, and said, Mr. Clayton. He asked, what is it? Logan grabbed his hands and asked, how many more golems can he make? And can his students do this? Clayton answered, yes, they can create golems. They have their own school for creating golems in the magic tower of the earth. The protagonist happily asked, really? Clayton answered, but there is one problem. The spell formula for creating a golem core is only available from the fifth circle, so the students will need mana stones. But even so, their golems will be very small and weak. Logan thought discontentedly, mana stones? Mana stone, the same mineral as orichalcum and merfil, imbued with natural mana energy, which makes it rare. It cannot be created artificially. It is quite expensive, as it is more often used to assist in spells or to create artifacts. The protagonist thought, mana stones are not economically viable. But in times of war, money is not important. If you can win this by spending a little money, then it will be good. Logan asked, will his golem become stronger with mana stones? Clayton answered, yes, the speed and strength of this one will increase. And it will last longer. The protagonist imagined the stone golem running after the knights and striking them. Clayton said, but of course, since he is the fifth circle, he will need a mana stone of the highest quality. Logan imagined himself in shabby clothes and thought, bad end. He was despondent, and Clayton said, even so, for the spell of the second circle golem, a low-level stone is perfect. He wondered why it felt like he needed to explain everything to him. He said it could last 24 hours, being several times stronger than a normal person. Logan put his hand to his chin and thought, a low-level mana stone costs as much as a piece of gold. The cost-benefit ratio is too bad. But for a short war like the last one, it would be extremely useful. The protagonist imagined the golem destroying everything around it. Clayton looked at Logan's concentrated face with a puzzled look. He exhaled and said, if he were not a member of the magic tower. The protagonist asked, pardon? Clayton said to forget. After a while, Dwayne said in fear, a monster. He looked at the golem breaking stones and trembled in fear. Dwayne screamed, a monster is destroying their land. The protagonist frowned and said, he already said it. Not destroying, but digging a tunnel. Dwayne said in fear, Lord. He rushed to run away and said, he must report everything to him. Logan turned around and said mockingly, oh my God. He looked at Hemer and said, Hemer, let him take all the workers to the water channel. There is no point in leaving them to make a tunnel. The monster is enough. Hemer turned around and shouted, hey them. Stop being afraid like little children. Let them gather their tools and go there. They are making 3 structures. The first is a tunnel and a dam. The second is a water channel that will bring water from the river to every corner of the wasteland. The third is a cave. There have already been results while he was in Grand, since the workers did this first. The protagonist folded his arms and thought, after returning from the capital, he was busy building the dam, so he could not follow the development of the cave. I should drop by tomorrow and take a look. The next day, Logan arrived at the cave and saw the workers. Hemer was standing all dirty and unhappy. Logan asked, Hemer, haven't they met before? About 6 frames ago. Hemer asked, what is he talking about? He clenched his fists and asked irritably whose fault it was that he had to run back and forth from the mine to the water channel. He threw the piece of paper on the floor and screamed, oh, he can't do this anymore, let them just kill him. Hemer fell to the floor and started to beat his hands and feet. He asked, can he really rest? Let them tell him the work will stop if he's not around. Why should he carry everything on his own? Logan looked at this with bewilderment and opened his mouth. The guy screamed in fear. Hemer lost his temper. Let them calm him down. The protagonist put his hand on his shoulder and said, Hemer. He looked at him a little shyly with tear-stained eyes. Logan smiled and said, he understood him, every word of his. He's doing great. That's why he'll be doing all the organizational work from now on. Let him use this opportunity to report to him on the progress of the work. Hemer asked discontentedly, what? He stood up and shouted in irritation. He was trying to dump all the responsibilities on him. The protagonist clicked his tongue and answered, he saw through it. He held out his little finger and said, but he really promises, when everything is ready, he can rest as much as he wants. Hemer put his hand in front of him and asked, what? He shouted, no, let him get away from him. Logan grabbed his little finger and said like this, a promise on little fingers. Hemer cried out in pain, oh, he'll break his finger. The protagonist went forward and happily said how impudent he had been. At that moment, the workers were standing near Hemer and laughing. Logan thought, now the mine will be developed faster than in his past life. He is not sure about the dam, but he smiled and thought, no, everything will work out. It must. After a while, the protagonist was sitting at the table in front of the purple ball and listening to what was being said to him. The building materials will be delivered without any problems. They also easily came to an agreement regarding lumber for 100,000 gold a month. Logan answered, I see, good. Philip happily said, when they develop the mine and clear the land, the territory will be completely transformed. I should visit him one day. The protagonist looked at him carefully and said, yes, let him come next year. Philip said, next year then, I wonder why. But he won't answer, right? The protagonist answered, there is a rumor that the ruling family has a problem. Philip asked, what kind? Logan answered, he heard about it in the house of the Duke of the Sword. He doesn't know the details, but it seems serious. Let him try to scout the situation while he is busy with business. Judging by the memories from the past life, the king will suddenly die next winter, and a civil war will begin, but the information that he, a low-grade mercenary, had may be irrelevant. If the death is really sudden, then everything will happen as in the past life, otherwise the time frame will change. The protagonist thought, as in the feudal war, he cannot change the time of the civil war, because he does not know the reason. But he can prepare in advance. House McLean will take part in the war, which will turn the order in the kingdom upside down. At present, he told Philip to put money in the reserve fund and buy as many weapons and armor as he can. Enough to arm 1,500 people. Philip answered fearfully, this is not a trifling request. 1,500? He thought McLean had no more than 100 knights. Logan answered, this is not for knights, but for soldiers. Philip screamed loudly, is he out of his mind? No one equips soldiers fully in war. This is a waste of money. Logan covered his ears with his hands and said, quiet. He thought, this may seem strange, but many of their people died in the last war. Because of this, the productivity of farmers has dropped dramatically. We need to minimize conscription and strengthen their knights and ordinary soldiers. The protagonist imagined the workers and knights and thought, arming vulnerable soldiers, this is part of his plan. He asked, has he ever been wrong? Philip looked away and said, no. The protagonist smiled and asked, then how about they do it, okay? Philip closed his eyes and said, okay, he will find out about that rumor. Logan clenched his fist and thought, great, their wealth will be supported by the mine, food by building a dam, and soldiers by arming. He grinned and thought, the main preparation for a breakthrough is slowly and surely progressing. After a while, a huge stack of papers lay on the table in front of the protagonist. Dwayne pointed his finger at a piece of paper and said, here, let him read these documents and sign them. Logan turned blue in shock, seeing the huge amount of documents. The man said, he will leave the next stack there. Dwayne screamed, my God, he signed without even delving into the contents. Young master, is it possible to be careless? The protagonist with huge bruises under his eyes asked how long he had been sitting at the documents. Dwayne put his hand to his chin and said soon it would be a month. He pointed at him with his fingers and mockingly asked, did he think that a lord's work takes a day or two? Logan answered, he had never seen his father work so much. Dwayne answered, of course, because he dealt with most of it. The protagonist stood up and shouted in displeasure, then why did he dump everything on him now? Dwayne folded his arms and said, as the heir he should fully understand what issues require attention. Logan screamed, he is not the heir. Dwayne asked, does he think anyone will believe this? Suddenly, Kaiselin ran into the office and shouted, forgive me, urgent matter. Heimer is stuck in a collapsed shaft. Logan looked at him in fear. He asked, Heimer is stuck in a collapsed shaft? Kaiselin answered, yes, one of the tunnels collapsed. Dwayne asked puzzledly, a shaft, how did this come about on their territory? The protagonist asked, what is the extent of the damage? Did he find the location of Heimer? Dwayne continued asking, hey, where did they get a shaft from? No one paid attention to him. Kaiselin answered, well, about 50 meters of the tunnel collapsed, so it is impossible to determine exactly. Logan screamed, there is no time to waste. Let's go there now. They ran out and slammed the door behind them. Dwayne stuck his hand out and said, hey. He shouted angrily, where did they even get a mine from? After a while, a horse galloped up to the cave and someone shouted, the young master is here, he has arrived. Logan frowned and asked, where is the collapsed tunnel? The worker replied, as he enters, it will be the middle of the three. The deepest. The protagonist passed by him, and the guy spoke, but it is quite dark inside. Logan went inside and used his energy. He looked ahead in surprise and saw a huge pile of stones. The protagonist saw people trying to move the stones. The old man turned around and said, young master. Logan frowned and ordered to step aside. He touched the stone and closed his eyes, concentrated on creating energy. A large flow of energy passed over the stones and Logan saw bodies lying underneath it. He said, Heimer and about 10 workers escaped the worst, but were hurt. The old man asked in surprise, how did he know? The protagonist replied, it does not matter. Will it take long to save them? The old man replied that it would take 3 days to clear the fallen rocks if all went well. Logan clenched his jaw and thought that even the strongest dwarf wouldn't survive the rubble with his injuries. The more time passed, the less chance they had of surviving. He stood near the rocks and thought that he needed to save everyone as soon as possible. The protagonist stamped his foot and said that he thought he was their only hope. The old man looked at him in surprise. After a while, Clayton stood in front of Logan and asked why he had called them. His students were standing behind him. The protagonist frowned and said that he would get straight to the point. He asked that they save Heimer and the workers who were stuck in the mine. He would compensate them generously. Clayton asked in confusion, was there a mine? And were they stuck like that? The dwarf was busy because he was running between the cave and the dam. No wonder. Clayton said that it was okay, the people were in danger, so they would help. Logan bowed and said thank you, he will definitely repay the favor. Clayton frowned and thought, but he still could not understand why he brought the magical scrolls of destruction and did not use these. So it was in the mine? The protagonist pointed his hand forward and said, "It is there." Clayton thought, since he kept it a secret, it means that this is a rather valuable place. And yet he told them about it to save a slave and a couple of workers. After some time, Clayton was inside the cave and raised his hands up and began to spread his energy. He said, "He will hold the tunnel? Guys, let them use golems to clear the stones." The guys answered, "Yes, sir." Logan stood behind and thought, "That's it. Mana stones." The guys squeezed the stones in their hands and began to chant spells. The stones fell to the floor and began to form a golem. The guys screamed. The fallen stones turned into golems. Logan looked ahead and thought, he can't believe they cleared a few meters just by creating golems. Clayton screamed, "They don't know what condition they're in, hurry up." The big golems got up and walked forward. The protagonist walked up to the stones and started dragging them. Clayton frowned and looked at him and thought, the aristocrat is dragging the stones himself to save those of lower rank. He would never have believed it if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. However, it's not surprising, since it was him. After a while, the old man screamed, "They found it! They're there!" Hemer was lying under the stones and sighing heavily. The old man grabbed his head and screamed, "Hemer!" Logan crouched down next to him and extended his hand, thinking, they passed out from shock. It's lucky that their injuries are minimal. He looked at the dwarf and said, "Thank heavens." The golem started carrying out the bodies of the injured. After a while, Logan sat next to Hemer and asked, did he doze off while using the scroll of destruction? Hemer replied, "Well, he's been working too much lately." The protagonist hung his head down, and Hemer stretched out his arms and said not to worry, everything would be restored soon. Logan said to just rest, not to think about anything until he was completely recovered. Hemer replied, "The work is not difficult, he can return to this in a day." Suddenly, he froze and asked puzzledly, did he want him to rest? The protagonist asked, "Otherwise, will he be okay?" Hemer put his hand on the pillow and screamed, "Then he will rest. Whatever it takes." Logan walked out the door and thought, by the way, magic is an amazing thing. With it, they completed the rescue operation in 2 hours. He wants. Suddenly, Clayton appeared next to him and said, "His mind is amazing, young master." Logan asked fearfully, "What?" Clayton frowned and looked at him, and he thought puzzledly, did he know about the gold in this? It was quite possible, an earth mage after all. There would be a lot of trouble if he found out about it to others. Would Clayton keep the secret? Clayton asked why he went so far as to reveal the existence of the hidden mine to him and ask for help. Logan looked at him puzzled and thought, why? Because no one could replace Hemer. It was better to take a risk and save him. Without Hemer, the development of the mines would slow down, which would affect future plans. He imagined the knights and the little brother. The protagonist spoke, because if he was not able to protect his people himself, then there would be no one left by his side. Clayton looked at him carefully and said, "Young Master Logan, would you like to establish a magic tower on your territory?" Logan asked in surprise, "What?" Clayton replied, he thought it was time for him to open his own business. This place seemed to be able to support a small magic tower. What will he say? Logan realized, he didn't seem to be joking. A magic tower on their territory? Logan shouted enthusiastically, that would be amazing. Would his students move in too? How much support would he need? Clayton replied, of course, they would stay with him. As for support, let him just provide them with everything they needed. He trusted him and his abilities, Master Logan. The protagonist looked at him happily. At that moment, Hemer came out and asked, did he hit his head too, Master Mage? Trust him? Logan said, Hemer, let him go rest. A week later, when Hemer recovered, he said, now he is fully recovered and ready to restore the tunnel. He will try to compensate for the delay. Logan replied, okay, good luck. Hemer turned around and walked out the door. At that moment, Dwayne opened the door a little and said, young master, it's time for him to tell him about the mine. The protagonist told him to come in. He thought it was a ghost. Dwayne screamed when he secretly started developing it, and why didn't he tell him? Logan ruffled his hair and replied, forgive me, it slipped my mind. Dwayne asked puzzledly, it slipped my mind, how is that possible? Why did he hide the mine so carefully? Is there iron or copper a lot? Logan replied, there's gold in it. Dwayne said, stop joking. People like them, a mine with gold? Come on. The protagonist clenched his fist and asked, is it impossible for him? According to calculations, it will bring in 100 million gold a year. Does he think he would lie about something like that? Dwayne asked in surprise. Is it true? Logan folded his arms across his chest and sat down on the table. He pushed Dwayne and said, Hey Dwayne. Let him wake up. Dwayne was lost in his thoughts and thought, a mine with gold, 100 million. The protagonist said, he can't kick the bucket now. Not taking into account a small incident, the plan is moving forward successfully. Faster than he expected. After a while, the old man walked forward and asked why they had held a meeting again. Was the dam completed? Of all places, they chose the mountain? The guy looked at the other and asked, Is he sure? The construction was supposed to take 6 months. And they did it in 3 months? The townsman replied, Yes, that was accurate information. He had heard that this meeting was needed for a final check. At that moment, Dwayne said, Young master, the managers are there. Logan turned around and said, Great, since everyone is here. The men were breathing heavily. The protagonist said, He understands, they have a lot of their own things to do, but let them stay until the end to see everything. The man looked ahead and said, My God, what a useless and grandiose digging. As if bringing water from Luther and this influence on this wasteland will change anything. He would have been better off spending the money on repairing the southern wall. Another man asked why it was necessary to make it so long. The third answered he did not know. The man looked out and asked, Did he know anything, Dwayne? Dwayne? Dwayne stood with his mouth open in surprise and thought, This dam will not only irrigate the wasteland with water, it is directly connected to the underground part of Luther. If they can constantly supply the channels with water, the wasteland can become. He pursed his lips happily and thought, Rio fertile land. Logan turned and looked at Grick, who smiled at the old man and said, Oh, Lord Magician, and he is there. He thought, everyone participated in the construction, from the workers to the magicians, and even the managers. They came. The protagonist looked at Dwayne's satisfied face and at the dissatisfied face of the other manager. He went to Clayton and asked, Lord Clayton, will they start? He answered yes. Hemer folded his arms across his chest and asked, Do they really need to do it like this? They have everything set up, the workers can open and close the dam themselves. Logan smiled and replied, The first time should be majestic and memorable. They will show everyone in McLean what exactly they have created with their own hands. The large golems began to open the shields with their stone hands. The manager pointed his finger forward and cried out in fear, What a horror! What is this? Let them see, monsters! The old man looked at him, puzzled. The manager cleared his throat and said embarrassedly, he had seen such magic quite often. Clayton shouted, Open the gate! The golems opened, leaned over and began to open it. The protagonist stood in anticipation, pursing his lips. All the managers froze in anticipation, and the townspeople opened their mouths questioningly. Someone asked why they froze. What was going on? Clayton grinned and asked discontentedly, What was he doing? Was this a joke? Hemer frowned and replied, He definitely ordered these to open it. He does not know what is going on. Logan turned around and thought, horror. In fact, the golem's power is needed for show. In fact, about 100 workers are needed to cope with these. He remembered the conversation with Clayton and thought, but this is not part of the plan. What should he do? Clayton said discontentedly, Hey dwarf, if the reputation of his golems is tarnished, then he promises, Hemer sighed in confusion and said, But they really can't lift the gate. Logan said, Mr. Clayton, let him break these. The magician looked at him puzzled and asked, What? The protagonist shouted discontentedly, Then they will build new ones, and let him break these. Clayton frowned and answered, As he orders. Suddenly the golems began to break the gates and the townspeople asked in surprise, Are these seriously breaking the gates? The golems continued to hit the piles with their stone fists. They broke it, and water poured out of the cracks. The townspeople and the managers were speechless at what they saw. Grick opened his mouth in joy. Clayton and Hemer looked up tiredly, and Logan watched the flow of water with pride. The townspeople began to cry and hug. They shouted, This is water, they have water. The old man shouted, It worked. They brought water to these lands, with their own hands. The protagonist thought, Now the food problem during the Civil War is solved. There is no need to rush with the restoration. Next spring they will take up farming. Suddenly a heavy hand fell on his shoulder, and he was scared. Dwayne, in tears, hugged Logan tightly and he asked, Dwayne? He cried and said, Young master. He was very wrong, let him forgive him. The protagonist smiled and answered, Nonsense. Why is such a big man like him crying? Suddenly he turned to the side questioningly. Hemer asked displeasedly, How long will it take to rebuild the gate? Clayton folded his arms and replied, Don't worry, he'll help. The protagonist walked up to them and replied with a smile on his face, They don't need it urgently, so let them rest for a week. After that, they'll finish working in the mine and have another long weekend. Hymir looked at him happily and asked, Really? Logan smiled and answered, Of course. He thought about it, because after that, they'll have work to do again. Many farmers will come to cultivate the fertile lands. But it will be difficult for them to travel there every day from the city. So they will build a new village where they will settle. The protagonist said, Hymir, he's great at building. He thought, No, wait. That's not how to ask him. Logan said, Hymir? He turned around and asked, What? The protagonist asked, In his opinion, even he has trouble building, right? Which makes sense. He's never heard of gnomes being good at it. Hymir got really angry and shouted loudly, What is he talking about? The creation of weapons was supposed to prove to him that gnomes are the best in this field. Logan thought, Got caught. He said, Ah, really? Impressive, he respects. Hymir smiled and said, He can praise him, but he will not give him anything. And why did he suddenly start talking about construction? The protagonist smiled and answered, Well, he was just curious. Do not pay attention. He waved his hand and thought, Let him rejoice, rejoice, Hymir. He turned around and Logan looked at his back with anticipation. He thought, After all, soon he will have a frightening experience of building houses. After a while, the protagonist ordered to listen. When they gathered to open the floodgates, he made 2 promises to the workers. First, anyone can on the flat lands of McLean. Secondly, they will receive tenant rights worthy of their employment. The tax will be only 30%. Logan looked at the happy faces of the townspeople, and then looked away at the managers who asked, The river? Will their lands really change? If he announces this, even the vassals will not object. 4 weeks later. Autumn has come, and the protagonist said, Wow, what to expect from Hymir. He sat at the table and carefully studied the plan. He said, Just think, he has already finished the layout of the city and modeling the houses. He knew that he chose the right gnome. Rick looked at him and with a smile on his face said, This is amazing. He did not expect him to take on the job when he came to him a couple of weeks ago. Logan remembered the conversation with Hymir and said, At first Hymir hesitated, but as soon as he started, he showed excellent results. The roads will intersect, and the distance between the houses will remain the same. Each section will have common wells and toilets. Outside the city there will be a sewer to get rid of garbage. The protagonist thought, he described the layout of the city he saw in his past life as accurately as possible, and now they will be able to successfully establish the largest settlement, the city of McLean. Suddenly he looked ahead and thought, now the goal is to halve the inhabitants of their territory. He looked at the stretching dark energy and thought. Logan looked at Rick and asked why he smelled bad. Let him go. Rick cried out in displeasure, all because of him. He frowned and said, Why, in general, is the medicine in such high demand? If not for it, he would not have to suffer so much. Suddenly Dwayne ran into the office and shouted, Young master. The protagonist asked a question, Will he ever knock? Dwayne asked, Is this his office? Something else is important now, Hymir. This gnome. He beamed and shouted, Just sent a message that you can start developing a mine with gold. After a while, Hymir showed small pieces of gold and said these are rare gold nuggets from a cave. Usually you have to get it in small quantities from minerals, but they have already found such specimens. Logan and Dwayne looked at this with tears in their eyes. The protagonist gave a thumbs up and said, Great job. Dwayne kissed Hymir on the cheek and asked, Oh my god, how did they get this lucky guy? Hymir tried to push him away and said, Thank you. Can he rest now? Logan asked, But how much can they dig? Hymir said puzzledly, he thought about a ton a month. Even by a conservative estimate, the mine would last for 10 years. Can he go rest already? The protagonist spoke up, but they had just started building the city. They would need more crossbows and the knights also needed new weapons. Will he be able to organize it? Hymir grabbed his head and fell to the ground. Dwayne leaned over him and screamed, Oh my god, their treasure. Logan put his hand to his chin and thought, they still have a lot of work to do. Hymir really should rest. Maybe they should hire another dwarf later. He folded his arms and said, Okay, as he promised, he'll give him a break. But a whole month, that's not much. Hymir screamed loudly. He ran away and shouted, Sir, don't let him look for him, he's going to sleep for a whole month. The protagonist asked, puzzled, What's wrong with him, has his strength awakened? Dwayne was on his knees and screaming loudly. He said how fast he was, despite his short legs. Logan turned around and asked, displeased, what again? Dwayne was crying and screaming, 100 million gold. A ton of gold a month, that's 100 million gold a year. They're saved. No more worries. The Kairos can choke on their money. The protagonist thought about it. He was crying harder than when the dam was opened. He smiled and asked, but he understands that the mine belongs to him, right? Not to his family. Dwayne looked at him grimly. Logan replied, of course, he would give 30% as a tax. Dwayne exhaled and began to rise. He said he trusted him to handle it. After all, the dam project had been a success. All his decisions had been right so far. He trusted him. A stingy tear fell from Logan's eye and he wondered if he had accepted his statement so readily. He said, but of course he would have to make sure the workers kept their mouths shut. If word got out about the mine, Befrose, Kalia, and McGrath would be a pain in the ass. Dwayne bowed and replied he would take care of that. Logan replied, okay. He thought, how unusual. His father would be a problem. He had done a lot of his own work while he was away training. A week later, Patrick was standing near the dam, watching the water flow. The protagonist came up behind him and thought, father. He turned around and he thought, he had become a professional knight after all. This was what he expected when he passed on the iron blood sword technique to him, but he never thought that his skills would level up in 3 months, although there had been no progress for more than 10 years before that. Patrick turned away and said, Logan, he had done a lot during his absence. The protagonist said, well, if he had heard of his plans. Patrick crouched down and put his hand in the water and said, just think, water had appeared in this wasteland. It was true. Patrick looked at the water in his palm and said, it was true. Both his level advancement and the transformation of this land. It was all thanks to him, Logan. He was much better than him. The protagonist was slightly embarrassed, and his cheeks turned pink. He said, these were just recent achievements. Patrick replied, no, what he had done in 3 months exceeded all his contributions in 30 years. He was blessed with a son like him. Thank him. Logan put his hand on his heart and said, Father. Patrick interrupted him and said, he supposes he can trust him with the affairs of their house now, while he trains the knights himself. Logan asked, what? He didn't plan on becoming a lord. Patrick looked away and asked, he knows what he learned during his training? He's aged. Although he managed to master the basics of the iron blood sword technique, the secret technique is completely beyond him. If he had taken up learning it in his youth, when his power had just awakened, everything would have worked out. Patrick remembered himself in his youth. But with his current strength, which had formed its own specific flow over so many years, he wouldn't even be able to create a core. Since he had given up, he thought that his and Ronan's time had come. Patrick put his hands on Logan's shoulders and said, but thanks to this, he was finally able to break through the barrier that had hindered him for so many years. Now it's time for him to retreat and train those who will open the way for him. Logan looked down, nodded his head and said, okay. He thought about it. Since he was saying that, he had no choice. Patrick turned around and said, it's his turn now. Let her help Logan fully fulfill his role. Marion began to approach them from afar. She lowered her head, and Patrick pushed Logan and told her to step. The protagonist approached her, and she said, his achievements are enough to see him as a reliable heir, the first young master. She previously wished success only for Ronan, and therefore fought with him. Logan lowered his head and said to forgive. Marion replied, he does not need to apologize. Rather, he needs it. He has already apologized before, although she could not accept it. It is all her stubbornness to blame. She hopes that he will show generosity and understanding. She heard that he is teaching Ronan the art of the sword. The protagonist smiled and answered, yes. Perhaps it is because of his genius, but in just a week he has created a core of power and has already mastered the first form. Marion smiled and answered, she has not seen him as happy as he has been recently for many years. She asks him to continue to take care of him. He will always be his little brother, young master. She turns and says, well, it's time for her to go now. Logan looks after her and shouts, parents don't have to use honorifics when addressing their children. Marion stopped, and the main character said, from now on, he asks her, let her speak to him without formalities, like in childhood, mother. A tear runs down Marion's cheek and she goes to Patrick. He smiles and nods his head towards Logan, and he nods his head back. After a while, Logan says that when the city is finished, they will begin to clear the weeds and restore the land for plowing before the beginning of next spring. They hope that the harvest will greatly exceed that of their ancestral lands. Patrick looks at him and asks, but will the residents agree to move? Logan says yes, since they plan to grant property rights to those who move. Besides, the new houses will be better than the straw houses that most people live in now. Oh, and he asked Dwayne to put out a recruitment notice for knights. If they agreed to join the regular army later, could he train them? Patrick said of course, they were future knight candidates. Patrick turned and frowned and said, Logan, he did a good job. But then again. He drew his sword and shouted, he was too hopeless. Since when did they have 2 knightly orders? Logan thought, the McLean Knights and those who deserted from Tehran after losing the war between fiefs had been in the same order for some time, but they still acted like enemies. Patrick frowned and said he knew it was hard to get close to those with whom they had once fought to the death. But he believed that they would find their way, realizing that a knight's duty was in. He stopped and said they just didn't have the thirst, not at all. He trained himself to the point of exhaustion to become stronger, and his son worked tirelessly for the benefit of their territory, while the so-called knights fought for their pride like little children. He clenched his fist and shouted in irritation, he was too indifferent to them and took full responsibility for this. Suddenly, Heinkel stepped forward and said, No, Lord. The knights looked at him and thought, Commander, please let him do something. Heinkel turned around and said, Lord. He thought he had an idea. He smiled and said happily, his condition had become much better. Was he an advanced knight now? The knights shouted, Commander. Patrick said, first he will discipline their behavior. He directed his energy forward and shouted, let them taste and know the power of sword art. The knights screamed in fear. Patrick thought, they will not have time for stupid thoughts if he drives them like dogs. He will discipline them and hand over an excellent knightly order to Logan's hands. After a while, Dwayne signed the document and thought happily, in 20 years of management, he could not even imagine that signing documents without worrying about the budget could make him happy. At this point, one of the managers asked what was going on with the young master these days. He almost monopolized the budget. Dwayne got angry and shouted loudly, he was sure he had his reasons. He sat down and asked why they doubted him. Were they blinded by the shine of money? Dwayne unhooked the lock and asked where he thought it came from. Let them just do what the young master says. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes and looked closely at the piece of paper. He asked, What? Dwayne shouted loudly, Young master. Where does he want to spend gold bars worth 10 million? The protagonist looked at him and answered, he is going to buy mithril, about 100 kilograms. Dwayne asked, What? Logan grabbed Dwayne and said, Let him just sign the paper. You said yourself that you believe him. Dwayne said he can't. What is he going to do with something that is 1,000 times more valuable than gold? Some time ago, Philip asked if he wanted to buy mithril to equip knights. It's impossible. The protagonist frowned and slammed his hands on the table and asked why. Why is it impossible? Philip replied that mithril cannot be bought simply by borrowing money. This metal contains mana, it is 10 times stronger than steel, and 3 times lighter. It is often called the silver of the gods. You can't buy it just because he is rich. Wealthy people cannot get it. Especially 100 kilograms. For such an order, he will need not only money, but also influence. The protagonist asked, Influence? He smiled and said if so, then he has an idea. Suddenly, papers appeared on the large spheres and the men looked at each other in confusion. One asked, What's the matter? The second guy frowned and answered, he just received a request from the countryside. From the McLean house, where is it? The guy wiped his cheek and ordered to report to the Duke. Although he had too much to do to answer such calls. Half an hour later. Felix was running down the corridor. He opened the door and asked, Did they get a call from McLean? The guys screamed in fear, his courage. The guy looked at him and thought, the Duke came so quickly? What could be so important in that backwater? Felix sat down at the table and said, Long time no see, Logan. The main character appeared in the sphere. He asked, Is he doing well, his lordship? Felix smiled and replied, Of course, except for the lack of news from the one he personally trained, everything is fine. The guy ran out of the room and ordered the other one to leave. Logan laughed and asked, How could he send him personal messages? He knew perfectly well where his place was. Felix smiled and said, And he is still as good at flattery. Well, the call came just in time. He was just about to express his gratitude to him. The protagonist lowered his head and asked, Gratitude? He thought, did he help him with something unknowingly? Or was it sarcasm? Felix smiled and said, His wife is pregnant. Logan shouted happily, he congratulates his lordship. Felix replied, "Thank you, it's all thanks to him." Logan asked, "How is it thanks to him?" "He did it himself." Ouch. He grabbed his mouth and cleared his throat and said, "Heaven bless him." Felix laughed and said, "He is still as impudent as ever." Yes, both heaven and his efforts helped, but first of all, it was his merit. He was sincerely grateful to him. When the child is born, let him come to the capital. His wife also wanted to thank him personally. While he was there, he would teach him another technique. Logan asked in fear, "What?" Felix asked, "He doesn't want it?" The protagonist jumped up from his chair and bowed, shouting, "Thank you very much, sir." Felix replied, "Reliability is clearly his trait." He had no more news. "Let him tell us why he called." The protagonist replied, "Well." After a while he asked, "Can he help me get some mithril?" "About 100 kilograms to create knightly equipment." Felix asked in confusion, "Not 100 grams, but a kilogram?" He sighed and said, "So he needs someone with strength." Logan nodded in response. Felix looked carefully at the ball and asked, "Is there enough money? Is the medicine selling that well?" The protagonist replied, "Yes, that's right." Felix said he didn't invest so much in his knights. He had underestimated his generosity. He was quite extraordinary. Logan smiled and thought, the misunderstanding was growing. Felix folded his arms and said, "Fine, he would take care of it personally." Logan said, "He thanks his lordship." Felix said, "Well, it's not a difficult task, but let him come when the child is born. In the meantime, he wants him to call him mentor instead of his title. They'll be in touch. Well, let him know when everything is ready on his end." Logan looked at the sphere and pursed his lips and shook slightly. He cried out loudly in joy, which startled the maid. He raised his hands in the air and asked, "Will he be the Sword Duke's apprentice?" Amazing. He asked for only a small favor, and he was honored. He turned around and said, "He'll go talk to Hemer about the mithril equipment." The protagonist stopped and said, "No, let him rest first. After all, he is driven by knowledge from the future. And it will be more useful if he rests." Logan smiled and thought what a generous employer he was. He is blessed, Hemer. He imagined himself standing near Hemer and saying, "Blessed, blessed." Hemer had been having nightmares for a long time. The outskirts of McLean's holdings, many peasant boys had gathered there. Logan said these boys were under 20 years old. They came to hire themselves out and passed a simple test. Dwayne asked, "But do they need to hire so many?" "Usually it is enough for their number to be 10 times greater than the number of knights." He replied that he had already said so, he would figure it out himself. Dwayne understood him. Logan thought no matter what anyone said, building up strength was necessary. He would personally make the selection, even if they went into a slight minus. The Order of Knights is a symbol of the power of the territory. The cavalry, well-equipped knights, and the rear of the territory is protected by an elite force called the regular army or knights' apprentices. In most fiefs, the physical abilities of boys are tested before they come of age. Some fall exhausted, while others feel good. Only those whose physical abilities exceed a certain standard are accepted and trained. Talented people among the chosen ones undergo rigorous training, testing the limits of their human capabilities, after which they awaken their strength and become knights. But the Empire came up with a new theory. They decided to solve the problem differently. The wise people said that physical fitness and awakening of strength are two different things. Much more important are the senses. With this theory, the Empire used the overwhelming power of 50,000 knights in the war. The knights fought to the maximum of their abilities. As a result, they crushed the neighboring countries in 9 years. They gathered all the soldiers and made a second selection from them to form a troop of knights' apprentices. Because of this, it will be difficult during the civil war in Grandia, which will occur in a year. But after 9 years, they will have a force capable of confronting the Empire. Logan thought, it would be good to take those over 20 years old, but then he would not have enough people for the upcoming construction of the city. Such a pity. One of the managers shouted at the young man to be quiet. Logan asked how they chose soldiers before. He apologized and said that they simply told them to run and chose in turn from those who came first to the finish line. So, a crude selection based on physical strength alone? No wonder the number of knights is hardly increasing. Then he ordered to accept those with excellent eyesight, hearing and quick reactions. He asked in surprise, what, should this be added to the test? Soon the first test began. The boys were ordered to walk forward until they saw the image on the canvas. The group stood quite far from the canvas, but soon the boys began to shout that the picture was strange, and the second said that the young master was very handsome. However, Logan replied that he did not need compliments from the very beginning. Dwayne looked at the canvas with confusion and said that it turned out beautifully. One of the boys raised his hand and said, "Judging by the comb, it is a rooster." He was shy and asked, "Is that right?" The protagonist and Dwayne were shocked he saw the comb from such a distance. It was time for the second test. The super strong one covered his ears, and Dwayne shouted that he would repeat the same word. They should go forward until they heard it. Some sounds reached the boys. One said that he did not understand anything, and the second said that he spoke at different volumes. The third boy shouted, "A sparrow." By the way, Dwayne called the gentleman a scoundrel a little earlier. Is this also part of the test? He covered his mouth with his hand in fear. He was talking to himself. How did he hear? The protagonist said that the boy passed the selection, and he put his hand on Dwayne's shoulder and said that he would scold him. Logan looked at the list. He was pleased and could not believe that 250 people with excellent results in the vision and hearing tests had passed. In total, he needed to get 500, so that together with Tezron he would have 1,000. But among them, there were many obviously small and thin children. Probably the problem was the lack of food. Creating a semblance of Vector from them would take a lot of time, but they could fatten them up and train them until they were strong enough. By the way, he should visit Vector. He began to leave. Dwayne said that they would go too. Vector was training with a sword. He delivered beautiful, powerful blows. The wind flew from them, and the boy was serious. The knights were surprised. He was very diligent, but wasn't his style too aggressive? Vector was thinking about what Mr. Protagonist said. If he perfectly executed the technique of 1,000 swords, he could become a knight, but awakening the power was much more important. He took a stronger grip on the sword. He needed to become a knight faster. It was unknown how long Mr. Logan would wait for him. His sister brought him water and food, calling him excitedly. She turned around and then noticed Logan and shouted, but he asked her to be quiet. He watched Vector and thought that he definitely had talent. A 16-year-old boy who had only been studying sword art for a year maintained the correct basic stance even when swinging his sword sharply. Moreover, the tempo of the sword during such a swing was actually faster than when using standard sword techniques. Did his martial art still fit the nickname of a noble assassin, despite the fact that his personality did not match? He would not be able to train this style of swordsmanship by practicing alone. He would need to find a partner soon. He called him and Vector immediately turned around, greeting him. The protagonist said that tomorrow he planned to leave the castle and go train soldiers with Tezron. Most likely, this will last until winter. Vector did not understand why he was told this. But then Logan offered to go with him after he discussed everything with his sister. He was surprised, and then asked if they could take Rhea with them. He wanted to bring a girl to a training camp where there were many men. The protagonist asked sternly, was Vector sure that this would be good for her? But he insisted that he wanted to take her with him. She said excitedly that he was about to be scolded. Logan thought that he usually acted like an adult, but became a child when it came to his sister. He sighed and said that he agreed. Vector thanked him happily. However, Logan said sternly and displeasedly that if something happens, his brother will be fully responsible. Vector said that he agrees and will take care of her. The protagonist looked at him in surprise and confusion. Is she so important to him? Does he have no other family? Is that the only reason? Then Vector was silent for a while and said that his parents died because of him. Rhea lost them because of him. Therefore, he must protect her, his only family. The protagonist looked at him sadly and put his hand on his shoulder, said, "Okay, he must continue to work." A few days later, he arrived at Tezron Castle. Kaiselin ordered everyone to run 5 laps around the castle wall. The last 100 finishers will run 2 more laps. The boys were already exhausted. They asked, "What?" But Kaiselin shouted furiously, "Did they come there to play? They must start running right now." They answered yes, and immediately ran away from him. Logan said that he was happy to work with experienced people. The role of a training instructor suited him. Kaiselin coughed sheepishly. Since Logan treated him like a knight, he accepted the offer to renew his contract, and he also felt that this job was made for him. But he was surprised when he offered to renew the contracts of other mercenaries. The super strong replied, "We can't miss the leak of information about the crossbows." Kaiselin quietly asked, "He doesn't plan to start a war in 2 years, does he?" The protagonist chuckled. He is not a warmonger. He thought, it's just that sometimes wars can't be avoided. Suddenly, they turned to the side where they heard, "He is a monster." Ahead of the group of boys who were running, Vector was much further away and resolutely continued running. The others were very tired, they tried to catch their breath and asked, "What is he made of?" "He is too fast." The second boy said, "He is a slave, the slave of the young master." "What, he is a slave?" Then the boy frowned and thought, if even a slave can do this, then he definitely is. He began to run forward much faster, shouting that he would not lose to him. The remaining boy said that he was going to vomit. Surprised, Kaiselin said that the effect of Vector's presence was as he said, that guy still vomited. Logan was pleased, he did not expect that they already had outstanding physical abilities. And they also have the will to fight, that's enough. Vector continued to run, he was clearly absorbing the power, it won't be long. If he awakens, he will become the strongest motivation for the soldiers. But contrary to Logan's hopes, in the near future he will see his hands in blood, Vector will sit on a man, beating him mercilessly, he will commit murder. Soon everyone was in the barracks of Tezon Castle, there was wonderful food on their tables. All the tables were filled with boys, they ate and said that they thanked for the treat. They were delighted and said that everything looked delicious. Honestly, they agree with terrible training just for the sake of food. One of them said, "It seems he has gained a bit of weight after a few weeks of good nutrition. If he could always eat like this, he would have no other wishes." One of them looked away in surprise. Rhea handed him a mug and wished him a pleasant appetite, she was very sweet. All the boys were embarrassed, but thanked her when Rhea left. They said that she was beautiful, as always, she was an angel, for sure. The charmed boy asked maybe he should try to talk to her? But his friend began to turn around in fear and call him. They saw Vector looking at everyone angrily and spreading his dark, evil aura. Everyone was very afraid and sat quietly. Vector terribly told them to turn away before he gouged out their eyes. He seemed to be burning with anger. The boys sadly turned away and said okay. Rhea continued to walk between the tables, and Vector watched her. Did she eat before work? But an older guy sat behind her, he also watched her and licked his lips terribly. Vector ran out of the barracks and ran with the food. He looked around and looked for Rhea. Before that, the girl said Victoria. She went out the back exit to take out the trash. He was worried. Where did she go so far at such a late hour? Suddenly he heard something and stopped. The sounds were getting louder around the corner. He ran there and asked what Rhea was doing? But he was horrified by what he saw. There was an adult guy beating a scared Rhea. She was crying and called him. Vector threw all the buns. The guy was worried and said, Vector just did not understand. But he began to fly to him to hit him with his knee. Soon he hit the guy in the face, which was deformed, and blood flowed from his nose. The blow was powerful, and he flew back. He began to cough, but Vector began to approach him. They were very close. The bully was shaking and said that his nose hurt a lot. His face was broken. He angrily said that Vector was a scoundrel. How dare he? He is a slave, so he should know his place. Vector hit him again very hard. The guy asked, does he think if he beats him, he will be safe? Vector was terribly angry and began to swing his arms and legs. He hit the guy as brutally as possible. The bully's legs were bleeding, he was coughing, and his face was soon unrecognizable from the injuries. Rhea was scared by Vector's behavior. The guy was breathing heavily. Vector grabbed him by the hair. He was crying and asking for help. However, Vector screamed for him to die and swung his fist. He continued to beat the guy, and at this time one of the boys was watching from around the corner. He got scared and started to run away, thinking that this was bad. Vector had a bloody veil in front of his eyes. He heard the voices of his parents. He was crying. They were telling Vector and Rhea to run. They must run away now, leave them and go. They repeated Vector's name, while he continued to strangle and beat his opponent. The parent's voice told the son that his sister, he must take care of his sister. Vector did not notice anything around and mercilessly beat the guy. But suddenly he returned and was surprised to hear his name, asking him to stop. The bloody Vector stopped and turned around. There was a tall figure. He asked, Mr. Logan? He was also surprised and told Vector to calm down, look around. Then the boy himself looked around in fear. There was Kaiselin, and also Rhea who was shaking. He wanted to call her, but Logan said to let her rest. It seems she was very shocked. He agreed. The superpower ordered the others to take care of the body of this dead guy. The servants said, yes. Vector looked at what was happening in confusion. There were still buns lying around. They were left alone. He guiltily lowered his head, standing in front of Logan, and then apologized to his master. He sternly asked, does Vector regret this? But suddenly he raised his head and said, not at all. The protagonist asked, then why is he apologizing? He frowned sadly and answered, because he killed one of the master's soldiers without permission. Logan said discontentedly, it's almost true, but he thinks Vector regrets something else. He looked at the almost crying boy. He regrets bringing his sister there. Vector imagined himself protecting his sister with a sword when the super strong said, because of his stubbornness, she almost got hurt. Taking her with him everywhere and protecting her is not the best option. Will he take her to the battlefield too? Vector lowered his head. He did not know what to say. Vector should think for a little while and realize that it is better not to bring her to potentially dangerous places where he would have to protect. He allowed her to be taken so that Vector would realize this. However, Logan thought that he did not expect exactly this, but he felt guilty in front of Victoria. He asked, did Vector understand him? He clenched his teeth and shook his head. The protagonist sighed, thinking maybe this will help him stop being overly caring. He asked, how will the master punish him? That's strange, is he afraid? Vector replied, no, he will accept any punishment, but Rhea is a victim, so he asks. Logan smiled, murder is a crime, but he worked hard today. The boy was surprised. Next time, Victoria must ask the master for permission. What? The protagonist said with a smile. He does not want his becoming a knight to be delayed because of a good-for-nothing guy obsessed with pleasure. Vector was happy and looked at him with admiration, saying, yes, he will remember this. There was a fireplace burning in his room. Kaiselin asked dissatisfied, is this reasonable? His slave just killed a person. Unnecessary talk will begin. But Logan replied, Vector is his slave, not his property. The protagonist remembered how one of the boys told other students say that he is a bully and did bad things in his village. Even before coming, he made dirty comments towards Victoria. Kaiselin said dejectedly that this is bad. The protagonist asked, so his slave killed a vile criminal, what's the problem? Kaiselin sighed, they will say that Vector acted on Logan's orders. The master will publicly shame him for his crimes and hang him on the castle gate. The instructor must warn the soldiers. He replied that he understood everything. By the way, what is he marking on the map? The superpower said, and about this, he looked at the paper and smiled. There was a forest marked with monsters discovered, as well as a secret event for the soldiers. The news that Vector killed a man shocked the soldiers. They looked at him in horror and asked, did he kill a soldier? But when the details of the soldiers' crimes were revealed, many changed. The boys became angry and asked, he did this to Victoria. How dare he behave like this to the angel of their barracks? They were overheard by a pleased Logan. They said that they always felt it. That guy is strange. They knew that one day he would do something like this. The incident was quickly forgotten. Time passed quickly. 3 months later, winter came. The protagonist said that the new year had already come, and Kaiselin asked, time passed quickly, right? They had known each other for 2 years. Yes, it had been a long time. One night loudly counted, and the boys trained and practiced sword techniques. Many boys had already trained for 90 days. The initial number of trainees was 1,000, 12 failed, 1 died, 987 completed basic training. They both smiled. Looking at them, Kaiselin noticed that everyone was coping. Only those with a sufficient level of endurance and perseverance remained. The basic training is almost done. He asked Heimer to make 400 extra crossbows. It won't be enough for everyone, but it's enough. Logan asked to have a joint combat training, right, father? He looked at them sternly and said that Logan was right. The forest at the foot of the mountains should be fine. It's time, their knights will need practical training soon. He asked, father means, have they mastered the iron blood sword? Patrick answered grimly, they have learned the basics, but the real mastery comes during real combat. The protagonist grinned creepily and said that he was right. Abilities improve when they are used in action. Kaiselin looked worried as the two creepy and crazy guys shook hands. He thought that they were in for a tough time. A few days later, in the forest at the foot of the southern mountain in McLean territory, Patrick shouted for everyone to raise their swords. They were training warriors in the winter forest. Logan told them to control their breathing. The warriors were tired, but they tried to concentrate. He ordered them to hit, and together they started hitting the tree trunks. Using their strength, the trees fell loudly with a clean cut. The knights were tired but happy. They said it worked. They really cut down a huge tree with one blow. All those months of grueling training paid off. Is this the true power of the iron blood sword? Logan and Patrick were also pleased. They saw that the boys were impressed by this. They said that they still have a lot of work to do before the knights. They can't believe that they managed to cut down a tree with one blow. However, Logan shouted for them not to relax and the boys immediately became quiet. He reminded them that they are not in an ordinary forest. The breathing of the monster was heard. They began to approach closer. There were more and more of them. The knights shouted that monsters live there. These are goblins. They said that they came for the first time, and they were already there. At that moment they ran to meet the monsters. The knights killed them, cut them in half, using force. Goblins' blood spurted. The warriors screamed, "Is that all the goblins can do?" One of the knights cut off the monster's head and looked away, screaming that the goblins began to run in different directions. The monsters really began to run away from the battlefield so that there would be no pursuit. But Logan screamed for everyone to get their crossbows ready. All the knights stood in a row and prepared their crossbows for battle. The main character ordered to kill every goblin who was running away. Arrows began to whistle towards the goblins, who did not have time to run away. One of the monsters got scared, but did not have time to run away. An arrow pierced the monster's neck. He screamed and began to fall. The same thing happened with the rest of the monsters. They were pierced by arrows and they fell. The knight asked his partners with satisfaction, "Did they see this? He killed 2 monsters at once." The second one answered that they were easy to deal with. Why was he afraid of them before? But they stopped laughing when they heard a terrible and loud roar. A huge paw appeared. They prepared their swords, and monsters began to run towards the knights. Now they were tense and scared, but the main character ordered them to group together. These were horned wolves. The monsters growled terribly and quickly approached. The knights became closer to each other. One of the knights was horrified when he saw a huge wolf in front of him, biting his sword. The knights tried to fight back with force. They swung their swords, and the wolves with their paws with claws. Kaiselin ordered the cavalry to prepare their crossbows, and then shoot. The knights immediately listened to him, and fired arrows at the approaching monster. The wolf howled loudly. More arrows flew towards the monster, but the wolf continued to run forward. The knights said anxiously that the arrows were not working. Then Logan ordered the swordsman to stand in line, not to let any monster pass by. He himself was standing behind them, and Vector was running among the adult knights. He and the wolf were quickly approaching each other. Vector swung his sword, and then hit the wolf with a powerful blow, causing it to fly back. The monster fell to the ground, but Vector heard a growl behind him. There one of the wolves was gnawing at the warrior. He screamed that his leg hurt. All the guys were afraid to approach, but they saw a bright blade. Logan ran up and swung his sword using his strength. He quickly defeated the monster, and the frightened knight called him. The main character sternly told him to concentrate. He must take the wounded and leave. He obeyed the order. Logan thought that he expected it. Most of the guys can't do anything when an unexpected fight happens. He looked at the other young guys who were fighting the wolves. Those who got into the top 100 during the sensory testing are different. One of the boys was fighting a wolf when the second one appeared behind him. He was scared. 2 monsters at once? However, they were already rushing to his aid. Vector was attacking the wolf with a terrible look. He swung and hit the wolf powerfully, cutting off its head. He stopped, and the second boy was able to fight on. Vector caught his breath and happily looked at his sword, but the other boys were watching him with apprehension. Logan was pleased. Vector had clearly already freed himself from his cocoon. It was noticeable that he was already using a force of great power. It seemed that very soon he would enter the realm of the aura user. Another monster was cut by a bright and wide blade. The monster fell, and Patrick exhaled and asked, "Was that the last monster?" Hinkle said that they had also managed on their side. It had been a month and a half since the start of training. It took a lot of time. Hinkle answered, after all, they had found 3 cities where there were thousands of monsters. There were many defeated monsters in front of them. The thought of them all uniting and attacking the castle made your spine go cold. It was good that they had found them in advance. Had the first young gentleman predicted this too? Patrick thought it was possible, but that was not the case. The main character was shouting at the guys to hold out a little longer. He and Hemer were watching the work. They just needed to cut down the trees. They had to carefully carry the trunks to the construction site in the city, just not to damage them. It was hard for the guys, one of them said. They had been cutting down trees and monsters for a month and a half. It was killing him. The second knight replied, he had not mastered the iron blood sword for this. However, the super strong one was pleased and gloated. He could not believe that so many excellent trees had remained untouched because of the monsters. He had trained a soldier and gotten wood for the city, 2 birds with 1 stone. Patrick looked at his creepy laugh and thought, it seemed that trees were the most important thing to him. Logan, of course, did not expect that there would be so many monsters, so they were a little delayed, but they also obtained a lot of information. Some candidates who were in the top 200 to 500 in the sense test absorbed the power, but weakly. After dragging the trees, their strength increased, and there were those who fought. Those who swung swords to survive in any situation, and those with a particularly strong survival instinct. Logan smirked like a villain. Maybe awakening the power requires excellent performance of the six senses, survival instinct, or even fighting spirit. If they achieve the expected results in the Grandia Civil War this winter, they will be able to rapidly increase their strength for the war with the Empire. Hymir looked at him blankly and asked why he was laughing. He coughed and said, just like that, okay, there is enough wood, we need to finish building McLean City. There is 1 month left until spring. Will Hymir be able to handle it in time for the planting season? He nodded and told the master yes. However, Logan was surprised and asked if it was even possible. He just said it, hoping that there was at least a small chance. He still thought it would be hard for the dwarf. Hymir said that they were being helped by magicians, and the workers were also very motivated after building the dam. There would be enough food, and the typical construction would go faster over time. The protagonist was illuminated by a bright light. He was surprised to think that Hymir had always been so reliable. He began to glow even more. Logan was delighted with his condition after the vacation. He asked, Hymir wouldn't forget to build a magic tower in the center of the city, would he? Clayton was casting a spell. He used the stone wall spell. A magic circle and a glow appeared in front of him. There was a vibration, and soon the earth rose behind the frightened guy, and he screamed. A huge and long wall appeared. Logan told them to stop being surprised and quickly collect the earth. The peasants began to dig giant walls. The super strong thanked Clayton for agreeing to additional conditions. He was probably not very pleased, because the magic tower would be built in a small city, not a large one. But Clayton said that everything was fine. He promised him annual financial assistance in the amount of 10 million, so it did not matter what size the city was. In addition, the tower would be located in the center of the largest town in the kingdom, which is not very different from the city. This is impressive. If everything goes according to the master's plan, this city will become the center of the entire region, and is larger than Tehran. In general, on such a vast plain, the construction of a castle would be. But Logan asked, is a castle necessary? It is enough that people will have a place to grow food and live. Clayton said, however, since the city is large, the crowds also increase, which increases the risk of rebellion. The protagonist said with a sparkling expression, this will not happen if you do not exploit the residents. At the same time, the surprised and delighted mage blushed. In his mind, Logan was now the perfect guy. An aristocrat who does not exploit others. McLean is a city for the people. He is a reliable young master. They must vote for the young master. He coughed and said in any case, he will give him a vote. The protagonist asked, what is he talking about? The mage asked, by the way, is he sure this earthen wall is good enough? What if they are invaded? Logan said that this is enough. After all, this place will never be a battlefield. He will not allow it. He thought, after all, they themselves are planning to invade others in advance. Clayton looked at him for a long time and said, after all, he is really worried about the well-being of other people. And Logan replied that this is not comparable to that how a magician takes care of students. At night, only the moon shone in the forest. There was only the wind around, and the protagonist prepared his sword. He tried to concentrate for a long time. Soon he realized that it was time, then quickly and powerfully swung his sword. Even from afar, a huge flash was visible in that place. The glow was getting stronger. Finally, Logan began to peer ahead. There was a huge boulder with a hole in the middle. He said, it worked. The protagonist came closer. He noticed that he not only pierced the boulder, but also the tree behind it. He looked at the sword with inspiration. This is the second form of the secrets of the divine sword, a cut that pierces iron. A small but powerful blow can pierce even steel. The range is also gradually increasing. Now you need to become stronger. Time passed quickly. 1 month they built a city. Logan was busy with the affairs of the estate. In the second month, the city of McLean already appeared. A woman with children looked at the construction with admiration. They received a large house in the city, among the same, and were happy. Soon after summer came, Logan continued to work together with Dwayne. He said that the development of the city land was going well. The only drawback was that they did not have enough male labor for such a large amount of land. The overpowered said that refugees began to come when they heard rumors. They should take everyone in. By the way, is there any news about Hymir? Dwayne answered, no, still on vacation. This time he was gone for a long time. It will be a long time before he returns. The protagonist asked displeasingly, is he not allowing him too much? With the construction of the city and the creation of additional crossbows, everything is going well. The financier said, however, he heard that Hymir received a lot of mithril before going on vacation. Is this true? He answered yes, so that he could study during his rest and make some weapons for the knights. Dwayne asked, so he is not resting? But Logan asked, what is he talking about? Getting a rare metal is a dwarf's dream, but Dwayne looked at him disappointedly. He tapped his finger and said, in any case, the construction of the city is finished, there are no problems with its development, there is only one thing left. The Viscount hit the table hard and shouted, McLean are developing the wasteland? Nothing grows in that harsh land. Max Perita was incredibly angry. In front of him stood a servant who was giving a report. He said that he was interested, that's why he went to see. It seems they drilled a hole in the mountain to bring water from the Luther River. The Viscount asked, did they go to such a madness to revive the wasteland? Did they have enough money? The servant answered, there are rumors that the young master made money on business, found a gold mine, or even money fell on him from the sky. Max indignantly said that he did not care about absurd rumors, he will focus on the facts. What does the manager think the harvest will be on those lands? He tensed up and said, according to his calculations, the harvest will exceed them twice. The Viscount wondered if the neighboring territory had suddenly become rich. They couldn't just watch this, could the steward find an excuse? He tensed up, but then grinned evilly, saying that it wasn't necessary. Some of the residents from their lands had gone to their city, they were using this as an excuse to break in. They could take this land or the neighboring Tezon plains as compensation. But there was a problem. Max said discontentedly, that's right, it was too dangerous to do everything ourselves. He said angrily, gnashing his teeth, that Soto Sylvan would be a problem. He asked to contact Viscount Sylvan, they had the same high taxes. Probably some residents had left there too. He said with glee, the two Viscounties would unite and take over McLean. The steward knelt down and bowed, saying that it was a wise decision. The heads, Dwayne and Hinkle, gathered to discuss. The protagonist said they had selected about 300 particularly talented recruits, and were training them separately, without burdening them with assignments. Patrick asked, does he mean that they are all worthy of becoming knights? He nodded and said yes, he hoped so. Dwayne said that there were quite a lot of them. Shocked Hinkle said that there were absurdly many of them. He was worried, even if he trained soldiers like crazy for 10 years, only 1 in 100 would awaken his power, and that was 10 knights out of 1,000 soldiers. Dwayne was also shocked, but Logan said that out of 300. He said that they would maintain the current training system and continue to periodically bring more soldiers every year. They would strengthen the horses and weapons. The three of them could not believe what was happening, but why waste money on this in such a peaceful time? Patrick said that their family was now at a stage of significant development. Excessive expansion of the army could provoke the neighboring territories. But Logan said they would be provoked. Even if McLean did not give a reason. Father frowned and asked, what? The overpowered one replied, McLean's city is fully operational, the wasteland has turned into plains, Sylvan and Perita. Does Father think those greedy families will stay away? He smirked, they have too many excuses. Hinkle asked, excuses, but they haven't done anything wrong? Then Dwayne shouted, is it because of the refugees? The protagonist smiled and told them to remember how many people they've taken in lately. How many of them left Sylvan and Perita? If he were them, he would have used that as an excuse. The indignant manager said if he'd foreseen this, it would have been worth preventing the disaster. Patrick tensed up and asked, was he planning on starting a war all along? Logan replied they would have had to deal with those enemies eventually anyway. Dwayne and Hinkle said, how can the young master say that? Patrick sighed heavily and covered his face, wondering if he'd handed over power to him too early. Suddenly Rick ran up to them and called the young master excitedly. They turned around, the houses of Sylvan and Perita sent ambassadors. All three were shocked, and Logan said, it seems to have begun. He grinned and suggested discussing how to deal with them and move on. There were 2 flags with the family crest on the street, 2 columns with posses approaching the castle and inspecting the city of McLean. The managers were surprised, this is interesting, they have not seen such cities. The houses are neatly located along a wide road, the city does not have the refined charm of large cities, but it feels fresh. He looked closely and thought, more importantly, the simple peasants look unusually clean and happy. Both ambassadors grinned evilly, this city is worth capturing. He smiled and said that this is a good place, he does not know who came up with such an idea, but the attempt is wonderful. The knight heard this and smiled, saying that he was right, all thanks to the first young master. The shocked manager asked, what? But he was only 20 years old. The knight meant that the city was designed by the first young master? He answered yes, their young master was more advanced than any other of his age. He always prioritized the land and people, he strictly trained the soldiers, but protected them in times of danger, and he also rebuilt this wasteland magnificently. Both ambassadors were even tired of so much praise from Logan, but the knight continued to speak admiringly. He offered them to tell a joke that would amuse them on the way, during the war, their young master. They both felt awkward, they thought, when will this madman shut up? The gentleman came forward, the protagonist and Patrick were standing on the balcony. The father greeted them and said, he thanked them for coming so far. They looked tired. Was everything all right? The disgruntled ambassador said that everything was fine. The first young gentleman had truly excellent soldiers. He said, confused, yes, thank you. The steward said they could not keep them waiting, so they would get to the point. They demanded the return of the missing refugees, and to avoid another incident, they demanded control of the Tezon Plains, as well as the southwestern part of the wasteland adjacent to the territory of the Parita house. Tension filled the air. Logan and Patrick glared at them. He thought, in other words, they should give up the castle and half of the developed lands. They clearly wanted war, he said so. Logan turned to his father and nodded, and he nodded back. Hinka watched them and nodded too. Then the captain of the knights said, do the houses of Sylvan and Parita wish to immediately declare war on them? All the knights frowned with displeasure. They began to say that the Viscounts were crazy. Had they gone mad? The ambassadors should leave there quickly. How dare they? The ambassadors began to be afraid of them, but then they bared their teeth with contempt. They cannot intimidate the ambassadors. If they do not wish to start a war, then McLean must recall the knights. Patrick sternly said that they are declaring war, and McLean is not afraid of it. Ambassador Sylvan said, only a handful of dust will remain from McLean. Do they really want to be destroyed? The protagonist asked with displeasure, how can refugees who escape tyranny be a bargaining chip? He told his father that they forgot their obligations as aristocrats. The ambassadors were surrounded by knights and their swords were pointed at them. Logan said that negotiations were not necessary. They looked around in fear. Is McLean really starting a war? Are they crazy? Do they want to die? This is going to be an all-out war. The super-strong one started to descend towards them and asked, are McLean crazy? How impudent are they? How dare they point their fingers and use foul language towards the ruler of these lands? He started to take out his sword and said, it seems they are the ones who are out of their minds. Both men said in fear, no, it is them. He tensed up even more and shouted, what are the guards doing? They must stop the young master. The protagonist frowned and raised his sword up, and then powerfully hit one of the knights, who began to cough up blood and fell in front of the others. Suddenly, one by one, the knights began to cough, blood gushed out of them. Logan ran between them and cut them, killing them. He approached the ambassadors and said, if they dared to take out their swords on foreign territory, they should prepare to die. They told Logan not to approach them. Does he think McLean will remain unharmed if they are attacked? The bloodied protagonist did not listen to them, and struck one of them with his sword. The man said that he was an ambassador, but soon his blood gushed out and he fell. The steward of Sylvan was horrified, and then fell to his knees, saying, it is his will, he will convey all his words to his master. He asks the master to forgive his rudeness. Logan looked at him sternly and said that this was a wise decision, and the man trembled in fear. The protagonist turned around and looked at his father, and he nodded. He shouted for the McLean knights to prepare for war, after which all the warriors raised their swords and shouted. On the very day that the ambassador was killed, McLean sent a magical message to the two viscounts. Soto slammed his fist on the table. Did they kill the ambassador? Are McLean crazy? The servant said they insist on compensation for the damage caused by the ambassador's insolence. What should they do? He asked, insolence. Have these poor people become a little better and now act so fearlessly? It's not like they have the strength to fight the viscounts. They have to show mercy once. The servant replied, yes. The Zakarma in Tezron, they also looked at the magic ball. In the end, Sylvan demands the return of the runaway peasants, 10 million gold in compensation, and the Tezon plains to them, right? And this is their answer after 2 days, and they went there immediately after sending the message. Patrick asked why they were in such a hurry. They may not know, but McLean has enough strength to crush the Viscountcy. Logan said that they need to take Sylvan as soon as possible. The more strength they show, the less such mockery they will hear in the future. They do not need to mobilize soldiers. If they quickly take Sylvan with regular troops, Parita will not dare to act rashly. The important thing is how quickly they manage, that's for sure. Kaiselin knocked on the door. Logan allowed him to enter. He stood in front of them and apologized and began to report. 1,389 regular soldiers, including 100 stationed in the main fortress of McLean, 313 mercenaries are ready. As ordered. The super strong said that he did a good job. What is the state of the soldiers' weapons? They were given armor, spears, crossbows, and horses. He is sure that no force will surpass them. The protagonist thought, the crossbowmen have become 5 times stronger compared to those who were in the war with Tehran. And the level of father and knights has increased thanks to the mastered sword of iron blood. Sylvan and Parita, they are unlikely to lose even if the Viscounties unite, but it is not worth provoking both at the same time yet. After uniting the territories with them, McLean will have 5 fortresses. This will make their territory comparable to Margrave's. Then the first and second princes, competing for the throne, will want to lure McLean to their side. Now is not the time to attract the attention of these factions. Because he wants to make the third prince, who is currently in the shadows, king. In his past life, the first prince became king, but he took advantage of McLean and abandoned them. His repression greatly weakened the kingdom. The second prince is not much different from the first. Therefore, the only option is the third prince. Although he is the third, he is the son of the current queen. The family has a good relationship. Although the prince is young, the king considers him heir to the throne because of his outstanding talent. However, the prince is unlucky, because the king suddenly died. Right now, he is the only one who can avoid the tragedy that happened in Logan's past life. That is why he will win the civil war and make the third prince king. To do this, he must remain inconspicuous, maintaining enough territory to hold 3 fortresses, making them similar in size to a large viscounty. Still, but worried, does Kaiselin have good news? He happily said, yes there is, Vector has awakened the power. He is waiting to personally tell you this. The protagonist was delighted and said, finally. Should the boy be called? Of course. Soon Vector came to them and apologized. He was embarrassed, but told the master that he. Logan said that he did not need a long explanation, it was better to let him show. Okay. Vector began to concentrate, and soon he was enveloped in a wind with a strange aura. They were surprised and Patrick asked, is his power gray? But Logan was still happy, only 2 years, his talent as an aura user is the same as in his past life. He remembered the adult Vector with this aura. He said that Vector was great, and the boy immediately began to smile. But then he was surprised when Logan gave him the paper and said that this was his slave ID. From now on he was a knight, he would not need it anymore. Patrick asked, did he keep the ID with him all this time? The protagonist had a feeling that he would soon awaken, so he took it. However, his promotion to knight will be postponed until the end of this war. Vector was surprised and asked, but why? He replied sternly that he could not allow someone who had just been freed from the status of a slave to join the other knights. He would burn this document right away, so Vector should be patient for a while. He believed him, right? Vector said that this was not the problem at all, he just. Logan grinned, he knew that this was not what upset him. He began to set the document on fire with a candle. Vector simply longed for battles and wanted to bare his sword in front of strong enemies. He had already prepared an opponent for him, it would be Ronan. When the time came, he would fight as much as he wanted. Now he offered to send Sylvan a response. Kaiselin asked, okay, what did he want to tell them? He needed to question the legitimacy of their protest and inform them that their ambassador's behavior was unacceptably rude. Patrick called him and told him to cut the formalities and get straight to the point. Then he grinned and they said that it was time to stop empty talk and begin the battle. Soon many horsemen were approaching the castle gates. A loud cry was heard among the knights for Soto Sylvan to come out and fight them. The knights on the wall asked excitedly, is that a burning flag? We must report this to the Lord immediately. He walked quickly towards them. There were knights behind him. Soto asked, did McLean attack them? He looked at the large group. These madmen are laughing at him. The knight asked to let him lead the attack. He will stop Patrick McLean. All 120 knights of the Sylvan Order are ready. 2,512 soldiers are also waiting for the order, since they heard about their outrageous demands. However, Soto was worried, thinking, right, although McLean has more people than he thought, they are still at an advantage. Kalia has already become a high-ranking knight. Now Patrick McLean is not the only one with such strength. He still hesitated. No answer from Parita? The guy replied that they were silent, still negotiating. Kalia said, even if Parita sent reinforcements, they would arrive in half a day, no need to wait. He trembled and said that it was not that. What if they defeated McLean and then Parita betrayed them? Don't they think it's strange? They declared war immediately after Sylvan sent a message of protest and rushed there as if they were waiting for it, and Parita remained silent. Kalia thought this was normal? He replied, probably not. Soto, worried, said, right, those scoundrels have united, otherwise there would be no meaning to this. How dare those nasty people? Patrick suddenly screamed. Soto Sylvan was scared? He can continue to hide there like a cowardly dog. He will personally cut off his head. He looked at them with displeasure and ordered Kalia to contact Befrose. He was to inform them that once they had defeated McLean, they would offer them half of what they had captured as a token of their gratitude. What? Soto shouted angrily at him to do as he was asked. In order to prevent the scoundrels from House Perth from making any moves, McLean must also be completely crushed before Parita arrived. The knights in front of him replied, yes. Soto gritted his teeth. He dared to stab him in the back? After McLean, Max Parita would be next in line. McLean's army waited. Henkel asked if it would not be better to provide covering fire before heading into the castle. It was because of the ability of their soldiers. Patrick replied, not yet, they could not let Viscount Sylvan pass. Logan said that his father was right. They thought they were superior in strength. So they would be leaving soon. He knew Soto Sylvan. He would not survive such an insult, so they would wait a little. Henkel thought in surprise. Master Logan had lived in McLean all his life. How would he know what Soto Sylvan was like? Soon the gates began to open. The ground began to shake from the clatter of horses' hooves. The horses screamed when they stopped, and a huge army of Sylvan appeared in front of McLean. Patrick and Henkel said, 3,000 people in the regular army. This is 1.5 times more than McLean. Kalia led the army. He shouted menacingly, McLean have no shame. Patrick interrupted him and shouted for the soldiers to begin the fight. Now the ground began to vibrate under McLean's army. They began to advance. Kalia was very annoyed. The knights said that they were ignorant. The captain asked, can't they read? Besides, you just need to look at them. They are just a collection of incomprehensible peasants in any armor, although new in appearance. It seems that McLean made a tidy sum. Sylvan has knights at the head, cavalry supports them, everyone stands in a standard position because it has proven its effectiveness. McLean will see for himself today. Kaiselin ordered everyone to get ready. The knights put forward crossbows. Kalia asked, are there crossbows on the battlefield? He was disappointed in Patrick, and then he shouted, they are using arrows, you need to raise your shields. At the same time, Kaiselin ordered them to shoot. The entire army released arrows, and arrows flew at Sylvan. Kalia covered himself with his shield. One of the arrows seemed especially powerful. His shield began to break, and then the arrow destroyed part of the shield and fell to the ground with a small explosion. He looked at the hole in the shield and began to use power, shouting that this is not an ordinary attack. They must group together and increase their strength, protect their bodies with it and attack. The knights shouted. A huge number of arrows fell and pierced their shields. Kalia looked at this angrily. How can crossbows be so powerful? Even the knights would have died if they had reacted later. The Sylvan knights enveloped themselves in an aura of power. The captain ordered them to move forward. He wondered if McLean had hidden this until now. He would kill them all. They were quickly advancing on McLean, threatening with force. Kaiselin shouted for them to spread out. Kalia asked in surprise, what? The knights began to gallop quickly, their large mass split into two parts, while the Sylvan army was formed narrowly. Soon, the enemy knights rushed past him. Kaiselin shouted for the crossbowmen to ignore the Viscount's knights and aim at the soldiers. The evil Kalia frowned and said that they were scoundrels. Should he take this opportunity to turn back? Suddenly Patrick turned to the Sylvan knights. They stopped and tensed up. He shouted, if they have courage, then they must fight. After that, he quickly approached them, enveloping himself in an aura. Kalia asked in surprise, the blade of power? He grabbed the sword and fell from his horse, dodging the sword's attack. He looked at the battlefield with displeasure. Patrick was running among his warriors and knocking everyone off their horses. They screamed and died. He thought with horror. Patrick had reached the advanced rank. He looked at Patrick's formidable figure. When did he manage to do so? At this time, he had already returned to his position and ordered the brave knights of McLean to destroy the enemy. Determined warriors began to run to Sylvan, preparing their swords. They almost immediately began to fight the Sylvan knights. One told them to die, while others called them scoundrels. Kalia stood alone, asking how this was possible. On both sides, the knights used force and fought, but more often than not, the McLean knights won, swinging their weapons powerfully. Blood stained them, but this did not interfere. Henkel fought several warriors at once. He noticed that just 6 months ago, the Sylvan Knights were on the same level with them, but now they would easily overpower them. Moreover, some of them had reached a new level during the battle. Patrick fought with a bright aura. He ordered everyone to attack. Hinkle looked at him with satisfaction. The master's training was not in vain. Patrick and Logan were too strong now. He continued to fight and looked around. 2 knights were running towards him. He shouted, "They will find out how long Sylvan will laugh." Hinkle concentrated and began to attack, running between 2 warriors who began to writhe in pain. Their swords fell when he stopped. Their hands began to hurt. They said their wrist. The commander is also a high rank, but he is not at all as fast. Hinkle grinned. Thanks to the iron blood sword, he overcame the wall behind which he was stuck for a long time, and became a high-rank knight. Now the middle-rank knights are not a problem for him. He looked at the fighting Kalian. Right now the only threat is him, a high-rank knight. However, you cannot worry about him either. Logan's aura appeared next to him, and soon he began to run towards Kalian, preparing his powerful attack. Kalian began to worry, thinking, this is bad. Having completed the second style of the Divine Sword Secrets, he almost rose to the level of a high-ranking knight. But the wall that he expected to easily pass through, he had not given in to him for the past few months. It was a period of anxiety when he thought he could look beyond the wall. This high-ranking knight from another fief did not learn the steel blood sword like his father or Hinkle. The protagonist said that he would be able to overcome this wall. He approached Kalian menacingly, and Kalian turned around with anxiety. Their swords crossed with sparks. The super-strong one quickly ran a long distance after him and attacked again. This time the blow was stronger and brighter. Kalian was very dissatisfied, calling him a scoundrel. He attacks with pure strength without any techniques and tricks. Logan's menacing face was impressive. He swung his sword wide. A huge amount of energy hit the captain. He thought in horror, was he pushed back? This simple mid-rank knight? The protagonist pointed his sword at him. Then Kalian said that he was too relaxed, he will not give in anymore. Logan looked at him with displeasure, realizing that he was lying. But then he looked up and was surprised. A sword appeared above Kalian. No, 3 swords? 3 swords from the aura flew above the captain. He frowned, and then began to run quickly, approaching Logan. The protagonist prepared his sword and thought, it does not matter, the real sword is the one in his hand. Then he thought, wait, isn't this too obvious? Kalian was angry. One of the swords hit Logan, but he dodged. His ear began to bleed. All the swords are real. They became far apart. He said that he was lucky. He aimed for the neck. The protagonist said, all these swords are real, an interesting trick. Then Kalian created more swords and said to enjoy them while Logan is alive. He began to run towards him again to attack. The super strong one noticed that another sword had appeared. But suddenly Kalian was surprised. A sword flew over him, frightened. Logan said that he also had powerful techniques hidden. He thought, what is this strange aura? His swords tremble the more strongly the closer he gets, as if he confuses their directions. The protagonist just stood in front of him and used aura. Kalian bared his teeth and screamed at him not to play with him. His aura became much larger and more powerful, but the super strong one said he created more swords despite being under pressure from the blade of power. Kalian hit him with a huge blade of power. The captain was happy, great, his aura trembled. His blades dealt many blows, and he himself hit Logan in the thigh. The protagonist began to worry. He was covered in bruises, as if he was fighting 5 men at once. Kalian was pressing him hard and Logan was retreating. There were many sparks from the blows around them. The protagonist thought, if he held back the blade of force with at least 1 or 2 swords, he could create a gap. He needed to take a few steps back, slowly. He grinned and asked, is that all? So weak that he got bored. Kalian frowned. He became even more angry and swung his sword, pointing the other swords at Logan. His heart beat hard. He waited and looked at the swords. They were almost at his face. Then he closed his eyes. A core flashed in his chest. A third one appeared. After that, he ran past Kalian incredibly fast, inflicting a huge wound on him with a bright blade and aura. He stopped very far away and waited. The captain looked at the bloody wound. He thought how he saw everything, but at that moment his speed became much higher than his, really. The protagonist said he should thank the captain for giving him experience. Kalian frowned angrily. He turned and saw that the super strong one raised his sword up. A powerful stream of light surrounded him. He said in surprise, high rank. At the same moment Logan jumped. Above Kalian's head was he with a bright aura. Logan swung his sword and fell on the enemy. He told the wounded captain that he thanked him for playing with him, but the captain said that it was impossible. It was very noticeable, the morale of the troops increased, they looked at him happily. But the enemies fell into despair, they watched in fear. 3 bright cores glowed at Logan, the first style of the secrets of the divine sword, a burst of cleavage. He lowered the sword to the ground, a bright explosion appeared, several waves of energy and power spread from it, which reached Kalia. It was as if a hot wind was blowing him away. He tried to resist, but only flew back and exploded. The knights began to call him and shouted that the commander lost. The protagonist stood in the middle of light and dust with a sword. The knights began to retreat. And then he inhaled and shouted that he killed the enemy commander, and at the same moment Patrick shouted that they captured Soto Sylvan. He stood on the wall and held the Viscount. They will spare those who throw down their weapons and kneel, they can surrender. The protagonist awkwardly asked, when did he have time? On the Sylvan side, Kalia and 42 other knights were killed, 1,203 soldiers were killed. On the McLean side, Phemes and 5 more knights were killed, the rest of the soldiers are alive and rejoicing in victory. The battle that began in the afternoon ended in an overwhelming victory for McLean in a couple of hours. And this victory will provoke a big war. Patrick said that he was giving Soto Sylvan one chance. He must apologize for his sins, take some property and leave the land with his family. He stood threateningly with a sword over Soto, who was sitting on his knees. The Viscount said that the government would not tolerate such an outrageous seizure of power. The ruler of the Southwest Befros would not allow this. Patrick frowned, and Logan thought, nothing more terrible could be said to his father. At that time, McLean's fall was due to the Earl's mismanagement. But the one who brought about the rebellion in order to profit from the chaos was Befros, one of McLean's vassals. McLean's former rich lands became Befros's, making them the rulers of the southwestern region. Of course, thanks to the government's intervention, the Befros forced McLean to serve them. They wouldn't have gained much from this, since their lands were barren. But just the mention of this family was enough to anger his father. He angrily asked, does Soto wish to die? He tried to say something in fear, but the super strong one did not listen and cut off his head with a strong blow. He fell, and Logan approached his father, saying that he fulfilled his father's wish to die with honor, making it painless. Patrick nodded and said that he did well. The protagonist thought that they were trying to give Sylvan a chance, so he hoped that the other nobles would not use this as an excuse to attack. Especially Befros, they need to be careful, they can't defeat such an enemy yet. A few weeks later they were in Sylvan Castle. Logan said they would continue to monitor, but Parita still did nothing. Patrick asked if they had a reason to do this. The protagonist asked, what about Tesron Castle? Father said that Clayton was there, no matter what happened, he would be able to protect them. Logan frowned, oh wait, they didn't defeat Sylvan with brute force alone. The Viscount underestimated them, they brought everyone they could, with only one trump card, they wanted to remain out of reach in Tesron. There was a giant golem, controlled by Clayton. But they can't hold 3 castles this way, they need to reorganize everything. The protagonist asked his father, maybe they should move the center of their domain? If they build cities in the center, it will be easier to manage 3 castles. The manager said he was right, they cut down the forest with monsters, so it is enough to leave a minimum number of forces in the claim. They will station the knights in the cities, then they will be ready to go to Tesron and Sylvan at the first call. Patrick said yes, it is a wise decision, and Logan sighed and thought, now he will not have to do it himself. Patrick asked, did he say that they captured 75 knights? The protagonist answered, yes, they are all in the dungeon, among them 8 are of middle rank. Will he be able to convince them to serve McLean? Logan smiled and said that this is no problem. No one swore absolute loyalty to Soto Sylvan. He was pleased. It is difficult to imagine that they got so many knights in one battle. It is more profitable than recruiting talented young men. But if Sylvan acted a little more carefully, there would be losses. They managed to capture only a quarter of his knights. In the future, this will not happen again. Do not relax because of the victory. He must tell his father to remain vigilant, Patrick said. With such forces even the parrot do not seem scary, all thanks to Logan. He was embarrassed and blushed, thinking that he would let him enjoy the victory today. Suddenly, a servant ran in and loudly began to call the master. A letter from Befros had arrived. They immediately tensed up, and the servant opened the paper and began to read. As the ruler of the Southwest, he was experiencing great discomfort because of the wars organized by McLean. Indignant Patrick stood up and shouted, the ruler of the Southwest, how dare he call himself that? The servant continued, At the request of Viscount Sylvan, Parita and McLean are obliged to immediately stop the conflict. Patrick asked, they started this, and now they are asking to stop? Soto Sylvan had no conscience. The protagonist said that they should listen. They listened in surprise as Befrose admitted the reason for the constant conflicts. It was all because he did not fulfill his duties as a ruler properly, and did not achieve peaceful coexistence of the houses in the region. Therefore, he, Roger Befrose, on his 50th birthday, which will take place in a month, invites the heirs of all the families in the southwest to discuss the future of the region. Evil McLean shouted that this is nonsense. From his voice, Logan covered his ears, and the servant's clothes flew off. The shocked man could now cover himself with a small piece of paper. Patrick shouted, he invites the heirs to discuss goals. He believes that McLean serve him? The protagonist watched in horror as his energy tore his clothes. The frightened servant said, in the end he writes that absence from the party will be a refusal to discuss. Father was indignant. What a soft way to threaten them. McLean will not bow to threats. However, Logan said that it sounds interesting. Everyone fell silent. Surprised, Father asked, what? He said perhaps it would not be so bad to pay him a visit. Patrick was shocked. He said that he respected Logan's will. However, he hit the table hard and shouted again, they will not bow down to Befrose. He will not allow it, even if he has to die. The letter flew off the servant, and the second man jumped to cover his body, but not the letter. The protagonist was dissatisfied and took the flower, asking, does he want to be buried right now? The servant grabbed him by the shoulders and said, no, parricide. Patrick sighed and said that he would listen to him. What did he think of? The protagonist looked at him seriously and shook off the dirt. No matter what they did, they would not defeat Befrose now. Patrick agreed discontentedly. 2 knights of the highest rank and 15 high, a total of 300 knights, and this is only a part of their known skills. The messenger cried. The second servant said that he was well informed. The third said that he studied everything in detail. The protagonist said, exactly, they are doing well now, but it is all unreliable. Now that Sylvan and Tezron are defeated, Befrose is watching them closely. If they act for show, being so close to him, it will end badly for them. Logan looked very serious and scary. They need time to lure the Sylvan Knights, force Parita to serve them, reorganize the troops. And he needs to master the third style of the secrets of the Divine Sword. The other knights also need training. Patrick stood up. The Southwest is different from other regions. Unlike other rulers, Befrose cannot rely on the loyalty of other nobles. The reason for this is difficult to explain, but it is so. If Befrose tries to use their right as rulers, others will undoubtedly turn away. But the superpower said, no. When he was in the capital, Percival and Lupman north of Befrose swore allegiance to them. Patrick was shocked. What? To be more precise. The protagonist knows this from a past life. Father asked when this happened? He sighed in disappointment. Logan has to feel ashamed because their family has little strength. He apologized to his son. But Logan smiled. Great, permission granted. Father knew what he was capable of. Everything would go well. He would take this as an opportunity to see how their ancestral lands had changed. After a while he was about to leave, but Hymir called him. He came up and asked, was it true that he had been sold to the enemy? The protagonist asked. He had just returned to the city. Where did these rumors come from? Hymir said, if he died. Logan chuckled, thinking, it seemed they were close enough to worry about each other. But Hymir asked, what about his promise regarding the dwarf's freedom? Would he keep it? There was a blow. Annoyed Logan said that he would not die, and he had not been sold. Hymir should learn to ignore stupid gossip. Hymir, who had been hit, said, but most of the rumors about him turned out to be true. Good, he should take this, wherever he went. The cloth fell to the ground. He didn't have time to decorate it properly, but it was made for the master. Still, Hymir can assure him of the excellent quality. This sword is made of pure mithril. The protagonist looked at the beautiful and shiny sword with the McLean crest in it in surprise. He said, my. The carriage arrived at the gate. The master was told that they had arrived at Befrose Castle. They were told to wait for someone to come to meet him. Plan Parita, the heir of Parita, replied, okay. Suddenly, he noticed a man at the window. It was McLean. The guard asked, is he the master McLean? He asked him to pass. Plan was surprised. He couldn't believe that he actually captured Sylvan. It seems that he doesn't even have a guard with him. So that's how it is. His house suffered great losses in the war against Sylvan. That's probably true. If Befrose hadn't intervened, they would have bowed their heads to Parita. He got out of the carriage and asked what was going on. Why was he being treated like someone who looked worthless? The guard called him excitedly, and Plan asked what? He would hardly hear him, and if it weren't for the Count, his family would fall to their knees in front of him, begging for mercy. Plan thought that Logan couldn't even answer. He came up and extended his hand, saying his name. He also said that he had heard a lot about Logan. They say he killed 6 knights in a row. He examined him. Under his robe Logan had a weapon, but the hilt of the sword was clean. Maybe the rumors about him were just gossip. The protagonist shook his hand and said his last name. Plan noticed that he was younger than expected. It seemed that the rumors about him were exaggerated. He squeezed his hand very hard. The super strong one was surprised. But then he grinned and squeezed his hand so hard that it unclenched. Plan coughed, and his whole face tensed up. He was so strong. The protagonist let go of his reddened hand and apologized. He thought Plan was trying to conduct a test of strength. Plan held back tears and was angry. What a scoundrel he was. He said that Logan was impudent and nasty, and then took out his sword, pointing it at McLean in front of everyone. Plan shouted that he would teach him, the son of the despicable McLean family, a lesson in manners. The worried guard said that personal duels are forbidden in the territory of Befros. The protagonist said, he continues to talk nonsense for which he will not be able to answer. How can the heir of the house not realize where his place is? Plan was surprised, and then his whole body trembled with anger. Logan dared to insult him. The knights must seize him. His guards ran to Logan, and the Befros warrior asked where his guards were. But the protagonist took out his sword and all 3 guards felt pain from the bright blade of power that the super strong one attacked them with. He quickly ran and stopped, and the warriors, not understanding the situation, continued to stand in their places. Soon their swords cracked. Plan looked at this and was scared. Unbelievably, their swords were cut in 2. The guards also looked at the weapons in shock, and Logan put the sword to Plan, who did not feel any force. He did it with only a sword. The protagonist looked menacing to him, but now he sighed and grinned. Plan did not feel any magical power either, which means he did not use the artifact. The guard said that this was an amazing sword. He would not consider it rude to ask where he bought it. However, Logan said that this was rude. The angry guy threw away his sword. He thinks he was just lucky to find such a good sword. Footsteps were heard. The guard looked at the man in surprise and began to speak excitedly. Logan and Plan looked at them. The Moonlight Knight, Sir Plants has arrived. There was a murmur in the crowd. Moonlight Knight Plants, did he come in person? The highest ranked knight came in person to greet someone. The protagonist and Plan looked at him in shock. He is one of the 2 highest ranked knights of Befros. He has silver hair and eyes, just like the story. He really stands out. It is surprising that such a knight was sent to greet the village boys. This means that either Befros really cares about their families, or something worse. Plan excitedly said that it is an honor to meet him. He is the heir of the Parita house. Plants said that he is glad to meet him. Then he turned to the protagonist. If he is Parita, then the one in front of him is McLean? His aura was menacing and serious. He thought the knight was trying to put pressure on him. He barely endured this and smiled, saying that he is Logan McLean. Plants said that this explains everything. He is surprised. He is an average rank at such a young age? Plan and his guards were surprised. He is an average rank? They thought Logan was strong because of his good sword. The protagonist clenched his fists. He was satisfied. It worked. After obtaining a high rank, knights have a unique sharp energy that cannot be hidden, and can only be detected by knights of the same rank, or higher. Since he has reached a high rank and earned 3 stars for the power core, he can control the strength of this energy. It is better to show only this amount of strength while he is with Befros to lower their guard. The knights are already surprised. They do not understand. He is so strong? That is why he did not bring guards with him. He smiled and thanked Plants. He is working hard to become like him, Plants, in the near future. The knight said that he should not stop at just this. He has such talent that he can at least become a superhuman. He was glad to meet them and lead them into the castle. After that, the gates opened. They were standing in the square surrounded by servants. Plants said that this was a building for important people. The heirs of Lupman and Percival had already arrived, so he asked them to wait there and rest until the feast, which would take place in the evening. The protagonist said that he understood him. He had escorted them, and now he asked to let them go. The super strong one thanked him, and then looked away in surprise. Plan asked, was he embarrassed, huh? It was unlikely that someone who came without servants had clothes for the feast. Should he lend him his pajamas? He grinned evilly, and Logan looked at him like he was a clown. He turned away and began to walk on. asking the servant where his chambers were. The guy said that he asked him to follow him. The protagonist thought that when Plan allowed his knights to fight despite the ban, he already understood everything, but he did not realize what situation he found himself in. If this is the level of the heir of Parida and his knights, then it will not be difficult to capture them. Plan was angry, and the servant calmed him down. Logan is not going to take off his armor there. He looked carefully at the mouth. There are lands that his ancestors lost. You cannot relax your vigilance. He found himself in a large hall. Befrose was sitting on the throne in front of him. He greeted Logan McLean, grinned and told him to immediately take off his sword. The protagonist knew, no one knew what could happen there. A beautiful hall filled with people sparkled. Logan introduced himself and said that he was from the McLean family. It was an honor for him to greet a representative of the Befrose lands. He bowed and congratulated him on his birthday. Other nobles looked at him and mocked him. What's wrong with his armor? This country boy has no manners at all? The superpower frowned. He only looked at Roger Befrose. Since he is a potential enemy, he may have to fight. A few days before arriving there, he looked around the neighboring castles and towns. He expected the people there to be as dissatisfied as in Sylvan and Tehran, but they turned out to be quite friendly. The peasants said that Roger was a good man. First of all, the taxes are low. So their wealth is so great that they do not need to extort from the people. Roger greeted him. If he came, then can you be sure that McLean agreed to follow his will? Logan replied, if this will maintain peace, McLean will follow his will first. He laughed and said that he expected more resistance. He, a young man, understands everything. The protagonist thought, this is for peace in the country, and he is just an aging fool. Roger told him to enjoy the banquet. In any case, Befrose really has the fifth circle. In his past life, there was a rumor that Count Befrose demonstrated incredible strength in battle. The peasants talked about it everywhere. Befrose was on the side of the second prince who lost, so Logan did not pay attention to him, but the fact that he has the fifth circle is true. The fifth circle is equal in strength to the level of the advanced rank. These magicians are powerful. They can fly and explode. Especially in war, when this power extends far beyond individual battles, it is considered even more destructive. And Befrose also has 2 advanced knights. What to do? The count was announced to give a speech. Everyone is asked to pay attention. He stood up and said, first he wanted to thank those who came to the birthday of such an ordinary person like him. And he himself did not come, but he must thank His Highness the Second Prince for giving him Tears of the Sun. He respects him endlessly. After these words, the girls were delighted. The Second Prince himself, she knew that they were close, but not that close. Befrose continued, for a long time, the aristocrats of the southwest were separated, unlike other regions. The protagonist thought, is he going to repeat the same thing as in the letter? Roger enthusiastically raised his fist and said, it is time to leave behind meaningless traditions and unite. His Highness the Second Prince, who is most likely to inherit the throne, wishes to support their region. Logan frowned. What a strange way to tell everyone to shut up and go serve the Second Prince. Befrose smirked and said, by the way, they started and will end the southwestern conflict that lasted 200 years in the presence of the heir of McLean. Everyone looked at Logan, surprised. He is a great youth who stood out when McLean won 2 victories recently. This genius is only 21 years old, and he is already a mid-rank knight. Even the advanced rank knights he knew were not such masters at his age. The protagonist was dissatisfied and forced himself to smile. Is this a compliment? What is he up to? Roger does not intend to force or oblige the talented guy, but only wants to make a proposal. He called him, and the superpower awkwardly asked, what? Count Walter Maine, the grandfather of the Second Prince, is looking for talented youths like him. If he does not mind, Befrose would like to recommend Logan to him. What does he think? He was shocked, like the other guests, that Superman, the sword of sweltering heat. The protagonist concentrated and said with a smile, his offer is an honor for him, but Logan already has a mentor. Roger asked, is it not his father, Patrick McLean? He answered, no, he was lucky enough to train with a great man, so he must refuse. Everyone fell silent. Roger looked at him gloomily. The superpower quickly understood everything. But they will soon be visited by the sword of sweltering heat in person, so why not learn from him for a while? This offer is not only for him, he wants to offer it to all the heirs who came today and serve him. By the way, can he name his mentor? The protagonist thought discontentedly. Serving him? He said it imperceptibly, as if McLean really served him. He wants to tie them at any cost, that is his goal. In such a situation, it will be difficult to refuse him again. Fortunately, he prepared in advance. He said that he was grateful for the beautiful words. He could not refuse. If his desire was so strong, he would wait. Befrose thanked him for accepting the offer. The choice of McLean would be the first step to uniting the Southwest. But first of all, his old friends Percival and Lupman agreed to unite under the flag of Befrose. As a token of gratitude, he would personally present gifts to these heirs. A large table was brought into the hall. Everyone began to ask artifacts. There lay a sword and a hammer, the shade of things so deep that they were at least class 3. Of course, given the status of the Count, he spent at least tens of millions of gold on gifts. As one would expect from a treasure collector. An artifact is a magical tool that holds or contains magical power, which almost always gives them magical properties. These artifacts, created by their magic department, are more versatile than what mages do with circles. Clayton can create scrolls or use magic on his own, but not artifacts. Because of this, artifacts are divided into classes based on the magic that imbues them. But the prices of these things are absurd. The cheapest material used to create them is mithril. In order not to waste resources, they are usually made with at least third circle magic. To create a third-class artifact, a fifth circle mage is required. A third-class artifact of rank D is ordinary, but a third-class artifact of rank S is beautiful. So it is no wonder that the prices are so high. He uses something like this as a gift? Befrose asked Ramon Percival and Eric Lupman to come forward. Do they swear allegiance to him? Both boys bowed and Ramon said yes, on behalf of his house, he swears allegiance to Befrose. The second heir also swears allegiance to him on behalf of the Lupman house. The head replied okay, he, Roger Befrose, accepts their messages. He gives Ramon Percival the sword Rampton, and Eric Lupman he gives the hammer Jackson. They loudly said their thanks for this honor. Roger proudly said that he does not skimp on gifts. Those who serve him will receive appropriate gratitude. Logan gave the glass to the servant, and noticed that Befrose was looking at him. Suddenly, a drunk Plon appeared behind him. He asked if Logan's sword doesn't look better? They tried to stop him. The protagonist was also surprised. Is this the fool from the Parita house? The inadequate guy said that in his opinion, he, the Count, is exaggerating, as others think. It seems to him that Logan's sword looks better. Roger was dissatisfied and looked at him angrily. Plon said, considering that he cannot recognize real talent. At the same time, his mouth was covered by the servant, and said that the young master drank too much. The protagonist tensed up. Plon is stupid, he dug his own grave. The sword forged by Hymir is beautiful. It is called Lux, which means twilight in the ancient language. Its power is clearly comparable to most artifacts. The blacksmith master made it especially for him. Such a thing is filled with soul. It is not so difficult to get a good item from a dwarf, but greedy nobles will not understand. In the worst case, if his plan did not work and the Count forced him, he wanted to use the sword for negotiations or to buy time. Plon pushed the servant away, rudely. This fool interfered and ruined everything. Roger asked, is it so great, the sword Logan? He replied that he was lucky to get it from a dwarf. He asked curiously, what, from a dwarf? If so, is it comparable to artifacts? Can he examine the sword? The protagonist can bet his hand that he will never get the sword back. He said, although he is young, but as a knight, it is difficult for him to hand over his companion to someone else. Roger said, the sword is his companion, he is so young, but he speaks like an old man. Well, then what does he think of demonstrating his knightly skills in an exhibition match? It would be good to compare him with these gentlemen who received artifacts. Ramon Percival, he is also a mid-rank knight, right? The guy answered, yes, he became a mid-rank knight a few years ago, although he lacks skills. Roger said that a normal match would not be so interesting, so they could bet on something. If Ramon wins, Befrose will take the dwarf's sword, and if Logan wins, he will reward him with a suitable artifact. The protagonist was surprised, and the smug Roger asked how he liked such an offer. Logan McLean? He ordered him to take out the sword if Logan agreed. Then he grinned, thinking, everything turned out to be a big surprise, but he had no reason to refuse. At that moment, he took out the sword and waved it, saying that he agreed with his offer. The two of them stood in the middle of the hall. Ramon said since he is older, he will leave the right to strike the first blow to Logan. But he said he didn't need it. He didn't want to hear later that he had the advantage. He was sure he would win. Ramon chuckled, said the recognition of his genius added to his arrogance. For his own good he would show that there are clouds above the sky. The guy gripped the sword tighter. A bright aura of power enveloped him. The admiring girls said that it looked cool. Do all artifacts emit such a beautiful glow? The protagonist thought discontentedly, is he trying to attract more attention? Now he is the perfect target. Roger deliberately gave him an artifact that is more noticeable than truly useful. This is in Befrose's style. In comparison, the light from Lux is quite modest, but it is perfectly balanced, well sharpened, and durable. The sword is needed only for the direct purpose, and not to be called beautiful. Ramon asked. Will anyone of his pretty sword be able to withstand the artifact? He thought, it seems that this fool is not smart enough to realize this, he is worse than that stupid Parita. The guy quickly jumped and approached Logan, swinging his sword. The protagonist noticed that Plants, the Knight of the Moonlight, was also present. He could hide his strength from him, but it was much more important to hide his confidence. It was worth partly matching him. The super strong one made a surprised face when their blades clashed. He needed to stumble a couple of times, let himself be scratched, and then suddenly deliver a powerful counterattack, which would throw the enemy back. He concentrated the aura in the sword to demonstrate his strength, and defeating Ramon, who dropped the sword, said that he was lucky. You need to boost your metabolism with your power core to make yourself sweat and look more convincing. In a panic, Ramon said it was an accident, he was just not used to the sword. Roger said that was enough, Ramon had disappointed him. He wanted to say that his gift was to blame for his loss? Ramon said, no, he was apologizing to his master. Befrose apologized for such a shameful sight, his people had been unfair to him. He would open his treasury and let him choose any artifact. Olgan thought, does he intend to keep it there at any cost? He is sure that whatever he chooses will come back. But he will not let him do as he pleases. A servant ran into the hall, saying that Roger had been contacted by the Duke of the Sword on the occasion of his birthday. He asked in surprise, what? Soon, from the magic ball, Felix congratulated the Count, one of the most trusted pillars of the kingdom. On his birthday, he apologized for not being able to come. But he was sure that those who had arrived were enjoying his kindness. Befrose laughed happily and thanked him. He did not expect the Duke to contact him personally. The protagonist realized that Befrose was obviously flattering him if he got down from his chair. Felix turned around and said that wasn't Logan there? Roger and the guests looked at him in surprise. The protagonist smiled, thinking that Felix was very timely, although he was not the best actor, but if he asked for help, he should follow the plan. Roger looked at him with displeasure, and Logan said that they had not seen their mentor for a long time. Everyone was shocked. Did he just say mentor? The whole hall was discussing it loudly and looking at them. This country boy is studying with a sword master? That's why he refused the Earl. Felix said that he was confused, suddenly seeing his student, who had never contacted him. When will he arrive in the capital? He did say that he would throw a banquet in his honor. People said that they were so close. Logan apologized. Because of the problems between the houses, he might need to stay in Befrose's castle. The Count made him an offer that he couldn't refuse. He asked, is that so? Befrose became nervous. That's not quite true. If he wants to meet Logan, he can postpone the plans. The protagonist was pleased. He did the right thing by asking for his help. Although he takes a neutral position, not choosing princes, he is a superman who has power over the ruling family. Even the Count cannot refuse to follow the orders of such a person. Felix winked and said then he and Logan will see each other in the capital. He smiled and said yes. He thanks the Lord, really. Befrose was very angry, but said nothing. The next day, the main character looked at the treasury in surprise. The guard said that he had an hour to inspect it. The Count would give him one jewel. He examined many shiny objects. There were about 30 of them. So he removed the most important ones. So stingy? But any of these things are still worth at least 10 million gold. He will try to choose something good. His senses, strengthened after the development of the core, allow him to feel the differences in the energies contained in artifacts, by which one can judge their power. He will skip the weapon. Lux is enough for him. Even with a simple glance at the weapon, it is obvious that there is nothing better than what was at the banquet yesterday. Armor reinforced with fire and electricity magic? It will roast alive whoever puts it on. He said that the things there are all quite ordinary, but something attracted him. He extended his hand, shrouded in aura. All the power converges in one place. He approached the object and said in surprise, are these boots? He looked at the shoes with suspicion. Magic emanates from them. Is this even an artifact? But they continue to absorb his power. If he continues to supply them with magic, he continued to glow brightly and directed into the boots. The shoes absorbed his flows and Logan felt an unpleasant sensation. His power was flowing there. He continued to hold his hand, but soon tried to stop it. he could take damage, this is bad. Then he said that he would find out who would win. He began to direct even more power, which flared up stronger. The boots absorbed everything, and then the protagonist saw something strange. The boots began to exude the same strong aura. He had to move away. He looked at his hand. His power returned. These boots, he was shocked by his guess. Roger asked, Logan McLean has already left? He took the artifact with him, and really intended to make a fool of him. He clenched his fist, angrily told them to go after him and return the artifact along with his sword. They can do anything, but not kill. A fire was burning in the dark forest. Logan was sitting alone, but suddenly he heard a sound to the side. The protagonist quickly stood up and took the sword. Does he feel the intent to kill? Befros sent pursuers after him? A man came out of the bushes and said that he had a heightened sense of smell. Logan realized that his voice was distorted. Was he trying to hide his identity? A man and his 3 assistants were walking towards him. The protagonist asked, Isn't it stuffy to walk like this? It must have been difficult to get to him from Befros. At the same moment, the killers began to move quickly, and the man again ordered not to kill him. All together they approached Logan with swords, but he only grinned. He quickly began to move and also prepared a sword to attack, swinging it. The killers were surprised. The super strong one hit the sword of one of them and the guy coughed. The protagonist deftly ran among them and fought. The guys thought, how can he be a knight of the middle rank? Is he too fast? The protagonist deftly attacked them with his sword and ran past 2 killers. Attacking the third, a flash appeared from their swords. He was pleased because he made the right choice by taking the boots. When the boots released the power that was put into them, he thought it was an accident. But after putting on the boots, their true value was revealed to him. It lies in the speed of reaction, triple jump in the air and speed climbing. Moreover, the boots are repaired and adjusted to size by themselves. This is an artifact of at least the 4th class. Boots of the God of Wind is a suitable name for them. The killers tensed up. The guy asked to allow them to aim at vital organs, otherwise they will not win. The man said that it was a shame. He himself began to run and approach Logan from behind. He was surprised to feel his aura, a silver blade of power. Plants swung his sword and sent Logan a wave of several blades that hit painfully. Although the super strong one covered himself with a sword, a bright flash appeared from the blow. He moved back, but held on, increasing his aura. He said he didn't know, but Sir Plants earned the title of Moonlight Knight by cunning. The man stopped and took off his hood. Logan wasn't the only one who hid his true power and the amazing artifact. He showed his face. The protagonist frowned. He decided to reveal his identity. Although after using the legendary silver power there was no longer any point in hiding. He said he would take the artifacts as payment for the lesson. Logan asked indignantly, What a lesson? He is not embarrassed by the presence of the title of Lord Moonlight Knight. But Plants replied, That is why the lesson will be harsh. He thanks Logan for going so far. He thought that his posture was strange, as if he was holding a whip. Many streams gathered on Plants' sword. He swung the sword and long streams in huge quantities and with destructive force fell on the protagonist. He was now very scared. His blade of power really moves like a whip? Plants surrounded himself with silver streams of power, which were huge. Logan gritted his teeth. He enveloped himself in an aura and fought back with his sword. What merciless blows! His blade of power does not work against him. It can only reflect blows. His sword was constantly enveloped in streams of the enemy's sword power. If it came to this, he would have to use everything he had. At the same moment, the super strong one lowered the sword to the ground. Long and bright streams began to diverge from it, delivering powerful blows. All 3 warriors were surprised. What? Wait, Sir Plants' power is as strong as always. The protagonist was tired and breathing heavily. This is bad. He did not feel any effect, although he used the 1st and 2nd forms. Logan was surprised, and then quickly bent down. A blade flew right in front of his face. The protagonist hurried and jumped back. Plants said that it was close. If he relaxed, he would die. How did he do it? He doubts that it is the artifact. Are these the secret arts of the Duke of the Sword? The protagonist grinned dissatisfiedly. He was still completely healthy. His blows did not help. If it were not for the enhanced boots of the God of Wind abilities, he would not have responded to that blow. He did not have enough strength to defeat Plants. But it is quite worthy that he holds his own against an advanced knight. Logan slapped himself in the face and said, Of course not. What? The protagonist spat and said to give him time, then he will show the secret arts of the Duke of the Sword. He still has not fully mastered them. Plants was surprised. Wow, Of course he must show his abilities as a young heir. Logan thought, if he is inspired, it will be easier for him, he just needs to believe in himself. His secret arts, which he had only just learned even after a month as a high-ranking knight. He needed to concentrate. He realized that if he lost, he would lose his lucks and boots, and Plants would make sure that he could never hold a sword again. The protagonist began to glow with a bright aura. He told himself to concentrate. When he opened his eyes, he saw a knight in front of him, who was attacking him, aiming a sword. Plants screamed that he trusted his enemies too easily. His sword was almost at Logan's neck. A huge explosion occurred, which raised a lot of dust into the air. When the dirt and wind cleared, Plants was standing on his feet. After this, Logan would not remain unharmed. But suddenly he saw a bright blade. The protagonist stood in front of him with a giant aura blade. He was already injured, but he used the third form of the secrets of the divine sword. Plants saw a vortex of his sword energy swirl above him. He was shocked. A huge fire explosion appeared in its place, scattering stones around. The warriors began to call for Sir Plants. They must find him. He was lying on the ground, coughing up blood. He said with difficulty that he dodged. Plants was lying among the huge marks of the sword that dug into the ground. He said that it would be better to die together. At this time, the super strong was riding a horse. He ran away and thought that he relaxed too much. When Plants attacked him, he saw a hole the size of a coin piercing the right side of his chest. It must have formed during the split. Plants' excited expression and all that talk were for the sake of distraction. But at that time he could not recognize it. But he knows for sure that with his abilities and treasures, he can definitely defeat a high-ranking knight. His leg trembled, that alone deserved. Suddenly he let go of the reins, and then fell. His horse continued to run. Rick called loudly for the young master, and Dwayne covered his ears. What happened to him? The dirty protagonist awkwardly said that he fell asleep while riding a horse. Logan's return made a noise in the McLean house. After all, the heir who came from Beffrose 2 weeks later looked terrible. This was enough reason to officially complain to Beffrose, who could start a fight under the pretext of slander, so the incident was forgotten. Patrick said that he had to endure hardships because their family has little strength. He cannot look him in the eye. But Logan optimistically said that they will pay them soon. For this, he needs to reorganize their forces. A bright blade cut through the air. Ronan chopped the logs in front of him into pieces. He breathed heavily and remembered his brother's words that this war will end quickly. He does not need to be present, he must train. Ronan can't let him treat him like a child. He is also the sword of their house. His brother faced humiliation at Beffrose. Suddenly he heard him. Ronan is working hard. He asked in surprise, brother? Logan told him to rest. He asked to let him introduce him to the one he will train with from now on. In front of him stood a grown-up Vector, who introduced himself as the new knight. The protagonist asked, "Is the armor comfortable?" He answered shyly, "Yes." Ronan thought, "Are they the same age, and can he use the power too?" Logan said that Vector has recently awakened and has been getting used to the power until now. They are the same age, he can be a good motivation for him. Ronan asked, "By training together he means what?" The protagonist answered, "Sparring, what else? Do they want to try it right now?" Both boys were surprised and tension appeared between them. Logan said, "Attention, here we go." At that moment, Vector used his power and jumped, attacking and holding his sword to Ronan's throat. He immediately realized that it was the Iron Blood Sword. Did he really just awaken? The formidable Vector was in front of him. Ronan tensed up. He had to answer him right now. Ronan put his power into the sword and it glowed. Then Vector was also surprised. Ronan swung the blade wide, which left a bright mark, but there was no one there. He raised his head. Vector was falling on him from above, which surprised Ronan. Vector frowned and drove the sword into the ground with full force, very close to Ronan, who jumped back. They again went their separate ways. Ronan frowned and said that Vector was a monster. He did not react at all, but Logan laughed loudly, asking who he called a monster? "It's so cute." Ronan was embarrassed. He concentrated, because he had to try his best. Vector smiled, and then Ronan. They began to fight again, and Logan watched with satisfaction. As he thought, they fought with good synergy. Vector not only perfectly mastered the Iron Blood Sword, but also adapted it to his fighting style. And Ronan, who would surpass a mid-rank knight even with his limited knowledge of sword styles, moves freely, without restraining himself. A cruel, free blade and a clean, precise blade should reflect the qualities that they will mutually transmit to each other during the fight. Suddenly someone said that you can't hit there. But the second one replied that during the fight all techniques will do, he is a scoundrel. Logan smiled and asked not to fight too hard. Now the boys began to fight with fists. There are still 7 years until the war in the Empire. These two will be ready in 5 or 6 years. It would be good if Vector learned the secrets of the Divine Sword now. The problem is, can he trust it so much? If only he could get some kind of catalyst that would bind him to this place. In the mage's office, Clayton asked Logan, does Logan mean that this child has seen mana? He was with Rhea and said yes. Before that, he said that when she tries to study something, she will be able to find something that will help her. Rhea asked, then can she learn how to move the clay dolls with that yellow chain? The protagonist asked, wait, what? Victoria looked depressed. He wanted to cheer her up, but this was unexpected. The superpower was pleased. He had his suspicions when they first met, but he did not think that she really saw mana. Clayton approached and said, now he is directing his mana in a certain direction. Can she tell where exactly? Rhea looked at his hand and followed the flow, saying, into that uncle. The guy, enveloped in mana, asked, is he the uncle? Clayton asked again, then she answered, into the bottle of water and that uncle. The mage said admiringly that she was a beautiful child. Not all great mages can see mana with their own eyes. The protagonist thought, is this such an amazing ability? It will be too noisy if it becomes known that he can see mana too. He asked, is Victoria sure she wants to study magic? She turned around and said, if it helps to control huge dolls, then yes. Why them? Rhea confidently said if she has a doll, she will be able to do more things. Logan said that this is a good goal, then he entrusts her to Clayton. However, no one listened to him anymore, and Rhea approached the mage. Clayton said that they do not have robes for children, they will need to contact the tailor. He ordered to bring him a measuring tape and he was immediately answered. Good. While she was being measured, Logan thought, she has the talent to become a great mage, which means that both twins are geniuses. Now he has even more questions about their parents. They are getting stronger. It's time for him to go to Grandia, he promised the master. He thinks that he can do it faster alone. Assistance will only slow him down. A few days later, the knight shouted that it was an honor for him to serve the young master. A group of knights shouted that they would serve him with all their hearts. They surrounded him tightly. The protagonist looked at it all with displeasure, thinking when they would leave. Commander Henderson of the 17th Squad of Knights McLean arrived to serve the master. It is an honor for him to serve Logan. He thought that if he can accompany the young master today, then he serves the future legend. He will do everything to become one of his confidants. The protagonist asked him to bring some wood and Henderson was collecting sticks in confusion. Logan was annoyed. He wanted to go alone, but his father said to take at least a few assistants. It would be impolite to the Duke. Then he agreed to a couple of knights. But why is he there? Rick was feeding the horse and asked in surprise, why is that? What will people think of the heir to a noble house who goes without a personal servant? The protagonist asked suspiciously, is he sure this is not a desire to visit someone? Rick shouted, okay, that's right. No one in their fief wants to talk to him because they think he stinks. He also needs to get married, and the Lord should take on at least a little responsibility. Logan covered his ears in irritation. They were slowing him down. He was not just going to meet his mentor. His journey has 2 goals. First, he needs to determine potential changes in the future. And then he needs to meet the third prince to establish contact the current ruler. Samuel von Grandia did not have heirs until he was 40. So he called 2 women from the Herfog families to be his concubines and his 2 sons were born. But 10 years later, the queen gave birth to a son when she was 40. The third son, with an innate talent for fencing and good manners, surpassed his brothers in prospects for the throne. The king also had high hopes for him, but the families of the 2 princes did everything they could to stop the third prince from expanding his influence. He then described the events that would happen in the future. This winter, just before the third prince was to become an adult, a civil war would break out and the king would suddenly die. The first prince, Juan Douglas, a magician with the 6th circle, would receive the support of his grandfather. As would the second prince, Jordan Valtermain, a young superhuman. Since the third prince did not have the political power of any faction, he would almost be executed. Plant said that this was the king's will. If they spared the third prince, he would become the blade of the new king. The noblest of the nobles, who held a neutral position, would save the third prince's life with this statement. After that, the first prince would gain an advantage, but would bring the country to ruins within 5 years until the empire attacked. That king would use Ronan as bait during the war with the empire. The protagonist decided that he would not let him become king. The second prince is the same. Logan must see with his own eyes if the third prince is worthy of being king.